Hey, it's Cliff Kingsbury. Look, my life on the field is nonstop. Game prep, film study, long days. So when I want to shut the world out for a bit, I head to Hammer & Nails. From the grooming services to include men's, manis, petties, it's luxury from the moment you walk in. They hand you a drink, you slip on noise-canceling headphones, and everything slows down. I'm not thinking plays, I'm just relaxing. If you're a guy who needs a real reset, trust me, Hammer & Nails is it. Treat yourself. You'll thank me later.
JP here for Surfside. Surfside is the perfect fit this season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
I love the Army. You just have this brotherhood that you can't find anywhere else. Since coming home from war, I've tried so many different things. I just remember thinking, like, it's over.
After being forced to medically retire, Angie battled addiction to prescription medications, eventually losing her house and marriage. Then she found Wounded Warrior Project.
And so I went online, I signed up, and I knew that Wounded Warrior Project was definitely my new community. One of the staff members, she put me in for peer mentor training. It was like for the first time someone recognized something good about me and thought that I had something to give back to someone else. Are you doing okay otherwise?
I've kind of picked up woodworking with my grandfather, so...
I saw the 3D stuff.
All those activities gave me a new way to live without drugs, a new way to live without feeling like I'm broken. You can live a meaningful life after traumatic experiences.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action. Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Imagine 1 out of 4 children in America is hungry right now. Now imagine helping. Since 1975, Hungerthon and Why Hunger have counted on you to help those in need. Go to hungerthon.org to find out how you can make a difference.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And we're brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junks. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, January 16th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Pickle.
Morning.
Morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here, stretching out.
Hello, everybody. How are you? This is the extent of my stretching for the day, right?
That's all you do.
This is pretty much it.
Yeah.
And Jason Bishop's here.
Hey, happy Friday,
Hold
boys.
up. Do that stretch again.
Yeah.
Do you think if Victor Wembanyama stretched one arm, would his one arm go from the tip of that arm to the tip of that arm?
If not, it would be very close.
Probably pretty close.
It might be longer.
Did you
Who
see
knows?
there was a clip of Wemby that went viral of him kicking the basketballs down, and then later on there was a reverse view. He wasn't even really jumping. It was like an inch off the ground, kicking the basketballs 10 feet high.
I mean, are you trying to make me feel worse about the temple that this brain is inhabiting by just bragging about how great Wemby is and what a super freak he is physically? I mean, what's going on here?
No, it's just
You know, it's
interesting.
funny.
You don't usually stick
He's
your
just
arms
amazed
out.
by the length of him.
Yeah.
He's amazed.
He's long. He's a long guy.
I'm just amazed at the balance to be able to do that. Although, in fairness, I did see there are other guys that can do that. I saw some clips of some other like dunker guys that do that. Just the balance to be able to kick your feet up, knock a ball out like that, and not fall in the back of your head and die.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is.
And they got his hair cut. Big deal, I guess. Did he get it? I read about it. I'm trying to process it. Did he get it because he lost?
He's going team bald.
Did he go? Yeah.
It seemed like an impromptu decision after they lost to OKC. He was like, let's go bald.
He was bitter about it.
Yeah.
Lost to a rival, so he's shaving his head. And what is the kid? 22 years old, 21 years old,
he's
whatever
super
he is.
young.
It's not like he's going bald. He just said, no, we're gonna go bald, but I'm not going bald.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. He looks actually a little more vicious. Right, actually, right? Looks
Gives
a little
him
more sinister.
More of an edge.
Yeah, he definitely got more of an edge.
Yeah, he definitely got some confidence from last year.
Yeah.
As long as he can stay healthy, though.
Excellent player, averaging 24 points, 11 assists this year, shooting 51% from the field, and he probably the best defensive player in the game.
How many blocks?
And
does
were
he
the
have?
Wizards one ping pong ball from getting
I think
him?
they were one ping pong ball in the sequence
Really?
away. I'm not
really close.
I'm not sure exactly how that all works these days, but yeah, I know they were super close.
Yeah. Remember that guy Anthony Joshua? I'm just seeing this. Remember that guy Anthony Joshua? I think he's the guy that knocked. Is he the guy that knocked out
Yes.
Jake Paul?
The boxer.
Yeah.
And then he was in Africa and he got in a car accident,
whatever.
and two friends died, or two people that he worked with died.
Yeah. I had no idea he was as successful as he was. He says they say he's worth $200 million.
No have idea.
He says he'll never get married because he's never going to give half his money away.
I mean, he just had that massive payday with Paul. I heard, didn't he make like 90 plus million
made
dollars?
90 plus there.
Yeah.
So half his wealth from one fight, but to be worth $200 million, and I never heard of the guy before. Before he fought a YouTuber.
Don't know who that person is.
Wild.
Well,
Not
you guys
aware
don't
of him.
follow boxing. I mean, he was
Right.
heavyweight
Correct.
champion for a
Correct.
while.
Yeah.
Correct. I'm not saying that, still, I do.
You guys probably have heard of Tyson Fury.
I have
Sure.
heard that name.
I'm guessing his worth is up there too.
Man, that's shocking to me.
Well, I know that none of my dollars will ever go in his pocket. I would never. I would
Isn't
never
he kind of on the way out? He's like an older guy, right?
Well, any of those guys, I would never buy a boxing pay per view.
Anthony
It'll just never
Joshua,
happen.
he made most of his money in the 2 title fights against Alexander Usyk, who's the
Another guy I
Ukrainian
never heard of.
champion. Yeah, he's like one of the best boxers in the world right now.
It's
but those
amazing.
2 fights that he made the most money.
God bless him. If you ever saw the pictures of what he did to Jake Paul's jaw,
Pwned him.
oh, I'm telling you,
he's a big dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he rocked him. I mean, he broke. You can see the crack between the teeth. This was a few weeks ago, obviously, on both sides of his jaw. I mean, I guess it's worth $100 million. I wouldn't want to feel that.
I wouldn't either, but for $100 million,
I guess you do it, but oh my
you
God.
could rearrange my face for a while
Oh my God, that looked like the most painful thing I've seen.
because I would heal, and then I would have $100 million.
Right.
Now my brain might not work, but some might argue it's not really working that well anyway
Right.
at this point.
Right.
So I'd be willing to take that risk.
So it's a football Friday because it's a big football weekend. We have 2 NFL divisional round playoff games tomorrow, and then 2 more on Sunday, and then that spills over to Monday, which is Martin Luther King Day. We
Yeah.
have the day off,
And Mike
where you
Marr
have
has,
the national
has to
championship
pick his
game.
winner for the weekend,
He does, yeah.
or multiple winners.
To try to prevent boots on the ground 8-mile run into work.
Playoff
as
Mike,
penance.
tune in 7:45. Be there, be square.
Playoff Mike is ready.
Playoff Mike is down almost $1,500.
He's very
doing-
confident.
He's preparing, though. He went for a 6-mile run the other day.
Oh,
I
very
think
good.
he'll handle the running part of it. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
But as he knows, when you throw on those Tims,
Yeah, that's a game changer.
it's a different ball game.
But
He's
you'll have
running with Brooks or Hokas. I can't remember what you're running with.
Running in the Hokas.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
running in
like-
Hokas.
like the best
to put
running
on
shoes
some
out there.
to put on some boots is going to feel quite different.
Do you ever think about just running a couple miles in like some church shoes or something just to kind of work your way up?
No, because I'm very confident that I'm going to dig myself out of this hole, and it all starts today.
Okay, all right. I like
All
your
right.
confidence.
You already got your picks?
Oh, yeah.
Multiple picks or one?
See, that's the thing. I kind of want to ask you guys. I have one pick that, in my opinion, is a lock. Now, do I get greedy?
Okay.
And do I put it with another play?
No, if it's a lock, you put
Yeah, if
your
you feel like
max.
it's a lock, just
But
go with it.
I mean,
Is it a plus money lock?
it would
Or
be.
are you laying points? What is it?
The lock is a plus money. The parlay, if I add the second leg,
Yeah.
then it's really showtime.
Are you doing the thing where you're going to fade yourself, like you're convinced on your pick, but then you're just going to flip it? Like you did?
745. You got to see.
Okay, that's a good tease. That's a solid.
I did a
radio
hockey
tease.
parlay, just a 2-game hockey parlay last night. Lost both of them.
Were the Caps involved?
Of course.
They just can't score consistently.
Well, they also just can't win 2 games in a row.
Yeah. I mean, right
But
now,
mostly because they don't score enough.
Yeah.
they don't. You're right. They're an average team right now.
And they don't have Willie. They don't have great goal scoring. I know Leno scored last night.
I just figured, they're playing San Jose, who's not a great team. They're playing at home. They know they kind of have to win.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't won back-to-back games since December 2nd and 3rd. Thought it was a good play. But loser. And I parlayed him with the Edmonton Oilers, who were, very good, especially at home. They lose to the Islanders. 0-2.
Hey, at least the Caps were 50% on the power play. They got a power play goal.
That's the only positive.
I mean, there's not a lot of positives to take away, but that's one.
Does Hockey Boy give you picks anymore?
No.
Hockey Man.
That was just a gut play.
A tingle play.
It was a tingle, and it was a big loser. I'm glad I don't put a lot of money on these games.
Should we put some money amongst ourselves? There's been a lot of banter behind the scenes about putting money on the 4 games. We have a pool. We
Yeah.
each put up $5. We each pick the games.
$5. Come on.
Sure.
Yeah, of
Who's
course I'll
in?
bet- I'll bet
So it'd be the 4 of
$5.
us. It's a $20 pool. Valdez, are you in?
Well, hold on. Is it?
Are we betting
You-
money line? Are we betting spreads? What are we doing?
I think you just pick
the winners.
Yeah, just pick the winners. But in order to take the pot, you got to go 4-0. Like if there's a 2-2 split, we're not chopping $20
So
three
everyone
ways.
gets them.
So we're just picking winners, no spread.
No spread, winners.
Okay. All right.
You have to go 4-0. If no one does, then money back.
How about carryover to the next
Roll
week?
over to the next
Or
one.
we could do that.
Yeah, let's do
But
that.
that might be difficult because there's only 2 games.
Then you maybe throw in a score as a
Why
tiebreaker.
don't we throw in national championship? 5 games.
You know who I'd be picking.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll doom you.
It might, but I don't care.
Yeah,
it's $5.
We'll just do we'll do the 4 NFL games.
All right, I mean, it's fine. Totally fine.
Or are you anti college football?
Well, I just want to do the NFL, the playoffs.
Okay.
It's fine.
Do you think anyone's going to take Miami?
He just said he would.
I would take Miami.
You would take
yeah.
Miami?
Sure. Do I get points or it's just straight
No,
up?
you pick the winner.
I want the points, but yeah, I would probably pick them. I have to. I've got to go down swinging.
I'd consider it. That size differential, and maybe they've faced that a bunch. It's so massive. The offensive line of the Hurricanes just way bigger than Indiana's defensive line that I could see them running the
They
football.
big boy him around.
Well, they're going
And
to have to do that.
Miami's strength on defense is their defensive line, and Mendoza so far has been clean, but maybe they can provide a little pressure. Now they do a quick passing, and they've faced other fearsome defenses.
Yeah.
But Miami's as good as anybody.
Well, Miami's
I think-
gotta
and
be-
then Miami's at home. Like
Miami's
I don't
got to be able to run the ball. They're not going to outscore Indiana. It's not going to be a shootout. They're going to lose a shootout, so they're going to have to keep the ball. But Indiana's defense. Here's the thing about Indiana: they just don't make mistakes. They're one of the fewest penalized teams in the country, and they're one of the fewest turnover teams in the country. Top 5, if not top 10, in both categories.
Why don't we do the 4 NFL games and then the national championship game with the score as the tiebreaker?
That works for me.
So you'd have 5 games to pick, and if there's some sort of tie, it comes down to the score.
Bobby seems upset
It's
about
fine.
that
It's fine.
wrinkle.
We
You
don't have
like-
to do it. That's fine.
You don't like the.
Well, I mean, it's just, it's fine.
He doesn't want to do it. That's
Yeah.
fine. I don't want to force him to do it. So we'll just do the 4 NFL games.
That works.
Yeah. So you have
I
to
just
go.
think we're likely to have the same
Yeah, but do you
picks.
like adding the score as the tiebreaker, Valdez, or no?
Whatever you guys want to do.
Why is he bitter?
I'm not. I'm just whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah. I don't. I could care less. You want my $5? I give you my $5.
Why
and
don't
I'll
we
make
do
picks.
Why don't we do the 4 NFL games and then the last game of the weekend, the Rams Bears scores the tiebreaker.
That works.
All right.
There you go.
All right. When are we doing? Are we doing good? Are we going to debut the? Are we going to make the picks on
We'll do
the air?
it. We'll do it. The last segment.
Okay.
So you guys can study,
study?
all show.
All right.
Yeah.
You make your mind up.
I just think we're likely to have a lot of the same picks. I don't know anybody's going to pick the Bears.
Why? I might.
All right, maybe.
Stafford's 1-8 in sub 32 degrees. It's gonna be -5 in Chicago.
He's wearing scuba gear.
He's got a finger injury.
Apparently, him and McVay are wearing like some sort of a scuba jacket underneath.
You know what? I'm telling you right now, I'm taking the Bears.
Stunning. Okay. So we'll have enough differences. All right, so we'll do that later in the show at 9:45. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Ben Standing will join us to give us the latest on the Washington Commanders and the latest on the new stadium as Josh Harris claims he's trying to make it the loudest stadium in the NFL. We'll tackle that later in the program right here on The Junkies.
106.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Inch 131.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Clear and cold, temperature in the low 20s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sunday, the road to the Super Bowl is on the Fan. Can the Texans defense slow down Drake May and the Patriots?
Henry's got it to the end zone. Touchdown, New England.
Kick off at 3. Then Hollywood's bright lights meet the cold, mean streets of Chicago as the LA Rams face the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field.
It is caught for the touchdown by DJ Moore.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back on a Football Friday. Sadly, there's only a few more.
I know. The season went by. To me, it went by in the blink of an eye.
Always does.
Just goes by so fast. Like, you can't believe it's week 1.
Well,
and then all of a sudden you blink and it's week like 9 or 10.
What's there to look forward to after this? You got the Olympics. No one really cares about the Olympics.
March Madness.
And then they got that, March Madness.
Opening day. I mean, we always get through it.
Though with March Madness, like, every game's apparently rigged now and fixed. And,
right.
Like, there's point shaving running rampant.
All right, let's get into some of that in the Junkie Sports page. And on the baseball tip, Kyle Tucker signs for $240 million.
$60 million a year.
And I was thinking that one guy who's a very good player. He's not the best player in Major League Baseball. No. He's probably making more than the entire payroll of the Washington Nationals.
I bet you it's very close.
100% he is.
We'll go through that.
The active Nats, if you don't count Strasburg.
We'll go through that.
Tucker.
All right, so college basketball point shaving scheme involving almost 40 players, 39 players on 17 teams.
By the way, I've heard this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Resulted in dozens of games in the previous 2 years being fixed by a gambling ring that included a former NBA player. This was according to a federal indictment unsealed on Thursday in Pennsylvania. 20 of the 26 defendants played college basketball during the 23-24 and the 24-25 season.
I believe the largest wager that I saw was placed on a Towson game.
$485,000 on a Towson
against NCA&T.
Yes, Towson to cover.
I don't remember.
I'm sure
the exact,
to cover.
I just saw the eye-popping number that was dropped.
See, it seems like the go-to is to bet an underdog on the first half.
Okay.
That's usually like 8 or more to cover.
Right.
So that way, it also gives the people who are involved the opportunity to win the game still.
Right.
So here are the schools that were named in the indictment: Abilene Christian, Alabama State, Buffalo, Coppin, DePaul, Eastern Michigan, Fordham, Kennesaw State, LaSalle, New Orleans, Nicholls State, NC-A&T, Northwestern State, Robert Morris, Bobby Morris,
Bobby Moe,
St. Louis, Southern Miss, and Tulane.
So none of the blue bloods.
Some of the defendants have already played this year. 4, I believe. And I guess they've all been suspended.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they have to be.
They're banned. They have to be barred from ever playing NCAA hoops ever again.
Yeah, I think it's hard to prove sometimes, though. Like, this is all alleged. Like, how are they going to prove?
Oh, they have text messages.
It's wire fraud too. They've got all kinds of evidence.
There's FaceTimes, text messages, like communication about the alleged fixing.
Yeah.
Also, it was fun yesterday was watch people. God, the internet's so great sometimes. People went back to like game footage.
Yeah.
In the first half, and they're splicing up all of the defendants,
all these guys and their plays.
Yeah, their turnovers.
Are they obnoxiously?
Oh
bad?
my God, I couldn't believe what I was watching. There's one, the guy literally just stood there and let the other dude drive the baseline and put the ball up. They're throwing the ball out of bounds.
Yeah,
like some of the stuff is so egregious. It was. My jaw was on the floor
watching it.
It's
the kind of stuff that gamblers have complained about for years and always been basically accused of being paranoid, and that sort of thing. But it's really, it goes on.
There's video of a 1-and-1 free throw, and the Paul defendant who's playing Georgetown gets the ball and just throws it to the ref out of bounds
instead of shooting it.
Well, no. Well, instead of just having the possession, Georgetown's shooting the ball. And then the DePaul gets it, throws it out of bounds. Georgetown's ball underneath the basket. Give them another possession.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't believe these guys are placing these massive wagers and thinking that it's not going to raise red flags. Do they not know what algorithms are and what outliers look like when
they're young and dumb?
When huge amounts of money come in on some of these games,
they're young and dumb.
Well, I'm sure they're just getting a piece of whatever.
Oh,
the total wager
also
is.
The masterminds of the scheme too. Like, they're dumb too, because they're gonna get caught and uncovered at some point.
Yeah, well, they were. 458. It was 458,000 Towson just to beat UNC-A&T.
Right.
424,000 on Kent State to cover first half against Buffalo. $275,000 on South Alabama to cover first half against Southern Miss. $256,000 on Northern Kentucky to cover first half against Robert Morris, and $161,000 on Louisiana Lafayette to cover first half on Southern Miss. So Southern Miss was involved in a couple of different plays here. So those were the 5 biggest wagers placed.
Does it make you pause? You're a heavy gambler, Jason. Does it make you pause at gambling when you know some of these games are rigged?
No, because maybe it'll come back. It'll help me.
Full steam ahead.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You'll still... Will
and
you
believe
gamble
me,
on
when
college hoops?
Sorry?
You'll still gamble on college hoops.
I did last night. Yeah. I had at least 3 moneyline parlays.
That is hilarious.
But I don't bet a lot of money. You would laugh if you saw how much money I
You're
I
a
bet.
small fish. I get it.
Let's see. I'm going to tell you last night what I did. I did 4 plays.
Okay.
All right. I did $5. 5 to win 15 on the hockey parlay.
Okay.
All right, so that $5 evaporated.
Didn't come through.
Okay. I've got $490 in my account right now. All right, because I just don't care about how much money I'm winning.
Yeah.
I just want to have the wager. I just want the sweat.
It's you got to have a micro sweat at all times.
All right. So here's my wager history from last night. All right, I lost a total of $2.79.
Oh my God.
Not bad.
All right, look. I had I lost a moneyline parlay on hoops. I took William & Mary against North Carolina A&T. I took St. Thomas against North Dakota.
Hold on a second.
I took Seattle against San Diego. I took UC San Diego against Cal State Northridge, and I think they lost.
Can you name any players on any of those teams?
Of course not.
Impossible. By the way, one of those teams you mentioned is the team that played that's part of the
North
investigation.
Carolina A&T.
And you're betting on them the same day that there's information about them shaving
I'm
points.
betting against them.
Betting
Yes.
against them, okay.
Yeah. Did another one, $5 to win $3.43. UNC Greensboro against the Citadel. Winner, William and Mary, who beat North Carolina A&T. And Tennessee State over Morehead State. All right, hit that one. Hit another parlay. Liberty against New Mexico State. Winner.
I mean, these all sound like teams that could be in the point shaving scandal. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are not like high caliber top 20 teams.
No, they're all.
He just wants action.
Yeah.
I know. It's just sicko degenerate.
Liberty against New Mexico State. Winner. Mercer against VMI. Winner. Northern Kentucky against Detroit. Winner. Hit that
Oh,
parlay.
you took Mercer?
I took Mercer against VMI. VMI is terrible.
All right, believe me, I get it.
So I hit. I went 2-2.
Pretty good.
I went 2-2.
But some of these teams
lost
were
$3.
Some of these teams were so bad that they were supposed to win in these fixed games, and the players did their part and played terrible, and they still ended up winning the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
One of the text exchanges, the guy says, "I did my part, but the other team sucks so bad."
Yeah. Now these, you sent me some videos. They're like 7 minutes long. Some
No, the second one's only a minute.
The second one's a little quicker.
I figured you couldn't.
But
get
you're
to a
right. It
7
probably
minute,
is tip of the iceberg. Probably going to be a lot of other schools and players involved here in the next few
There's
months.
a guy I follow who's like an ex-FBI agent, and he's been talking about this for 20 years about the point shaving, and it's rampant. It's everywhere.
And now the prop bets.
Of course, you're seeing it in college basketball and NBA. I wonder when you're going to start hearing stories about, I don't know, hockey, college football.
On the pro level, to
Major
me,
League
they make
Baseball.
so much money.
Major League Baseball, you've already seen it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't think that they'd get involved.
Yeah, but you've already had instances,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is it nuts?
Yeah, it's
All
not
right.
the guys who are making 25 or 30 million who are going to be in on fixing and point shaving.
I don't think Kyle Tucker will need to.
No,
No, he
it's
won't
the
need to.
fringe guys
Yeah.
who are vulnerable.
Well, I mean, you had the closer for the Indians,
Right?
Throwing balls, in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember, Cakes, it's not just the fringe guys. It can be guys if they're just in a bind and
Yeah.
they just don't want to pay.
Right.
You could be a superstar and you're down in a poker game, a mill, and you don't want to pay.
Mm-hmm.
So anything could come up.
Right.
Might be down just in your own personal gambling account, whatever it is.
Or your friends or whatever need money, their family needs money, and so instead of loaning them or giving them 50, 60K, just say, hey, I'm going to throw a
Right.
ball on the first pitch.
You could be a
Yeah.
super mush like Mike
Yeah.
Marr and just be desperate, and you're just out there.
Yeah.
Somebody could take advantage of you.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're finally clamping down. We'll see, though. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, you're going to see more stories, no doubt.
What's shocking is when it's a real superstar.
Problem is, in college basketball, are there any superstars anymore?
Maybe not in college, but
'Cause
I'm
they
talking
play
about once
for
you
a
get to
year.
the pros. Once you get to the pros.
Yeah.
But sure, there are some superstars. I mean, this
there-
guy, Dubinsky or whatever his name is.
I know, but they're
BYU.
barely there. Most people in the country have never heard of them.
Yeah.
I know. You're talking about the guy from BYU.
Yeah.
You got Boozer and
Darren Peterson.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of great players, but
I'm not saying they're not great players. They're just not stars because they're
Well,
not
yeah,
No,
you're
it's
not
not as
seeing
well known.
you're not seeing the big names involved or the big schools. You're seeing the middle of the road schools.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time
you're
before
probably
like
right.
Man, can you imagine a starting NFL quarterback throwing a game? Man, that'd be
I
bad.
can't imagine that.
That would be
They're
bad.
making too much money.
It
No,
depends.
the Art Schleitzers, those stories I think are dead.
It depends. What if it's like what if it's the guy that was starting for the Vikings?
Let's go back and look at J.J. McCarthy's game tape.
Well, what was the guy that was starting for the Vikings
Rosmer?
before JJ? Yeah, what if it was him?
Max
Max
Brosmer.
Brosmer.
Yeah.
I just think he's bad.
You never
I
know.
don't think he's. I don't think
Well,
he
that
has
makes
to
it
throw
even
the game.
easier.
No.
How bad?
Yeah, he doesn't have to throw the game to be bad.
Yeah, but it wouldn't stand out.
Right.
You know,
It's seamless.
yeah.
All right.
Still waiting for our offer to throw a radio show. If anybody wants to.
Well, a lot of people have said we've thrown a lot of them.
Yeah, for over
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah.
So we talked about it, briefly. College football championship, of course, is Monday. We're not in Monday, so we can kind of preview it today. And one thing to kind of pay attention to is the quarterback situation, Carson Beck versus Mendoza. Now, Carson Beck, when he is under pressure. Now, he's not under pressure a lot. Miami's offensive line is very good. And I believe he was one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the country this year. It was only about 17%. But on the times that he is pressured, that 17%, he's got 2 touchdowns and 4 picks. And his completion percentage is like 48%. All right. On the flip side, Mendoza, who isn't pressured a lot either, but he's been pressured more than Beck. His completion percentage is mid-50s, I think 55%. He's got 9 touchdowns and 2 picks. So he's better under pressure than Carson Beck. Now, when Carson Beck isn't under pressure, his completion percentage is in the 70s. But he also has, I think, 8 interceptions. In fact, Carson Beck is 1 for his last 11 in passes of 20 yards or more. Okay, so they're just not a deep threat passing team. They're not an explosive passing offense, and if you put him under pressure, he will make mistakes. Now Mendoza on the other side has 8 touchdowns, no picks in his 2 college football playoff performances. His completion percentage is 85%.
Yeah, but Miami does have explosive players.
Of course they do.
So Beck might not be hitting them on deep throws. But remember, in the last game, he throws that wide receiver screen.
Yeah, it's Malachi Tony. Yeah,
Tony takes it to the house.
Yep.
So
they use Malachi Tony as kind of an extension to the run game.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to keep the ball and run the ball well to beat Indiana. Also, remember, Miami is one of the most penalized teams in the country. Indiana is not. They just don't make a lot of mistakes. They don't turn the ball over. So the odds are stacked against Miami, but Miami's got studs up front, and if they can put pressure on Mendoza like they did in the other playoff games, because they've got 13 sacks in the 3 playoff games.
I'm just worried about just the pressure that it's hard to finish off a season undefeated. It's really hard. They had a few games where it was tight.
Sure, I mean the Penn State game.
Yeah, they had a few, went down to the wire.
But it just might be their year.
I think it is
one of those years.
I think it is.
Interestingly, Beck was probably higher rated than Mendoza going into the season, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think
and
so.
then Beck this year just slid down.
No one expected Mendoza to do
Mendoza
that.
shoots up to probably be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Right. Probably, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Speaking of the draft, Dante Moore, who, of course, was at Oregon, decided to come back to school. Smart decision. Probably going to make $6 million. Not ready for the NFL. Basically only played 1 year. Ty Simpson, I think it's a mistake. Ty Simpson from Alabama is going pro. Now, he's been in the league in college for 4 years, but he's only started for 1 year. He needs to come back, but he's not. Ty Simpson's making a mistake, I believe.
Especially when you can make another $5-10 million in college.
Yeah.
Why not just get more reps?
Dante Moore
Big
is
time reps.
Does he smart decision.
Does he have a backup behind him that he's afraid will beat him out?
Simpson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well, I don't know if that's what it is. I mean, I think
that could be a factor.
Simpson still would be the starter, but yeah, they do have another quarterback that they're high on.
Yeah, and they might be kind of nudging him out. Could be.
Well, yeah, but Ty Simpson could enter the portal and get paid from another school.
True.
So I think it's a mistake for Ty Simpson.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to give you a
think
scenario.
these kids have to play at least 2 full years. You play 1 year, you're not ready for
How
the league.
funny is it going to be when he gets drafted by the Jets in the 2027 draft? Because he's trying to dodge them in the 2026
By the way,
Oh,
draft.
Dante?
Yeah.
That's the primary reason why I was kind of anti-Drake May, was just the lack of experience at Carolina. It was the number one reason.
Yeah, I know. That's why a lot of people
reason.
felt that way. But he did play 2 full years, and that second year is big.
Yeah.
All right, so we talked about Kyle Tucker, free agent, biggest free agent on the board, signs with the Dodgers, shocker, for 4 years and $240 million.
I mean, that's a lot of money over a short period of time, Cakes. That's a lot of money over a long period of time.
$60 million a year.
Well,
that's crazy.
A lot of the experts thought he was going to get a 10-year deal worth about $400 million.
Yeah,
so he gets a 4-year deal worth $240.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it doesn't equate to what people expected. But the Dodgers' tax payroll for 2026, $413 million. That means their tax bill last year was $170 million, which was more than the top or the second and third most tax teams combined.
And where does that money go to?
I believe that was the
money.
Mets in Toronto.
Right. Does their taxed money get spread around to the low payroll teams?
I don't know where that tax money goes. You have to Google that. But their $413 million payroll will be taxed $161 million this year.
Sure, it's a level playing field.
I just saw
in the majors.
I saw a quote in one of these articles that Dave Roberts at the end of the season said, We just need to run it back. We don't need to make a big splash in the offseason. And then they make the biggest splash in the offseason.
Oh, yeah. They've got, if you look at their payroll, I had their payroll up. Let me see if I still have it. Anyway, they've got
a lot of their guys are on deferred contracts, right? Like Shohei's getting most of his money deferred.
And some of the money for Tucker is
the
deferred.
Pitcher deferred.
Yes, Yamamoto, he deferred. All right, so Tucker is going to make $57 million. All right, Shohei is, now it's deferred, but his luxury tax number is $46 million. Blake Snell's $31 million. Mookie Betts is $30 million. Tyler Glasnow is $28 million. Yamamoto's $27 million. Freddie Freeman's $27 million. Edwin Diaz, who they also signed in the offseason, closer from the Mets, is at $22 million. Teoscar Hernandez, who's probably going to be a bench player if not traded, is at $19 million.
Amazing.
They've got about 14 guys making at least $10 million.
Who's the highest paid player on the Nats right now?
Probably Trevor Williams.
Is he even making $10 million?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe C.J. Abrams?
No,
I don't think so.
C.J. Abrams is not. No. He's not in that stratosphere yet.
It's either Ruiz or Trevor Williams.
What is the total Dodger payroll, you said?
$413 million.
I think C.J. Abrams just agreed to an arbitration number like a little bit over $4 million, if memory serves correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's good money, but it's not Dodger money.
By the way, Valdez.
And this is the reason the Dodgers have won back-to-back World Series. So here's Trevor Williams is the highest paid player at $7 million for the Nats this year.
Just peanuts. It's garbage. Last, I know we got to go break. I did see that it is official. I pulled the number out of the sky, but it's just Bryson DeChambeau is officially asking for $500 million from Liv over 4 years.
I mean, that's a lot of dough.
It's a lot of dough.
Probably going to get it, too.
We'll see.
Trying
to
keep
if he gets it.
Live afloat.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. He's under contract, so these guys will all be there this year.
For another year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's under, yeah.
Things will change.
All right, we got Ben Santa coming up at 8. Is that right, or at 7?
8 o'clock.
Leave it
8 o'clock.
Coming up next, there's talk about vacationing to the moon. Would you be interested? We'll get into that next here on The Junkies.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The pull volley slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at TaxPro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-444-9112. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call TaxPro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-444-9112. 800-444-9112. That's 800-444-9112.
You may not run a 4440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on, local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
So there's an article on Vice.com. The title is, "You can now reserve a hotel room on the moon if you can afford it."
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm so sure you can reserve.
They got a
you can
Hyatt
already
Regency.
reserve a room for a hotel that's not even built yet.
A Silicon Valley startup called Grew Space is taking reservations for a hotel on the moon, with the guest deposits ranging from $250,000 to $1 million. Of course,
okay. I mean,
there's no hotel there just yet. There may never be a hotel, but here's my question.
Yeah.
If there were, would you go?
No,
Well,
of course I wouldn't go.
no.
I haven't even been to Europe. I'm going to go to the moon all of a sudden.
I just don't know what the point would be.
I still get freaked out going on an airplane. I'm going to feel okay going on a rocket.
What's the point of going to the moon? To look down at the Earth?
I don't know. Do you know how far away the moon is?
Yeah, how long would that take?
Isn't it 293,000 miles away?
Yeah, ponder that.
It's so far.
Ponder how far that is.
But what would the point be? Like, I'm
There's
just
no
thinking,
point.
I'm not big into sightseeing trips. I like doing things.
There's four
but
guys in here.
sightseeing-
Maybe Cakes is maybe he might be a little bit into sightseeing.
Now, this was when I was a kid.
little.
Depends on what the sites are.
This was when I was a kid and was a teenager, but the worst vacation I ever had, and it was when I was 12 or 13 years old, and that was the peak of me wanting to watch baseball.
Right.
and my parents would make me go. We traveled to San Francisco and Napa and all this stuff, and I just didn't care about one thing. I think they took us to a glass making factory at some point.
Fun. What
was the point of that?
I don't know. You're supposed to
Just didn't
culture
care.
you. I know.
Even the wharf when the seals.
Yeah.
To see the seals, didn't care.
Listen, I'm right there with
I
you.
just want to stay in my hotel room.
I care about nothing, but I would say we're probably, for our level of education attained, and for the success we've had in life, the foremost uncultured people in this category.
Yeah,
We're
I would agree.
Very, very uncultured. We're very, very uncurious.
Yep.
We're a unique group.
But you know what? I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with it.
I haven't,
fine with it.
I haven't gone, but I've compared to you guys, I've traveled the most. So I've been to a bunch of countries. I've been to Europe 4 or 5 times. Now I haven't been to Rome since I was very, very young, so I don't really remember it. But the Colosseum, in Rome. What do you do after 2 minutes? You look at it. It's the Colosseum.
That's my point.
Yeah. What do you do?
That's
you
my
stare
point.
at it.
I guess you probably read a bunch of plaques about the history and different things that happen
gets
there.
boring. I would guess that gets boring pretty quickly.
I told you that I'm being. I don't. I got to be delicate with this because there'll be repercussions. But I have been asked again
by
my wife.
Yes, to go somewhere.
To go to Europe for our 30th anniversary, which is this year.
And you're out on it.
No, I have said about it, but I just said, listen, if you find me a first class seat.
You buckled a little bit.
I gave a window. I gave an opportunity.
Yeah.
If you find me a first class seat.
Showed some weakness.
Okay.
You'll
then
do it.
I'll grant it.
Is this to go to Italy or just a different spot in Europe?
I have no idea.
By the way, what's going on with the Italians?
Just wherever she wants to go.
What's going on with the Italians just slacking on getting the hockey arenas built and ready in time for the Olympics?
Oh, I missed that.
How long? They've known that they're hosting the Olympics for like
years.
I think 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And they're coming down to the wire and getting like the main arenas ready for the hockey portion of the Olympics.
Are they worried about the ice? Is the ice not going to be frozen?
They were still like building out the inside of the arena within the last week.
Doesn't make any sense to
What
me.
are they doing?
Slacking, as you prefaced it.
They are chilling over there in Italy.
What's the worst vacation spot you've been to?
Oh, this is easy. Williamsburg, Virginia. Williamsburg, Virginia stinks. Everybody
I've been there, yeah.
Let's go to an old school.
like the glass
Let's go
blowing.
to an old school tavern and let's make candles. It's terrible. Let's take pictures in the stocks. Terrible. All of it bad. We went on a school field trip, I remember, to Williamsburg way back in the day, and my mom's got a weird Williamsburg fetish too. Williamsburg, the worst vacation spot on planet Earth, in my opinion.
I would say
stinks.
I would say a close sec. Okay, in that same vein, I have two. The first is Aruba. I've talked about it. Islands overrun by
destroys Williamsburg.
Aruba overrun by iguanas.
Okay.
I had a miserable experience. I couldn't relax for 1 second.
Just because of the iguanas.
Yeah, Jason, you're at your resort, it's at the Marriott or whatever, and you're at poolside, and they're crawling all underneath you.
Right.
And they're crawling in the hallways.
You just can't bring food out to the pool.
Who doesn't bring food? Like, I'm on vacation. I bring food and drink.
You just got to go up to the bar.
Did they
and
tell
have your
you
food
when
there.
you checked into the hotel? Did they tell you about
They
Oh,
the
didn't
iguanas?
need to. They were all over by the check-in area.
They're all chilling out on the rocks.
How big is an iguana?
Oh, they can be like this big.
They're everywhere.
They're big boys.
they're big?
They're probably harmless. They never hurt me. They're menacing. They look like little monsters, and you can never put your feet down.
They look like mini dinosaurs.
I had a Chase Lounge. I just wanted to be in my Chase Lounge. They're crawling underneath me.
You're just on edge.
I was on edge the entire week. It was hell. Now, and to Cakes' point, my father used to like to go to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He would take the family.
Okay.
Every year. Believe me, we went for like 2 nights.
Amish country. So
He would take us to Amish country because it was, for him, I guess it was peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what the hell. Maybe because it was just cheap.
You never got an explanation from your dad why he
Why
loved
are
it?
we going here? But my parents are from the country, so maybe it made them feel a little bit like home
nostalgic
or something.
to the simpler times.
Like a throwback. It's a throwback
We would
spot.
go to Amish country, and we would go to these Amish restaurants, and you want to talk about nothing to do. There was nothing to do.
Because that's pre-cell phone, pre-everything.
We would bring out our gloves, and we would just, like, play catch in front of a restaurant.
You'd have a catch.
Like, what do you do?
Right.
There's nothing to do.
I've never been to Amish country. I remember you guys did that every year.
10 times.
I do like me a good Amish market, though. I go to an Amish market. The line for a soft pretzel's 100 people long. They've got an amazing butcher spot. And the Amish market is solid.
What's the worst Bish Bucks vacation?
Tijuana?
I had some fun times there.
Yeah, that wasn't.
That's a work trip. That's not really vacation.
You went to Spain for honeymoon.
Spain was great. Italy was great. I mean, the trips over there sucked, but being there was awesome. Probably when my mom would take me to the Beachmark Hotel in Ocean City.
Okay.
You just didn't like that hotel.
That hotel, I mean, at the time, I didn't know what a nice hotel
It's a
was.
motel.
Right.
Yeah, it's a motel.
Yeah,
Because you enter from
put
the
your
outside.
car in. Yeah, like right outside your car.
Yeah, you enter from the outside.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Beachmark, I don't even know if that's still there, the Beachmark.
Oh, I'm sure it's not. I mean, if you
It
were
was there a long
if you were there
time.
40 plus years ago,
It was long.
might be.
Oh, it was there a
Now,
long time.
let's consult Ocean City expert Matt Valdez,
I don't know if
historian.
It's about 70th Street, somewhere in there.
Well, if we're talking worst hotels, EB and I, along with Stumper, stayed in a hotel,
Riviera Beach.
when we were heading towards Miami.
No, we were supposed to stay in West Palm Beach that night, and West Palm was so expensive, we said we'll just stay at the next exit. The next exit was Riviera Beach. Well, that sounds like something
That sounds
grand.
scenic.
That sounds like something you'd
Yeah.
see, I don't know, like on TV.
You
or
think of
something.
like French Riviera.
Yeah,
You're
French
like, this
Riviera.
must be
Riviera
fancy.
Beach. We'll stay at Riviera Beach. Oh my God, we were lucky to get through the night.
It was like a $60 motel.
There were 19 bolts and locks and chains on your door, and signs everywhere that said, "We're not responsible for you dying, for your car."
Even though you
I
didn't have
paid
any money, you guys once you saw that, you should have said, "We got to get out of here. We're not going to make it."
I
through
think
the
I
night."
paid less than EB and Stumper because they said they didn't want to sleep in the bed next to the window.
Well, I don't blame them.
So I paid less by sleeping in the bed by the window in case there was a shooting or a drive-by.
True story.
That's
It was so
And their
bad.
motto is "Best waterfront city." I don't know
Riviera
why you
Beach?
sleep.
Maybe it is.
We maybe stayed on the outskirts. It was in a, I mean,
Maybe it's at a come-up case since I was there.
It's a glow up.
there was
for the last
definitely
30
drug
years.
deals being done in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah, they were riding around on bikes. The show. What was going on?
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 7 o'clock on a Football Friday. We hit the skins, give you the latest on the Washington Commanders here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Big Blue just broke the bank. The New York Giants have finalized their 5-year, $100 million deal, making John Harbaugh the NFL's highest-paid coach. Is Harbaugh the answer in New York? He better be at that price tag. I'm Greg Toll.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot on an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Maybe you like some of the dogs. Are you a Niners guy? Texans guy? Rams? Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 1067 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here.
Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
The San Jose Sharks used a 3-goal second period to top the Capitals 3-2 last night. Dylan Strome put the Capitals up 1-0 in the second period, but the Sharks took over from there. Strome and Ryan Leonard scored for the Caps. Ovi had an assist. Logan Thompson made 23 saves in the loss. And stop me if you've heard this one before, but the Dodgers signed somebody for a lot of money, and they're really good. Kyle Tucker, the consensus best player available in free agency, agreed to join the Dodgers for 4 years at $240 million, and it includes opt-outs after the second and third seasons. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And all year, as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies, we're presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. 7 o'clock, time to hit the skins.
All right, guys. I guess we can still kind of discuss a little bit of the aftermath of the Commanders unveiling their new potential stadium cakes. Their new
Dude,
roof
most people
stadium
seem
design.
to love it.
That's what I was going to lead with. Is that, man? It seemed almost universal. I did see one that appeared to be some sort of like Commanders fan account that was lamenting the fact that it was going to be a dome, and that they had the Valdez complaint.
Mm-hmm.
But if you looked at the national response, just by national pundits, I mean, who cares what they think? But I mean, just everyone just seemed to embrace it. And then locally, I thought for the most part, I only saw one that was super everyone just like, wow, that's really cool. That's going to be great.
Here's the Instagram poll at Sports Junkies Radio. Give us a follow on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. 91%.
Wow.
Like the new design.
Yeah.
It blends in with the DC architecture, and it's a nod of the hat to the old RFK.
Did you drive by there yesterday? Is that the way you
I
drive
drive by
to
it
go
every home? day. And
What's it look like now? Just nothing?
You can't even see it from 295 or whatever that.
Because they've taken it all
that
down. Right?
Devil Road is that I take home every day. God,
It's called the Parkway.
Whatever it is, I hate that way home. But you know what? There's no good way home from where I live.
Where you live.
From here.
Of
There
course,
just isn't.
It's a new roof stadium design with a translucent roof, 70,000 capacity. Remember, they had talked about 65,000, but I guess they're giving themselves some leeway there to get up to 70 if they want. Potential 2030 opening at the site, and I guess at the same sort of footprint of RFK Stadium. Of course, I think Cakes mentioned the stadium design firm HKS, whose portfolio includes SoFi, which everybody loves, U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, likewise, everyone raves about, and then AT&T Stadium, Jerry World in Arlington. So, looks like a home run. I'm super excited about it. My daughter asked me, would you go? And of course, the answer is yes, I would go. A new stadium will get me out there.
But it's probably
that
with an
will get me
asterisk.
out there. What do you, free tickets?
Yeah, you want hookup. I mean, who doesn't want a hookup?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that goes without saying.
And by the way, listeners, don't attack us because we like getting a hookup. Okay,
Right.
Everybody likes getting a hookup.
Well, didn't we
and
talk
free
about
tickets.
it? Did we talk about this yesterday on the air or not? Or is it off-air conversation? That the Vault Suites they're basically all giveaways because they're corporately owned.
Right.
Yes.
They're corporately owned.
Right.
It's like one or two companies or whatever own them.
So you can't buy specific tickets for a game at the vault. Yeah.
And get the Vault Suites.
Right.
No, they're corporately owned. They're give to clients or whatever. So don't say, I would know if I had free. Well, get free seats. Make a connection.
Yeah, meet some people.
Meet somebody.
Shake some hands out
Get
there.
out of your basement.
Yeah, glad hand.
So the first season they'll be in the new stadium would be in 5 years, correct?
2030.
Yeah, so 5 more seasons. 26.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I think.
You got the figures and toes?
I'm doing the figure.
Yeah, 5 seasons. from
5
now.
seasons.
We have to count on our hands.
I know.
It's that bad.
All right, so we talked
It's
about...
early in the morning.
I know. I get it.
We talked about this earlier in the show, but it is interesting to look at it from this perspective. Jason mentioned that quarterback Dante Moore will be returning to Oregon, and he potentially could have been up there at the top end of the draft. And I think it's I don't know, it's A to Z Sports has written about how that affects specifically a team like the Commanders at the top of the draft. Why? Obviously, more quarterbacks that are kind of hot makes your pick more valuable for a team like Washington that would love to move down and add more picks if it's viable. When you look at the quarterback class, it is overall, these guys may be okay, but a fairly weak class in the sense there's not a lot. There's Mendoza, right, supposed to go 1. Everybody else, like after that, it's like Trinidad Chambliss, Ole Miss, and Ty Simpson, but kind of way below. Now, things could change. Teams could grasp.
But probably just one day one starter. You would think.
Yeah,
that's what you would think.
Maybe Ty Simpson will be a day one starter, but I doubt it, which maybe affects the Commanders in this way. The desperate teams may be turning to people like Marcus Mariota.
That could also affect them. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need a stopgap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want a stopgap. Of course, currently Washington picks 7th. You also have Miami, Pittsburgh, the Jets, who all could be looking for a quarterback. So maybe something could happen. I mean, the Jets at 2, would they they're not going to take a Simpson at 2, right? Seems
No,
unlikely.
no
That's
chance.
way too
Seems
high.
unlikely, but let's wait as we get closer to the draft. As you
Yeah.
see it,
Let's see how
quarterbacks
they
move up.
look in the workouts.
And then
combines.
further down, a team like the Steelers are going to need a quarterback.
Right.
What are the Steelers going to do? Aaron Rodgers retires. You're going to run Mason
I know,
Rudolph
mention
in as
that.
your
Well,
starter?
we had that guy from the fan in Pittsburgh. He said they might just kind of mini tank.
They might just bite the bullet for a year and hope they luck out in the Arch Manning sweepstakes in 2027.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a Steelers thing to do, to just stink for a year, but they may just have to take their medicine at this point because they've been picking so late in the draft for so long. And I think their pick this year is, 21?
21.
But that's also where, like, Kyler Murray might be coveted by another team.
Well,
if he
good luck
gets
with
let
that.
go from Arizona.
Good luck acquiring Kyler Murray and thinking he's going to be the guy that's going to lead you on a deep
There's
playoff.
so
Okay,
many-
but teams did that with Justin
Look,
Fields.
There are going to be a lot of
Still need quarterbacks.
mediocre quarterbacks that are going to get overpaid and or acquired this offseason.
At the end of
because
the day, Cakes, not everybody's got a superstar. They got to hold their nose.
I understand.
Yeah,
You
you're
got to
right.
hold their nose.
And the Raiders,
There's
I
so
know.
many desperate teams.
Raiders gave Geno Smith a big pile of money.
Right.
Well, that didn't work out, so now they're going to take Mendoza, but maybe
Geno could be
maybe
one
they
of those
let
guys.
Geno Smith go, and then another team that
someone would pluck him.
you got to fill the starting spot. So if you're the Raiders, you're the Jets.
I mean, you're just
you go down
drawing-
these teams, you need somebody.
You're just drawing so dead if Geno Smith is your starting quarterback in 2026.
But to EB's
Like,
point,
if you're part of that team's fan base, you look at that, you're like, well, we have no shot.
Correct.
We'd be lucky to win 6 or 7 games with Geno Smith.
Correct. There are, half the teams in the league are, well, maybe not half, a third are just desperate for quarterbacks.
right? Exactly. And TB's point is, if you have nobody in the draft that you really covet, you're going to have to pick somebody up to be your starting quarterback, and that's where guys like Justin Fields got a gig last year. Maybe Marcus Mariota decides to move
Well,
this
the
year.
other part of it is even if Washington just stays where they are, having more out of the equation as a potential top 10, top 7 pick means one of your guys like Bain or David Bailey or Carnell, those guys, one of those guys likely to be gone. So you just have one less guy, right? If there were 2 quarterbacks in the top 7 gone and 5 other position players that you had your eye on, now there's going to be 6 position players and only 1 quarterback, right?
Right.
So it just takes away one potential option.
Yeah, because a
that
lot
you
of people
could be
thought,
really eyeing.
Yeah, because a lot of people thought Moore was going to go top 5.
Yes.
Here are questionable quarterback situations. The Dolphins.
Yep.
What do they do with Tua? They believe
the Jets.
Ewers is the guy. Doubt it.
I said
Yep.
the Dolphins,
Jets,
the Steelers, and the
Pittsburgh,
Jets.
Browns.
Those are the ones come right to mind.
The Steelers, the Browns.
Browns potentially
The
could too.
Cardinals, if Kyler Murray moves on, which a lot of people think he will.
the Colts. What about the Colts?
Definitely in there.
Yeah.
Now they can.
Daniel
they
Jones
can,
is going to be out for. He's going to be out a while. Raiders.
Now they're going to draft Mendoza.
They're going to draft Mendoza. Correct. The Giants obviously are looking at Dart. Some of these teams also have veterans who are on the backside of their careers. Right.
Like the Falcons are going to be relying on Kirk Cousins to start the season.
Right.
Because Penix is banged
Matt
up.
Stafford had a great season.
Yep.
And might win the MVP, but he's in the backside of his career.
Right.
I mean, I don't think he's got 5 years left.
No, but I don't think you can
Cardinals-
draft one in the first round.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that some of these teams are still. It's still a question mark of who their future quarterback is going to be. Cardinals certainly have a quarterback issue. I guess the Saints are fine now because Shock's last 5 games. In the middle of the season, I would have said they were a quarterback-heavy team. What about
The guy who really surprised me with his play this year, who I think he might be under contract for 1 more year, was Jacoby Brissett. And look, I know he's not special, and maybe
He's not,
it's just because he was on a bad team that was always trailing, but that guy put up some pretty good numbers in Arizona. And I don't know if you want him as, like, obviously your long-term starter, but I think a few teams, like the teams we mentioned, are going to give him a serious look and be like, Jacoby Brissett could be our bridge quarterback
He's a stopgap.
until we find our guy.
He's a stopgap, but
You could do a lot worse.
again, DB's point, if there aren't good quarterbacks coming out of college, that means some of these lesser guys are going to fill spots.
Right.
So let's say whoever takes over as the Cardinals head coach, they decide to run with Brissett. They decide also as an organization financially it's not worth it keeping Kyler Murray. It's not like Kyler Murray. I think people have decided. Kyler Murray is mid at best, but somebody's going to pick him up to start because they're going to need somebody.
Dude, for some teams, he'd be a huge upgrade. It just would be.
But I would guess that it'll go down the Justin Fields path, where he gets a second shot and he's just
but he's so much better than Justin Fields.
He's a better passer than Justin Fields, but there are a lot of question marks about Kyler Murray, his leadership.
All right, so we're approaching free agency, obviously, right? The Commanders have over 30 players, Cakes, who will hit free agency in March, including, I'm going to give you some of the names, all right? Obviously, the top of the list is Debo, Bobby Wagner, Marcus Mariota, Zach Ertz, who probably is done, Von Miller, Jonathan Jones, Eckler, probably done, Wiley, Dietrich Wise, Noah Brown, you love him, Cakes. Our guy, Tress Way, Jake Martin, Noah Igbenogany, Josh Johnson, goes on and on and on. Of that list, and I kind of gave you the bigger ones at the top. Chris Rodriguez is in there, Chris Paul. Of that list, how many, and Commanders Wire, tip of the cap to them, they noted this, how many of those are actually considered top 50 NFL free agents?
Top 50 in that group?
No. Yes. In other words, across the league, how many skins are in the top 50?
I'd guess 2 tops.
I'd say 3 or 4.
Give me the names. I need the names.
Oh, Tress Way's got to be one of them.
All right.
I mean, he's one of the best punters.
He's not.
He's not on that list.
He's not considered.
I don't think. Okay. I think Bobby.
We love Tress, but he's not considered a top free agent.
I think Bobby Wagner might still be in the mix.
Debo will be in that.
They have
list.
Bobby Wagner still on that list.
Really?
Right. Nailed that.
And Debo.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. Debo.
44,
so
like
2?
47.
Because they still produce.
Oh, that helps my Debo is going to make $20 million bet.
Maybe.
It gives it a little bit of life.
He's ranked 44. He's a 44th ranked free agent. But the fact that they still have Bobby Wagner in there at the 47, I mean, of course he's going to play another year.
Didn't he finish top 5 in tackles this year?
You know what? It's probably going to be here. It's probably be in the burgundy and gold.
What did he finish in
Think
tackles?
that?
I
don't know.
You don't think Dan Quinn has an affinity for Bobby Wagner?
Yeah, but
I think
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure he does.
He probably finished pretty high.
You think he's not going to slide a piece of paper across the table to him and says 1 year, $10 million?
I think you said it so eloquently. We finished last with him. We can finish last without him.
I would be fine with parting ways.
162 tackles, 5th in the NFL.
But I would be fine with parting ways, but I think he's going to be here next year.
You actually do?
I do think he's going to be here next year.
If he wants to play, I would not be stunned.
That'll be.
I know that you get freaked out about his coverage, and it's valid, but and you can mock me for saying this. It's still only a handful of times.
Right, but they just exploit him. Teams look at him and target him. We're going to run schemes that force Bobby in certain situations to cover, whoever, and he can't do it.
Then that should be Dan Quinn's first question to whoever he hires as defensive coordinator. How do you not get Bobby Wagner isolated in coverage?
I think you might perceive his good outweighing his bad. I think you focus on the bad, which looks really bad.
Outweighing is good, yeah.
But I think his good outweighs his bad.
Well,
so
his bad is he's exposed in wheel routes every once in a while and gives up, a pass to Saquon Barkley for a touchdown. But I would say that most linebackers in those situations would probably give up the touchdown as well.
You remedy
he
that?
can't play. He can't play 100% of the snaps.
No, that needs to be reduced. You remedy the wheel route by drafting Caleb Downs at 7, and he picks up the guy coming out of the backfield because he should be able to cover backs and or tight ends or whoever's burning Bobby Wagner.
I borderline think the fan base will revolt if they bring him back. I think the perception is we got to move on, and everyone likes him. It acknowledges accomplishments.
Should the Commanders target George Pickens in free agency?
I mean, that's a tantalizing name. He doesn't strike me as a Dan Quinn type of guy.
I know.
But Dan Quinn, he needs to win a lot of games in 2026.
So you're not going to have 53 choir boys.
Understood. I'm intrigued by George Pickens.
You let Debo go bye-bye, and then you replace him with George Pickens.
That's a massive upgrade.
I would agree.
He's expensive.
They got plenty of cap room.
We got a lot of money.
We got $90 million in cap room.
He's expensive, but if he keeps his head on right and Jaden plays 15 games, he could catch 12 to 14 touchdowns.
It also frees
Be a
you up.
monster.
Will anybody
also-
say Jaden plays 17 games?
No.
Not at this point.
I'm tempering my expectations.
Right.
15.
But it frees you up in the draft, right? If you take Pickens, then you just
Certainly.
you could draft a receiver in the 5th round, just
Correct.
like a Jalen Lane flyer,
Right.
See if you can hit something. You know,
And you got CMC's
Or you
little
could
bro
go
coming
some-
back.
Or you could go someone cheaper, Juwan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed.
Juwan Jennings is kind of intriguing
Yeah,
too.
I mean, you
He's
wouldn't-
cheaper.
what
You
about
wouldn't have to-
Ayuk? Is the bloom off that
Oh,
rose
I can't-
because
I
of the way
can't.
that situation
Yeah.
played out?
I like the fact that he's buddies with Jaden, but he's had too many red flags there with
I'd
the
rather,
Niners.
I'd rather have this other
Do
guy.
you think he will sign somewhere?
Oh yeah.
Somebody will take a chance with him. I'd
I mean,
have a
he
hard time
kind
thinking
of
it'd be the
went
Commanders.
AWOL on the team.
Yeah.
His teammates said they haven't seen him in months.
Yeah.
Or-
There's some huge red flags.
Or
there.
would you rather have Alec Pierce instead of George Pickens?
Alec Pierce.
I like Alec Pierce.
He works for me too.
It's a big play guy.
White boy that can burn them deep.
I think
that's a unique skill set that he possesses.
I think they should target. So in the draft, they should go heavy defense, but I think they should. Their top free agent position, I think it should be receiver.
Do you think they will make splash signings, like not just 1 year Von Miller types?
Yeah, I
like
think so.
splash, like 1 or 2 guys here for 3 to 4 years.
they have to. The 1 year band-aids, it didn't work so great.
But you
it'll
would have
be
qualified. You would have qualified Debo as a splash last season.
That was a splash.
Yeah.
1 year splash.
Kinlaw, I would
But
not say
I'm
was a
talking about
splash.
more of a commitment, though. More of a commitment financially.
'Cause they
like
gotta-
actually put your balls on the table and let's go.
Yeah.
The Tunsil deal was a splash.
Yeah, but that was a trade.
Yeah.
I think they're going to make a free agent splash or 2.
Right. Like
I
a
think
big
so.
name,
Because they've got a ton of money to spend.
prime player
Yeah.
in their prime.
I think they will.
Not
Yeah,
on
but
the
they don't
back
have a ton
end.
of players under contract, so a lot of that money has to go to locking up the Jacob Martins of the world.
Yeah, well,
Got to fill out a roster.
if you want to make your roster better, you got to go look at other players and other teams.
When we come back, let's talk about what Josh Harris said. The owner of the Commanders said he wants their new stadium, which the renderings came out yesterday and people like the design, to be the loudest in the NFL. Can Washington become the loudest
Play the music,
destination
Case. I
in
wanna
the
hear the music.
NFL?
Come on. Fired up about this
If you
stadium.
want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Can Washington eclipse teams like Seattle and their 12th man and become the loudest stadium in the NFL? We'll tackle that next here on The Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We're going to talk college sports. Yeah, the Natty, but also this huge point shaving scandal that's going to go all over college hoops at 11 with John Talty. Talking to the Maryland Governor, Wes Moore, at 12:15 for our divisional round picks. Plus, Ask B. Mitch Anything, brought to you by College & Co. at 1 o'clock.
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
So Josh Harris says he wants the new Commander Stadium to be a loud atmosphere, the loudest in the NFL. Is this possible?
All right, hold on. Can I just say this?
The way it's constructed?
Oh, it's possible.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say this. This is going to be the oldest man thing I've ever said.
You're about to shake your fist at the clouds. I can't wait to hear this one.
I don't really want to go to the world's loudest stadium.
That is.
I'm sorry.
You'd rather go to a dead stadium?
To me, it doesn't matter. My ears ring already. The loudness of the stadium won't affect me one way or the other.
If it's the loudest stadium in the league, it's covered, obviously. That could be hard on you.
And hopefully I'll
That
be
could
in
be
a suite
freaking annoying.
so I can just stand up, and if it's too loud, I can just
I don't think you're going to go to many
close the
games then.
window.
I'm not going to go to many games regardless.
No, you're not.
It could be the world's greatest stadium. I'm not going to go to a ton
Is
of
it
games.
possible? I mean, I immediately think of Seattle. I do think of other domes, like the Vikings when
Ford
they're going
Field
is
gets
loud.
raucous.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, enclosed stadiums, it's going to be loud.
I saw
Yeah.
a commentary that last week's Bears game, they were saying that was the loudest they had seen. What is the field called now? It's not just Soldier Field.
Isn't it Soldier
Is
Field?
still
Soldier Field at.
I figured they had a
something
sponsorship.
at Soldier Field. I think they do.
Oh,
have
it has a
sponsor.
corporate sponsor?
Yeah, I
didn't
think they've
know
got
that.
some sort of
It's hard to
sponsorship.
keep up. I know a lot of them. I don't know if I know all of them at this point.
I mean, I think it would be great. Is the part of the design, like, we don't know how the interior is going to look, but it's a football field, so
Well, I'm sure they can figure out ways to make the sound bounce around.
yeah.
There's definitely acoustic things.
Somebody on Twitter, and I don't know whether believe it or not, tried to say like kind of the potato chip design would
Yeah.
enhance the sound. I don't know.
Possible, but they could definitely do things to enhance the sound.
But here's the counter, and Valdez brought it up. The wine and cheese crowd in D.C., the cost of the tickets. They may be pricing out the blue-collar people that like to bring the noise. And from the renderings we saw, that there's not at least a big parking lot for tailgating. I'm sure they'll have some designated tailgating areas, but is it going to be hard to achieve that given the
Possible.
costs?
It's possible. I know when we moved from Cole Fieldhouse to whatever they
Xfinity?
call it now, dramatic difference. Like, dramatic difference. The
They also haven't been as
loudness,
good.
The sterile atmosphere of Xfinity.
I mean, last year they were good. But
Yeah, but I mean, and it's gotten a little bit better, or we've gotten more used to it. But it was nothing compared to.
No, if you have an old pit like Cole Fieldhouse or Cameron Indoor, like
Yeah.
you're never going to get the same
Right.
raucous sort of atmosphere.
But it's also
in a
to
newer,
the-
bigger building.
It's a bigger building, a little more wine and cheese at the Xfinity.
1-800-636-1067. Do you think the new stadium can become the loudest or one of the loudest in the NFL? They have to win.
Right.
Are you saying
winning helps.
You're saying the only reason why they can't is because the ticket prices are going to be too expensive. That would be your number one reason why you don't think they could get there. Because isn't that true?
Why? Because they're not
most
gonna
I think
sell
it's
it out.
also, I think that the fans came back last year. They sold 12,000 more season tickets this year. They sold all these corporate sponsorships. They have a lot of things going in the right direction. People are excited. They like the design. I'm sure they will sell out, but I do think you're not getting as much of the everyman in there.
Commanders fans don't strike me as fans that'll just scream and yell for 4 quarters.
I mean,
Back in the day,
are most fans like
Well, I
you
mean,
go
like,
to a Niners game? Are they going to scream?
No,
and
not
like,
Niners.
No, but
but
you could make the argument like Cleveland.
yeah, other stadiums.
They'll show up how
well, it's this sort of reflection of the overall city. It's not a great
other,
sports city.
other fan bases would be loud for most of the game.
Right.
Commanders fans don't strike me that
But
way.
he wants to recreate the RFK vibe.
I know.
So RFK was infamous
gotta win.
for
That was loud,
The,
yeah.
the shaking aluminum seats.
The fans are
and-
different
and
now.
The whole the place bouncing and the electricity, and it was back then a home field advantage that was as loud as any other
There's
stadium.
no chance that the Commanders fans are as loud as Eagles fans. Zero chance.
I don't know. If we're winning, I think the difference will be when we're losing, it'll hollow out. It'll be quiet. There won't be many people there. But if we're winning and we're on a tear like an RG3 like tear or a Jaden like tear, I think we can be as loud as anybody.
Well, we'll see.
When we have that special thing.
I know,
going.
that's what
The
Josh
difference
Harris wants.
The difference is those Eagles fans, Browns fans, whoever, Steelers fans, whoever you want to say, they'll probably be loud winning or losing.
But you know what? Liquor does play a part of it, and drinking. And if
people are going to
if
find
you're
a place
not
to get
going to have
drunk.
as much tailgating,
No, that's just going to move.
If
so
it's
maybe they're going to have to
limited-
go to a restaurant. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's
but
just
they're-
gonna
I
move.
know,
but
but if it's
tailgating-
limited, it's going to be a little less rowdy. And if the prices are so expensive, it'll probably be less rowdy. If it's more of like a sweet vibe,
Yeah.
and corporate
Like sterile
corporations,
atmosphere.
and you always hear about private equity buying all these seats and
Yeah.
and secondary market, like those things aren't going to go away. I think it's going to be really hard to achieve.
Tailgating is a common man thing. So like you can't just say, oh, these people will just go to a restaurant. People tailgate because they want to have cheap beer and cheap food before they go into the game.
Right, before they pay $19 for a draft beer inside.
Then we get liquored up.
Yeah, but I see that. I think it's a valid point. But I also
like
think
tailgating isn't just meeting at a restaurant or even meeting in the parking lot before the game.
Same, but I think that's what it's
the genesis is. Hey, instead of getting gouged in the stadium, I'm going to fill up on booze and food before I head in, so I don't
but
need
you
to
also
pay
have
that.
rich people tailgate. Rich people do tailgate.
Yeah, I know, but that's I think that's the genesis of tailgating.
I agree. All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. I personally think they could if it acoustically is doable.
Right,
I'm sure
if it's a product that the fans are excited about, sure.
Well, it's got to be a product they're excited about. It's got to be it's got to be
And
on a heater.
they got to win.
But again, I'm just saying if they design it in a way that would be conducive to having a shot at it, I think DC fans could do it, but not every year.
Right.
It's only going to be in winning years and when we're on a heater.
Right.
That personally.
Sure.
Like
because less people will show up.
A Jaden year or an RG3 year. I'm just going to call last year a Jaden year, 2 years ago a Jaden year, in 2012 a RG3 year.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's sucky. Is that
reality.
the place is only going to be rocking when the team is good?
It's just reality. It's what we are as a sports town. You have to accept who you are.
That's it. That's why
we're front runners.
When you compare them,
front runners.
When you compare them to Eagles and Packers and Vikings and Lions and Chiefs,
we're not that sports town. We're not.
I mean, aren't the Ravens fans pretty freaking loud?
Yeah, it's actually it's the knock is that it's kind of turning into that where if the fans have expectations, if they haven't met the expectations, there's a lot of upper deck seats.
Natural.
Yeah.
But it seems like when I haven't been to. I think I've been to one playoff game at M&T. That was against the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we went to that game?
Yes, with the Gov.
With the Gov.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
were got to be 2008.
Oh,
we went to a playoff game with the Gov.
I know. I was there.
I remember Jason had to call his wife to get permission.
Yeah, I was there. I thought you guys were all there.
I went to one game with the governor. I didn't remember being a playoff game.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't it against Peyton Manning? I thought it was.
I can't remember. I just remember being silly in my brown leather coat on the sideline.
Anyway, I just remember it being freaking loud.
Yeah.
That was a playoff game. So
I've been to 3 or 4 Ravens games. They've always been pretty loud.
That's a great experience over there. All right, let's go to.
I put this up as our poll of the day, and we'll go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Our poll of the day sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS, store.statesidevodka.com. Is it possible for this new stadium? You saw the design. Everybody seems to love the design. You've seen the drawings. For this to become the loudest stadium in the NFL?
I think at times. Let's go to Tailgate. Tailgate Ted. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, Junks? How you guys doing this morning?
Are you excited? Or I don't even know your vibe. What's your vibe right now?
Oh, I'm beyond excited. My bad for not calling in yesterday. Lurch called me out for not bringing in.
It's all good, man. You're fine.
Bad caller.
I thought you would have been the first call we took, but go ahead.
I wanted to, Lurch. Job was getting in the way.
I got you.
But
quit that thing.
To me, the biggest question is, you guys don't hit it on the head, right? We have to win, number one, because fans aren't going to show up like the Cowboys game where I'm just sitting there by myself with, 5 other people for Christmas. But everyone's questioning tailgating. To me, the biggest question is, we know there's PSLs. What are the payment plans that we're going to have to pay? Mm-hmm. We know it's going to be a lot of money, but how much time is the team going to give us to pay it back? Because fans will pay to be there if they're reasonable options. Other teams are giving their fans 3 years and 6-year options, which isn't going to be realistic if you actually want fans to fill that stadium and make it loud. Give us a 10-year option with no interest rates, things like that. Then you'll get fans there that have had season tickets through Griffith Stadium, through Northwest Stadium, and carried over back to RFK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the PSL upcharge is going to be for these
what's the
tickets.
They're not going to
rate?
be cheap.
What's the going rate at commensurate stadiums? Like the newer stadiums.
The newer Buffalo seats, they're charging $25,000 a seat, and that's in Buffalo.
Yeah.
So we're going to spend more than that here. And they were giving their fans, I believe it was a 5-year option with 5% interest or somewhere around there, single-digit interest rates.
All right, so hold on. Let's just slow down.
Online.
Because I would never pay for that. So, but let's just say if I was going to pay for that, say it was $50,000 here, just double Buffalo. $50,000 for 5 years, so you got 5 years to pay it off. Is that the idea? However you want?
Yeah.
At 5% interest or whatever the interest is.
Yes, that's the plan. That's the idea in Buffalo, and then you still have to buy your seats.
It's a crazy scam the NFL can pull. Yeah. People are willing to pay it though. That's the most absurd part.
I mean, sure. I'm all for it.
I mean, the Buffalo Stadium, the new PSLs are going to be between $1,500 and $50,000
Thank you,
per
Ted.
seat.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, but do you think the person who can afford that is going to act like an idiot in the stadium and scream for 4 quarters?
I do know some rich idiots. I do know some rich idiots, but they might be the outliers. Yeah.
Somebody's going to pluck down 40 large for a PSL, and they're just going to scream from start to finish in a game. I mean, that's got to be a rare bird.
Well, haven't we seen Steve Ballmer do that with his team?
Okay, there are exceptions. His team stinks, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, his franchise valuation is great, but not very good.
I mean, some people go to games to cut loose.
I know what you're thinking. I'm just going to
regardless of your income level.
I'm just going to say it. You're thinking it's just this white collar crowd, the hoity-toity. But you got a lot of blue-collar guys out there that make a great living, that own their own businesses, that love to go to football games and wear hoodies and get after it and pound beers, and they own great businesses. So, you can attract some of those guys.
I envision the entire stadium like any given Sunday in the Pagliacci suite.
Right.
And they're all sitting there sipping in their champagne.
Maybe I'm a bad fan, but, like, if I go to a football game, I don't cheer start to finish. There's no chance.
Right.
I cheer at
you save it up for big moments.
Yeah, I cheer at appropriate times. I clap at appropriate times.
I'm not sure I even cheer.
Every once in a while, I may stand up for a
and then
big
you
play,
might give a high five to somebody if they score a touchdown.
There's no way play in, play out. I'm cheering or like let's go, like the whole time. That's not the way I. I'll probably respond.
You said you booed just last week when you went to the game when Jordan Poole would touch the ball.
A couple times when Jordan Poole touched the ball, I would boo along with the rest of the crowd, but not every time.
Right.
Because I'm not a psycho. You know what I'm saying?
But there are some psychos.
There are some psychos out there.
Especially in other markets.
You need 60,000 psychos in there.
All right, we got a bunch of
loudest.
That's not me.
We got a bunch of people that want to weigh in. We can maybe come back, take your calls, but we also need to do the boots on the ground update. Because boots on the ground, Mike Marr, as his potential penalty,
what's he down?
Will have to run 8 miles in boots to work
from Arlington
if he
to
can't
DC.
Get to even with a maximum $500 bet. Because we learned during our parlay he was the anchor, was the absolute worst at it, worst record, had dug the biggest hole. But now he's only dug a bigger hole after last week, so we're going to get boots on the ground picks and take your calls.
By the way,
at
you shouldn't have agreed to the $500 max bet. That should have been higher.
1-800-636-1067.
Big
the
mistake,
Junkies.
Mike Moore.
Coming right back.
AV is built for DC.
Free agency.
Here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life. From autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles, they're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter trusted, engineered for the future, and proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more.
FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. 202-929-6600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, they love the game of golf just like me and you. They are here for golfers because they know golf like no one else. Since 1982, your local Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been the trusted partner on and off the course, providing reliable expertise that you can count on. With over 60 years of experience and their legendary 90-day guarantee, they've always been there to help you. Get there. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
You keep saying you got something for me. Something you call love, but confess.
I passed Ben in the hallway, and he said he's going to put his entire account on the Mike Marr fade.
Oh, he's just going to fade him?
I've been looking forward to this all week.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I need to get some groceries.
Now, is this Mike?
Easy score.
Yeah. I got to pay my Hidden Creek dues.
Is this something, Mike, that you've been pondering all week, like seriously pondering it? Are you going back and forth, or are you kind of locked in on one from the beginning?
So there was one bet that I had been pondering starting on Monday, but this one has always been the ace up the sleeve. This has been the surefire, this is going to hit bet.
Okay.
And it was just now, throughout the last couple of days, debating, do I want to do the riskier play, or do I just want to stick to the fundamentals, the layup line, you could say.
Right. Yeah. And what did you decide on?
I decided that I'm just going to do the one leg. I was talking to Valdez. There was a potential for a 2-leg parlay, adding the Hoosiers on Monday, but it wouldn't have added that much value to my bet already.
Right.
So I'm just sticking to the lock, because Miami kind of scares me, to be honest.
I need to know, because last week Mar faded himself because he was such a loser in the parlays.
It's an act of desperation.
Right,
because he really liked.
Hey, by the way, we've all been there.
He really liked Buffalo, but he faded himself, took Jacksonville.
Right.
Which I understand. I think it's a good strategy. It's a bold strategy to try and figure out, if you are really a loser or not. But I just want to know, if his brain's in a pretzel, because he's already tried one strategy.
Oh, I would say yes.
My brain's in one of those Lancaster soft pretzels that you were talking about, Cakes.
Nice.
So he doesn't know. He doesn't know what to do, which I think benefits us even. It benefits us even
Here's
more.
a question. Is there a game that you're looking at that just jumps out at you, but you're actually thinking about going against your instinct?
There's potential for that. I have thought about fading myself once again, but without further ado, buckle up, maybe pull off on the side of the road right now, because I'm about to deliver the bet of the weekend.
All right, this is the Mike Marr money play.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love this play?
11.
Oh, really?
Hey,
you know what to do.
This makes me so happy.
You know what to do.
Is it a prop? Is it a player prop, or is
so
it
that you're not
team
fading
bet?
yourself? You're going with your instinct.
Well, you know what they call me, Bish? They call me Playoff Mike.
Oh, they do.
They call me.
They are, but okay.
They call me Primetime Mike, and they call me Moneyline Mike.
Hey, Mike might have lost the game that are fixed in college basketball. That's how much of a mush he is.
Yeah.
So hold on, you're down 1,500. You're going to put
1477.93.
All right, how much are you putting on in this game?
All 500. Go big or go home.
He's
once
got
again.
to max out. He has
right.
to.
So this will put, if he hits this will put him under the $1,000.
Well, I don't know. What is it? What's the bet? What's the odds? Did he say it?
I have not said it yet. All right, let's lock in, everyone. Get on the tracks, or get off the tracks, or get on the train, because the comeback starts
hold on.
now.
Start over. Take it
The
easy.
train should be on the track.
We got to get a good clip. You got to start over.
Get off the tracks, or get on the train, because the comeback starts now. They call me Playoff Mike. They call me Primetime Mike, so I'm going to the primetime game of the weekend. Sunday night, Bears against Rams. Caleb Williams paints his nails, but allow me to paint the picture for this week. Matthew Stafford is 1-8 in sub-zero or sub-freezing games. It's going to feel like 0 degrees with the wind chill on Sunday. Chance of snow as well. Bears, I read an article on Yahoo.com. They've been practicing outside this entire season without heaters, and they also have 7 comeback wins in 2 minutes or less this entire season. So they're clutch. They know what it takes to win big-time games down the stretch. They showed it last week against the Packers. Chicago fans are rabid. They haven't won a playoff game since 2011. Soldier Field is going to be jumping.
Or last week.
Yeah. Last week. Before that, they hadn't won one since 2000.
Don't you remember?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your soliloquy.
That being said, I have considered fading myself once again. Cakes, drum roll, please.
All
Short
right.
drum roll.
You got it.
My brain is in a pretzel, Lancaster soft pretzel. Last week I faded myself, and it did not pay off because the Jaguars are some stooges and don't know how to win down the stretch.
All right.
But the Chicago Bears do. Give me the Bears money line.
Oh, he's going with his gut.
Plus 166 to get it done against the Rams.
So 500 pays you, what, about 850?
Puka legacy game incoming.
So
Here
you
it
didn't have
comes.
faith in the 49ers. So you were asking, had he been talking about it all week? Yes, he had been. And he thought about going 49ers, where I think he could have got back to close to even.
I crunched some numbers, so when I win this bet, $500 is what I'm risking. I will win $830, bringing my new total to negative $647.93.
All right.
Hey,
Sunday night, 6:30.
Hey, that'll put a big dent in it.
Hell yeah, that's
That's
all right,
solid.
I think, you know what? I think it's a good play.
Hey, let's go around
I
the
don't hate
room.
I think it's a good play.
Uh-oh.
You don't.
I don't know. I think that eventually the clock strikes midnight
You might be right.
This Caleb Williams comeback in the fourth quarter.
The Rams are a better team.
The only reason why I would,
but I think the weather will be a factor.
The weather is the cold, is the road.
But I believe in the Marmush, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this
It
could be
is
a miracle.
strong.
This could be a Rams
It's a
miracle.
force of nature at this
Hey,
point.
let's go around the room and talk about what we're going to spend our winnings on when we fade them.
Oh, I think the biggest reason I lost last week was because Cakes was very, supportive of my bet. And you just said Puka legacy game incoming.
Yeah.
This is great. You and I cannot be on the same side. So you take the Rams, I take the Bears, and then we
I'm
ultimately
very comfortable taking the Rams at this point.
I'm a
Trust
little
me.
torn, but I'm just going to whatever. I'm just going to put $20 on the Rams. Whatever. I mean, I have to. I mean, right?
They'll pay you 10.
I might have to buy like 0.00001 bitcoins with my winnings. Just add it to the pile.
Yeah, Ben won a parlay last week. Valdez won a parlay.
Are you going to parlay this?
Ben said he set
No,
aside money.
I just bet on the other side. I bet on the Bills. So
I did too.
I think the
faded
Mar
him.
jinx is
it's the real
is
thing.
very real.
Yeah. Do you think he's? I don't think he's forcing it too much here, though. I mean, it does make sense. But first of all, the higher seed.
I am pulling for you because I've been in your shoes before, where everybody.
But have you been
thinks
in my?
You are the mush.
But have you been in my boots before?
Your boots.
Your boots before. That's a good.
Hey,
that's a good tip and zig.
if he loses this and he's down,
It's over.
was
It's
it
over.
1977.
Yeah, it's
you
over.
have to pick
40,
you have to hit
33.
a 4-1 prop or something.
No, zero
Well,
chance.
You can go for a long shot, of
You
course.
can go for a long shot
because-
because anytime touchdown guy or something.
What do you think?
No,
What do you
he
think
ain't gonna
about
do that.
negotiating an extended line of credit? Like, for instance, he's got to do the run with no socks, and then we'll give him $1,000 line of credit instead of
I think
$500.
Valdez wants you to end up in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't need him like.
I'm gonna look like I have like trench
He's a-
foot.
I don't
He's
need
a bit of a
Valdez might be
masochist.
amputated.
He's a bit of a masochist.
Yeah.
He wanted belt to ass. Was disappointed we couldn't do belt to ass. Now he wants to just pummel his feet.
Right.
If CK is listening right now, maybe think about the 106.7 budget. New year, new us. Let's get some Timberlands, possibly. I like the idea of getting some fresh Tims for this run. Definitely not going to happen, but
He's trying to make the most
You're
out
trying
of
to at
this.
least get a pair of Timbs out of it?
Exactly,
Is that the idea?
man.
You think
Yeah.
you're going to wear them after you run 8 miles in them?
it depends on what the scenery looks like that day. Hopefully, there's not like any rain or anything.
I need someone with
God, I hope it's snowing.
from basic training to give me their combat boots.
So the Bears money line, 500 pays 830. Is that what you
Yes.
said?
$830, yeah.
All right.
So when we come back, I won't be here on Tuesday, but when I come back on Wednesday, my balance will be negative 647, and then we'll have to go from there.
Where are you going to be on Tuesday,
I hope
Ricky?
you're.
I have a funeral to go to.
Funeral?
Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll
Might
excuse
be.
you for
We
that.
might be going to yours.
All right, coming up
everybody,
next.
You know what to do.
We'll put that on our social media. Junks Radio on Twitter, Sports Junkies Radio on Instagram if you want to follow.
I just
Mike
faded
the
him.
Mush.
I just
You already
faded
put it
him.
in?
Yep.
You already put it in?
Coming up next, Ben Standig will join us as we talk Commanders here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Hardwood is under fire. Federal prosecutors have unsealed a massive indictment charging 26 people, including 15 college athletes, in a point-shaving scheme from the NCAA to China. And the fallout is just beginning. This is the biggest scandal in hoops history. I'm Drake Toll.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on moneyline, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In app only.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Let's see, is she a princess? Should it be round? What in the world is a cushion cut?
You need Dominion Jewelers.
I need to get this right.
There's the fun-loving princess cut, traditional round, or cushion cuts.
The setting needs to be just as special.
Don't worry, they can help with that too. Dominion Jewelers is where you design the ring that says, I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
Handcrafted, custom-designed jewelry. Dominion Jewelers. In the heart of Falls Church, we make it beautiful, you make it yours. Appointments preferred.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The Dodgers have reached an agreement with outfielder Kyle Tucker, the #1 ranked free agent, that will pay him $240 million over 4 seasons. The contract has opt-outs after the second and third years, a $64 million signing bonus, and $30 million in deferrals, which makes the present-day value of the contract $57.1 million per year. In other words, if that was too much math at this hour, Tucker has signed the richest contract on an average annual basis in Major League Baseball history. And don't forget, in 77 days is baseball's opening day, where the Nationals get to host this brand new Dodgers lineup. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back on a Football Friday. We're the Junkies, coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. That is the foursome. Later in the program, we're going to make all our picks on the playoff games. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Ben Standig.
Big Ben.
Commanders NFL reporter. Subscribe to his Substack, Last Man Standig. And, of course, listen to his podcast. What's going on, Ben?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on again.
What's up,
It's kind of such a busy week that, now we're talking about the renderings, but they got a quarterbacks coach. They got an offensive coordinator. They're still looking for a defensive coordinator. There's a lot to get into. Why don't we start with the offense and how they came to David Blau and what your thoughts on David Blau now running the offense?
Obviously it's, a fascinating move to go to, to move on from Cliff Kingsbury, highly experienced. We can debate what was there wasn't his fault this year and all those things, but to go from that to a guy who's never even been a position coach before. I think what's interesting, I haven't really asked this yet, but what's the equation of years in the NFL to years of coaching? We focus so much on the fact that he's only been a coach for a couple of years, but he played in the NFL for 5 years. He was a backup quarterback, so we kind of understand he's doing a lot, not coaching necessarily, but he's doing a lot of the behind the scenes stuff in that role because he wasn't playing that often. I don't know. It's really interesting that they did this, and it would be great to know. We haven't talked to them, obviously. If they would be honest, how much was this? They were just sort of frustrated with where things were with Cliff. They didn't see eye to eye, or hey, we just can't let this guy out of the building. And you see so many of these 29, 30-year-olds right now getting interviewed for OC or head coaching jobs. So maybe they're ahead of the curve on some level. They just locked up their guy. I don't know. It's fascinating. It's a huge risk, but it's interesting.
How big of a year do you think this is for DQ?
I don't think it's crazy to say that he put himself on the clock a little bit by moving on from Kingsbury. I don't know that it necessarily means another year of a losing record and he's out. But it's certainly going to get loud if that's to happen, because last year was obviously this year was obviously so incredibly disappointing.
Right.
But yeah, look, Josh Harris, I think in general is a pretty patient person. I always remind myself he was willing to do the process with the Sixers for 3 years, meaning take the losses, know your product stinks. You're going to take a box office hit for that as well, but he was willing to do it. So I imagine he'll be patient, but you have to think that Dan Quinn, in this day and age where coaches don't have a lot of grace period, I would think he's kind of on the clock.
Hey, Ben, for defensive coordinator, give me the Commanders' dream hire, their realistic hire, and a dud hire.
Sure. Well, look, I think if they were to get Brian Flores, he's the number one guy out there. He might be the number one defensive coordinator. Look, the defense looked great and it's fun. I think there are questions. You heard Ryan Fitzpatrick, I'm sure the other day, kind of go off on his view of playing under Brian Flores. It's not so great necessarily. People change, people evolve, so the Commanders have to do their due diligence on that. But obviously, schematically and all that, he would be a lot of fun. They obviously have to get a lot more people. Realistic, I keep looking at Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator with the Falcons. He's still under the Falcons' control until they figure out their own head coaching situation. Then maybe he stays on as DC there. But, when Dan Quinn's already having to change everything not necessarily, he's having to look a lot at the offense because of David Blau. He's going to have to spend more time over there realistically to make sure that thing's going well. I don't think he's necessarily going to want to have somebody on defense he's not familiar with, or that we're completely revamping everything, right? Brian Flores would be changing the defense. A guy like Ulbrich or Raheem Morris, they're kind of keeping things somewhat the same because it's the same family tree, coaching tree. But, so that would be that. A dud, I don't know, himself calling plays?
Yeah.
That's a dud, okay.
Well, I just mean that would go from a PR perspective, be like, really? Okay, well, that's not that interesting, but okay, sure.
All right, so where do you stand on the free agents? They have over 30 free agents of their own. I think most of us assume they're going to move on from most of them, but you got to fill a roster out. But what's interesting is we were debating it, and kind of the bigger names at the top of it, Debo, Bobby Wagner, and a guy like Cakes. I just assumed we were moving on from Bobby Wagner, and I don't disrespect Cakes at all. He says he thinks there's a very realistic chance they could bring him back.
Well, I think this is where it depends on what's the defensive plan. If it's something in the realm of what Dan Quinn has been doing this time, I do kind of wonder if there is a world where he does come back more so maybe than I did from the start of the year, even or midway. Look, obviously he's still really, really good as a run defender, excellent tackler.
Right.
His instincts are off the charts. All those kinds
Great
of
in the
things.
locker room, all the intangibles.
Right, all those things. I think the challenge is going to be, and I think this is the case for a couple of positions. They have, you said they got 30 free agents. It's not realistic that they're going to solve all their problems in one season.
For sure.
That's the case for any kind of team in an offseason, but they have a lot. So if that's the case, you may have to look at a few positions and say, okay, we're good here. We could do better, but maybe we're good here. And that's one where, what you have to wonder, can they hide him a little bit better in pass coverage? Can they maybe take him out on some obvious passing downs the way they did in the past? So I don't think it's crazy, but if it's a different scheme altogether, then I would probably assume he's probably not back.
So would you say on the whole, it's like, I don't know, 10, 15% chance? Just, I know we don't know the scheme, so that's like impossible, but I'm just sort of, is your instinct it's much less likely than likely at this point?
I think that we all harp on the downsides more than they do.
Yeah.
So I don't know to what degree. Look, obviously also his issues in pass coverage get highlighted even more when there's no pass rush and the quarterback has time to look for those kind of matchups. So if they can get better pass rush, right, then that becomes less of an issue, you would think. But yeah, that's what's interesting. Is like, how much do you weigh the good stuff with the run defense and the leadership and all that versus those handful of plays where you're like, oh boy, that's a terrible matchup, and he got beat in coverage. Look, at some point they have to move on. I just don't know if it's going to be right now.
Are there any on that list of the 30-some free agents that you think pretty much are a lock to come back?
Oh, boy. Throw me out some names because I think Mariota's probably gone.
What about Tress Way?
Oh, I have to assume he's back. Tress will be here till the
he's going to be here. Yeah.
I talked to Tress, remember, like late in the season about the new stadium. He goes, oh, I wish I was here to see it. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're probably still playing by then.
Right. All right, I'll give you names. Andrew Wiley, Jonathan Jones, Dietrich Wise, Jacob Martin, Noah I, Trent Scott, Chris Paul, Chris Rodriguez.
So I think that Jacob Martin's certainly interesting. He was, the rare sort of win this year that they had in free agency. He's not a young guy, but he's under 30, which for this team counts as a child. He impressed. I don't know if it's a lock he's back, but I would think that would be one of the bigger priorities because, as we know, they need defensive edge help regardless. I think Chris Paul is a pretty fascinating one. I don't know what his market is. He's been here for 4 years, so our view of him is that 7th round pick who kind of on the roster, was barely on the roster, and then all of a sudden here he is starting 15 games. If some other team out there, boys, we need offensive line help. This guy started 15 games. He needs help in the run game, but pretty good in pass blocking. I don't know if his market gets too high. I could see him not coming back, but based on what he did, then I would think there's a good chance they'd want him back. But if the market gets to a certain point, they have Brandon Coleman. The rest of the offensive line is obviously set, so I could see them moving on if the market just gets out of hand.
All right, what about another topic we discussed? Is this going to be the year where they kind of go all in on a couple guys via free agency? No, not just like a 1 or 2 year deal, get some guy 33, like they're going to give 4 years, $80 million to some receiver or something.
Yeah, they go after George Pickens.
Yeah,
or something.
is this going to be the year where they make a couple like real splashes? Not Javon Kinlaw, like a real splash.
Right. I was thinking about this the other day. We talk about people like an Adam Peters who, when he gets hired, he's going to be great. He's this, that, and the other. Well, he's never done the job before, right? I mean, you can prepare all you want. You can be the number 2 person sitting next to whoever's making the final decisions. But until you have to do it, you don't know what that's like. And I do wonder what lessons he learned this offseason because of what you just said. I mean, they weren't like uber aggressive the first year, but at least Frankie Louvu, Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, these were younger guys, multi-year deals, all hit, right, to some degree. They didn't do that this last offseason. They just kind of, they made the bigger splashes with those trades, but then they didn't get those guys. I can see Peters going a little bit more all in this time, especially at, say, pass rusher, because they desperately need that. And with only 2 draft picks in the top 100, you can't just assume we can all say they should trade down, but we don't know what's going to happen. So it's not like they're going to get a ton of help out of the draft as it stands right now. So they're going to have to get 1 or 2 positions at least where you're like, okay, this is a clear move here to be aggressive. So I think it's probably more likely that they're aggressive in one of those spots. But I think it's going to depend on how they view the needs, the what's available out there, and then what they think they're going to do with the draft.
Back to the coaching, what's your read on what they're likely to do at defensive coordinator? Everybody's fired up for Brian Flores. I don't see him moving laterally. Maybe he doesn't get a head coaching gig, but I just don't see him leaving Minnesota. But what's your take?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, like I said, I think Ulbrich is probably the guy I would want, maybe, or Watts, maybe Raheem Morris, because I don't know how much Dan Quinn's already made one massive change here. I don't know how much more he would want. They're obviously doing their due diligence across the board, bringing in, Flores and Jonathan Gannon. I'm with you. I mean, look, there's 20 teams out there that want Flores, I would imagine, or be willing to have that conversation, even ones with a defensive coordinator right now. I don't know how he looks at Washington with the current personnel and says, this is where I want to go. Sure, Washington could have a quick turnaround with Jaden, but I don't know that really makes a ton of sense relative to other possibilities for him. So we'll see on that one. But like I said, at the moment, I'm still leaning towards he hires somebody from his own coaching tree over an outside hire.
So Ben, are you into a new stadium with a roof or without?
Well, can I cut it in the middle there and go for the retractable roof? That to me would be the dream. But I get it. Like they've already spent a lot of money, and that's a lot, more than just a little bit extra to add on. So all things perfect, I would rather have no roof.
Yeah.
Let me say it like this: if I'm sitting on my couch, I prefer no roof. Mm-hmm. If I'm at the stadium,
right,
doing
want the
what
roof.
I have to do,
of course.
Yeah, maybe take the roof. I think one thing, like from our selfish perspective, is that when we go to some stadiums like Detroit, like Vegas, where the press box is inside the stadium, there's no glass protecting us from the elements or the fans or whatever. It's so much more interesting. You feel like you're so much more involved in the game. At Northwest Stadium, we are behind the glass, and you can't quite hear everything the same. It feels like you're a little bit at a distance. So I think the indoor from that perspective would be good. I mean, again, I'm not looking at it just what would be good for me, but I don't know. I'm intrigued by the indoors, but I wish from a pure watching element that they would play outside.
Have you been to the stadium in Minnesota for a game or to SoFi?
I have, yeah. I mean, this year I've been there before, but this year at both, great stadiums. And the Minnesota one was like the one road trip I was excited for the actual stadium itself, which is bizarre. The Minnesota one in particular, it looks like a Viking chip, corresponds obviously with the name of the team. It's just great inside with the translucent roof, and that one's already now a few years older. So if they're going to mimic that to some degree, or SoFi's, obviously SoFi's sort of indoor outdoor situation, but yeah, those two are just so beautiful. Right? I mean, the aesthetics. I mean, until we see it over and over again, I don't think we're going to really appreciate like how blah what it is until it's like the scene in the Wizard of Oz where it goes from black and white to color. Mm-hmm. I think that's what's about to happen here in 2030, and I'm pretty excited for whatever they do.
How loud was the Minnesota stadium, just out of curiosity?
Yeah. I mean, when you can't really have conversations up and down press row, you have to kind of only talk to the people you're next to.
Yeah.
It's an indication of like how loud it gets. And yeah, it was pretty impressive. Obviously, they were going through a tough time at that moment, so maybe it wasn't as loud as it could have been. But 31-0, it was pretty good. The Seattle is like the one place where it's outdoors, but the noise, the way they built it, you keep that in. But for the most part, if you want it to be as loud as possible, you got to go with the Dome.
Right. All right, Ben. Appreciate the time, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, pal.
Good talking to you, Ben.
All right,
Don't forget to subscribe to his Substack, Last Man Standing.
Yep. Is he still doing the pod? I'm not sure. The pod I loved. Yeah. Listen to that all the time. Ben's great.
Coming up next, there's a conspiracy theory about the injuries that the 49ers have had and why they continue to have injuries. And it could affect teams like the Washington Commanders. We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Every great team's got a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan when it comes to your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
B-Mitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Or visit lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9049. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, EB here. If you're planning to sell your home, I've got many great reasons why you should call my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams today. Debbie and Sarah net their sellers over $30,000 more on average. Plus, Debbie and Sarah sell their homes 3 times faster than the average agent. How do they do it? Well, Debbie and Sarah already have the buyers, people. Over 16,300 ready buyers in their exclusive database looking to buy right now. This is why many of Debbie and Sarah's homes are sold even before they hit the market, and how their sellers are more likely to receive multiple offers. Anyone can list a home, but not everyone can sell it right. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their abilities to get the job done that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. So take it from me. Call right now, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Sunday, the road to the Super Bowl is on the Fan. Can the Texans defense slow down Drake May and the Patriots?
Henry's got it to the end zone. Touchdown, New England.
kick off at 3. Then Hollywood's bright lights meet the cold, mean streets of Chicago as the LA Rams face the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field.
It is caught for the touchdown by DJ Moore.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Couple things before we get to the Niners. Conspiracy theory. You know, we were talking about this Kyle Tucker deal and the Dodgers and comparing it to the Commanders. I just saw something else online that SpotRack put out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the guaranteed salaries per Major League Baseball teams, including all deferred payments. So everything on the books.
Yep.
Everything on the books. So for the Commanders, for the Nationals, that would include Strasburg, right? So everything on the books, put it all together, it's $120 million for the Washington Nationals.
Right.
The Dodgers are at $2.1 billion.
Well, Spencer Nussbaum, who covers the Nats for the Washington Post, I believe it is. I want to get that correct. Yeah, he just tweeted 9 hours ago, when the Nats play their home opener against the Dodgers in 2026, the teams will combine to have, barring more moves, 14 players on their active rosters making at least $10 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers will have all 14 of them.
Right.
I mean,
that's the difference.
How is there no salary cap in baseball? This is absurd. This is an absurd thing.
Well, their version of the salary cap is the payroll tax. But if you're going to make money, the Dodgers owner makes so much money off of Shohei.
Right.
And he's got some ridiculous lucrative local TV deal that just puts so much money in his pockets.
And what does he care about the luxury
tax? He doesn't
tax?
care about the $160 million luxury tax.
It's a flawed system.
The other thing we were talking about during the break real quick is Josh Harris apparently has bought a $28 million house in Georgetown.
How's it look?
It's
silly.
It's huge.
it looks like it could be an embassy.
It was built in the 1700s.
Oh, looks like it could be an embassy.
It's old AF.
Because he does spend a lot of time in Florida.
It's a $28 million property.
And what I just don't understand is, listen, he should do whatever the hell he wants,
Sure.
and he should.
Yeah, I bought a new house.
But if I'm Josh Harris, I've spent $8 billion on whatever, the Redskins or whatever.
Mm-hmm. $6.05 billion.
Okay.
Plus
I'm off
the
a couple
$2+
billion.
billion for the stadium.
I just don't know what he needs that. Obviously he doesn't need it, but It's so enormous, Jason. His kids are all grown.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to cost millions to furnish it.
It looks like McKeldon.
Yeah, it looks like something you see on a college campus.
Yeah, doesn't it?
It's so enormous. Like,
what's McKeldon?
The library
It's the graduate library at University of
Big
Maryland.
brick home.
Yeah, it's an enormous home. And I'm not hating. I'm looking at it and I'm going, I just don't see any practical reason for that.
Here's a practical reason. He has 25 guests over at some point. He has
Maybe
room
host dinners.
to accommodate. Yeah, big dinners or get-togethers.
I saw Nikki
God bless him.
Javala
He can
tweet.
do whatever he wants.
It's his
I'm
frat
not
house.
saying.
Nikki Javala tweeted it's the Commander's draft house.
That's what we're gonna. Maybe it's enormous. And as far as I know, I think he's got 2 kids. I think they're grown, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they are.
Look,
He and his wife.
We can't relate to the lifestyle
I know, I
of,
can't.
of a multi-billionaire like Josh Harris. They live in a different stratosphere altogether.
I would literally go bankrupt furnishing the home.
Yes, all of us would.
Maybe that's where he wants to retire.
Oh, you could do so much better. I doubt it. I think he just wants a spot here in D.C. when he's in town, which is great.
I think he's got a $32 million Miami mansion.
I've seen pictures of that.
Yeah.
That thing is slick.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
But whatever. I just wonder what people do. Like, you're going to finish it. Probably have like a piano room. Going to have a library. Going to have a bar. Going to have a media room. Going to have everything you could probably want.
Whatever you want.
They probably never use any of it.
Probably use 10% of the house.
He's got to spend his money somewhere.
It's wild.
He's got to drop his cash somewhere.
I'm
what's
not
the percentage of your house that you use?
Good on him.
20%.
No, we use a decent amount of my house.
On a daily basis.
I mean, I use my full basement every day. We use
Kitchen
our main
every
floor
day.
every day. The only room we really don't use is my fireplace room, whatever you call
Living
that.
room.
Yeah.
Living rooms are
Put a
always
Christmas tree in
underutilized.
there every year.
But
I don't think I stepped in my basement yesterday.
But I don't have a
I often don't step in my
17,000 square
basement.
foot home. You know?
No.
Mine, including the basement's like 4,500 square
He's
feet.
definitely going to get that letter from Pepco or whoever saying he's using too much electricity.
Is he going to
He's
get that?
using more than the average consumer.
Is he going to get that letter about we don't cover the lines or whatever
outside the water
You know
lines.
the one I'm talking about?
I get that, and I think I'm a big enough sucker that I think I'm on it.
Oh, really?
I think at some point, I don't know if I.
You know, it's funny.
currently
It's some
have
sort
that
of letter
coverage.
where they say, just so you know, your
Right.
coverage doesn't cover the outside water
Right.
lines.
If your
there's
pipe
ever
ruptures,
damage,
yeah, it's
you're going to be paying thousands.
I'm sure it's a scam, but I'm I'm dumb enough to fall for it.
When I got that letter, I called my insurance agent. I
Yeah.
said, "Does my home insurance cover the outside?" He said, "Yes."
Yeah, so
But some people don't call their insurance company,
That would be
and they're
me.
paying double for it.
Yeah, so I probably need to look that up and cancel it. Home serve.
I just figured
It's
this
a
is what
lot,
I'm doing.
that's
This
who
is
it
what
is.
I'm doing.
Right.
Roll the
It
dice.
just better not
Sure.
break.
We've
They
talked
better
about
not
it.
be right.
We've talked about it before. Rom has bought this mansion, right? And I'm sure he doesn't mind us talking about it because
Makes
It's attention.
It makes it's attention
Cents and
and it
dollars,
makes attention. And so he's bought this enormous home. He's got one kid about as tall as this table. That's it.
Right.
He's got a sauna as big as this room.
Right.
I mean, and then he's got the pool thing.
Did you
right?
go over to the house?
No, he sent me some videos.
Oh.
Okay. He's got a swim.
He wants us to come over, I'm sure.
He does.
He would love for you to go.
He installed a sauna just so you would come over. You realize that, right?
He's also got a swimming thing. Literally,
Yeah.
you could groom the next Michael Phelps.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's enormous. It's he, Marina,
And their daughter,
the
yeah.
beautiful baby.
Yeah.
Kaya,
That's it.
who's 3
You know
years
how many
old.
rooms he's got in there?
You put in a golf
How many
sim for
ROMs
you.
he has?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Hey, Eric, come to my golf
Delaki has a
simulator.
he has to have a ping pong table, or he will at some point. I
assume.
would guess.
Yeah, Rami Supreme.
Yeah.
Now, that's a guy who's not going to use
good
any
at
of those
ping pong.
rooms.
I can vouch for that.
No.
I think he's got he's got like a workout room that like The Rock would have.
He's put in all the bells and whistles.
All the bells and whistles.
And he's not going to
He
use
hasn't
any of
done
them.
one.
No.
He hasn't done one crunch in that room.
He'll use 20% of the house.
He's going to use the fridge.
Yeah. I
The bathroom and the bed.
We're talking about a guy who literally, when he comes to MGM National Harbor, and I've seen it, we've all seen it, or Borgata, wherever, he packs his belongings in a giant plastic bag.
Trash bag.
Like, I don't mean like a giant bag. I mean like the one you pay 5 cents for at Giant.
So he doesn't come with a suitcase or a backpack.
Suitcase?
He
No.
comes
He
with
owns
a
one.
bag.
He comes with the clothes that he's wearing, with Junkie's jersey.
Right. I think I've
and-
seen that before.
And he probably has a toothbrush, maybe toothpaste, and I don't know, a couple of just random beers.
And for years, he wore Cake's hand-me-downs.
Yeah, he definitely
He's
did that.
the one that should buy one of my Junkies Divas jerseys.
He should definitely buy that.
He would be.
You should overcharge him for it, but yeah, he should.
Yeah, but yours says EB. He likes to have his Rom brand on his jerseys.
But if I'm his hero.
And it doesn't have the number. His favorite number is 21. It doesn't have that on it, so that's a problem.
All right, so we wanted to get
where
this.
Where is his house?
McLean, Vienna.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Probably lives next to Ryan Zimmerman.
Please tell me his mortgage rate is like 7%.
I think he's paying a lot of it in cash.
Oh, really?
So he doesn't. It's a long story.
Where does he have that kind of cash?
He just saved
I
up.
have no idea.
But he's afraid he'll blow it all. He's putting all his money. He's literally putting his life savings into his house because that way he can't gamble it away.
Right.
Well, just think of it this way, Jason.
That's literally what he's doing.
Think of the last 25 years.
If you're
when you've been paying for essentially 2 kids.
Right.
He's never had one.
That's true.
Yeah, but
he's able to save a lot of
gambled
money.
away more than
He's also
I
lost
understand,
them.
but he's made a lot of money.
His kids are the blackjack chips at Atlantis.
And his apartment never changed for 10 years.
The great thing
Hurting
about
yellow
being Kaya
paint.
is that he's going to die really young. She's going to hit the mother load pretty young age.
I mean, if they can find where all the money's buried.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's all in the house. It's all in the house equity.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point about that.
The Washington Post has this article about this conspiracy theory that has been going around about the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers have had a lot of injuries.
Supposedly a disproportionate number.
Brandon Ayuk tore his ACL. Hasn't played this year. Bosa's been out. Fred Warner was kind of talking about coming back for the Seahawks game, but he's out.
That's an ankle.
George Kittle just tore his Achilles last week. Brock Purdy missed a bunch of games this year. And the wacky theory that's going out there.
You're suggesting it's wacky.
Yes, I 100% believe it's wacky.
I'm not suggesting. I don't know. I would not say it's wacky. I'm not saying it's for sure, but it makes some logical sense.
So a self-described board-certified quantum biology practitioner recently went viral.
That's a word salad like I've never heard of before.
Quantum what?
Quantum biology practitioner.
I don't know.
So somebody that works in quantum biology, practitioner, board-certified.
Okay.
He's got certified by somebody.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, he's self-described. That's how he's describing himself.
Okay.
But he went viral on social media promoting a theory that your beloved 49ers have been dealing with injuries because over the past decade, because of chronic EMF exposure. So what is EMF exposure? EMF exposure
Power
is exposure to electromagnetic fields. Yes. The alleged culprit, an electrical substation near the team's practice facility.
This is the EMF I'm
and
used to.
Levi Stadium.
It's next door.
It's a banger.
It's next door.
Did they do the numbers on total injuries in the last decade? Do they lead the league in injuries?
Well, I
in the
know
last...
recently they've had a disproportionate number.
Well, yeah, they've had a ton this year.
So I'm not going to say that for sure,
But some of them are ankles.
I think they may.
If you roll your ankle, you blame that on the power lines?
What they're pointing to are soft tissue injuries,
Yeah,
specifically saying the electromagnetic fields can degrade the collagen, weaken your tendons, and cause soft tissue damage. And it could be, so you can't say, well, that's why George Kittle did that, but it could be contributing and weakening, and it could, over time, lead to a disproportionate. I think there is some validity to the theory.
Well, there's a professor of epidemiology and public health, Frank DeVolt, who says the theory is nonsense. He's described as leading expert.
Volt in his name.
He's a
weird
leading expert on how EMF affects humans.
Hey, maybe that's why the Commanders had so many injuries, because there's data centers everywhere.
Is that what it is? Ashford's overrun by data centers.
There is right across
it's
the
a very
street.
good point.
There's a billion data centers right across the street.
Some people don't want to live
Also,
next to them.
Isn't there? Now we're going to put our real tinfoil hats on. Isn't there training center sponsored by a big AI company? Is it Big Bear AI? I think it might be.
I think you're right.
So
A lot
I'll
of
have some
levels to
statistics. Valdez, I want you to chime in. I have statistics. Since moving to Levi Stadium in 2014, You could say the 49ers are statistically the most injured team in the NFL. They're top 5 in adjusted games lost for 10 of the 11 seasons. They have 7 to 8 Achilles patella ruptures,
Right.
Okay, average 2 to 3 a year. They have 40-plus major hamstring calf tears, high ankle syndesmosis injuries every single year, which I guess has to do with your soft tissue, whatever. They say no other franchise comes close.
Here
So
would be my
something is going on.
Here's my
All right.
response, and it's a simple one. Christian McCaffrey played in every game this season, and that guy's one of the most injury-prone guys in the league.
That's
over
true.
The last
He
few
did.
years.
Again, it's not foolproof. It's just something that could be potentially contributing. If you know that electromagnetic fields and exposure to it, and they're right next door to it, can reduce your collagen and all these other things that are in your soft tissue, whatever, of course it could be a factor.
Affect hamstrings and Achilles.
Of course.
And knees.
It's plausible. I'm not saying it's 100%, but it's plausible.
Okay.
It's worth exploring the idea.
All right.
I mean, do you think it's great to live next to those things?
No. And a lot of people in Ashburn think that their health is in decline because of the data centers.
Right, and all of our concerns are typically just it's nonsense. But you know, the 5G theories, all of these, you know, is it great that we all just live in Wi-Fi everywhere? I mean, I don't know. There's got to be some ramifications.
Yeah, but you need that Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
you need it.
You can see the substation from the practice field.
Yeah, it's right next door.
It's literally next door.
But close, and they've gone with the little things.
Right.
And they've measured it.
There's a substation that's a mile away from the commander's training facility.
I think that would be plenty far enough.
Yeah, but it's not on top of it like it is in San Francisco.
Yeah.
But at this point, even if it's true or untrue or just a wacky theory, the players are concerned.
Right.
Or at least are showing concern. And now you just got to move just for peace of mind.
I would
right?
Think. Maybe. Yeah.
Who cares if it's true or not? Everyone is freaking out about it. Well, players are freaking out about it. I'll tell you what, if I was a free agent, I don't know if I would want to go play in San Francisco.
Have to cross them off the list.
They say typical background exposure is 0.5 to 3 mg, whatever that is, of the electromagnetic, whatever it is it's giving you, right? This guy went to the stadium or where their practice facility is, and at the far edge of the fields at 11 a.m. on a Monday, it was at 8.5. So if the typical background exposure is 0.5, that's at 8.5 plus. They say inside the facilities, in the weight room, the film room, recovery areas, potentially 10 to 25 mgs. Okay? If the typical is 0.5 to 3, you're talking about 3 to 5 to 6, 7, 8 times higher load. And if you can prove, and I can't, but I read it goes, man, it sounds like something you might want to investigate. It does reduce the collagen or whatever in your, it does have an impact on you, those electromagnetic fields. It could be contributing to the injuries. Might not be just sort of
random
that they have more injuries than everybody else.
Well, if they're ever concerned about it, they'll move their practice facility.
You would think.
And they haven't.
Well, that's not cheap.
Well, they're just
I
learning.
guess they poured a lot of money into building that practice facility.
Yeah, this NFL owners can easily move that.
I understand they're fabulously wealthy. Got a lot of dough.
I guess it's something to think about.
It's something.
Considering the last 10
consider.
years, they've had easily the most injuries in the league.
Yeah.
But you're choosing to believe the one guy versus the majority of the physicians and scientists who say that it's crap.
We'll have them prove that it's crap. Show some evidence. Don't just say it's crap. State why.
Oh, I'm sure they have. We just haven't done the research.
Yeah.
Well, there's a doctor here based in San Francisco who debunked it and said he could explain the injuries the 49ers have seen.
I'm confident in saying
so he doesn't think
I
that
will not
being
be doing that
exposed to
research.
25 milligrams or whatever, megagrams, whatever that is, every day in the weight room, that's no big deal.
But if the Commanders have equal or more injuries in 2026, I'm chalking it up to data centers.
That must be it. That's got to be the root cause.
Yes.
A lot of them.
This isn't, this is not my area of expertise nor any of our expertise. The doctor in this article says EMF is different than ionizing radiation that can be harmful to the human body with overexposure. So he's separating that. He's also separated the electromagnetic fields from the substation versus being in a lab. And he says that most of the injuries can be explained by overuse from lack of rest, and that represents a more likely cause than this baseless theory.
Wouldn't that be even? Yeah, that would be even across every team.
Maybe it has something to do with average age of the roster. The younger teams.
I think it's something worth investigating.
And the older teams are going to have more injuries.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question. I think the injuries are certainly going to play a part this week for San Francisco.
I think I might take him.
Okay.
And Darnold is...
he's got the oblique.
He's a little banged up.
Yeah, but he said the chances of him not playing are like zero.
I understand that, but hasn't played great in big games before. These teams just played each other, and I know Seattle kind of dominated that game, but it was still just a 13-3 game.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle didn't do much offensively, but they held McCaffrey to 55 yards, I believe. Probably the lowest of the season. And Trent Williams is banged up. Jair Brown, their strong safety, he's out, hamstring issue.
Yeah. Well, we're going to do that coming up at 9:45. Make our official picks. We got $5 on the line for each of us. A whopping $5.
Super high stakes.
Super high pot. We'll get to that later in the program. Don't go anywhere.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Friday, October 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live with Mike Campbell and the Dirty Knobs. Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. On sale Friday, January 16th, 10 a.m. at JiffyLubeLive.com. Part of the Mattress Warehouse Concert Series.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown, Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Going to get into the Junkies Blitz, give you the latest NFL news here in a moment, but during the break, stumbled onto a story about what has been described as the last tribe in the Amazon that had never had contact with the outside world.
Okay.
And there was some sort of a documentarian who's been studying like these tribes in the Amazon for decades.
These always fascinate me.
And he had video that was released of what he describes as the first contact with these tribesmen that live deep in the Amazon that have never had contact with the outside world.
So they've never seen another person.
They definitely don't have Prime living that deep in the
They've got
jungle.
no Amazon Prime.
They definitely don't see Thursday
And
night games.
Apparently when
100%.
When he approached, they had bow and arrows.
He was like actually approaching them.
I don't know. They must have had a camera or something. And
well, I mean, that first of all, that's terrifying. Like you think that they don't perceive that guy as a threat?
Yeah, right.
They've got bows and arrows and other improvised weapons. I wouldn't go within 500 yards of them.
They all were wearing just like loincloths.
Right. It's covering up the nads.
That's it.
Is there a video
How
of it?
funny is that? Is that even in the Amazon or whatever,
Right.
they know you got to cover your Johnson.
Sure. Yeah.
It's a little bit disrespectful to just walk around with
and
your
it just
Johnson.
looked like a bunch of dudes just perplexed, like looking what's going on. What if you showed them an iPhone or you showed them? I mean,
I think people have done that kind of thing.
yeah.
There you go. I don't know how you don't get attacked. I think
Right.
sometimes there's an intermediary. So
yeah,
like
you
they-
better have better have a go-between.
Yeah, you have a
Or else you're
go-between.
gonna get a freaking poison blow dart right in your neck.
That's right.
It's gonna
What would be the
lights
thing?
out.
What would be the thing that would blow you away the most? Like if you, for whatever reason, let's
If I
just
was
say,
in the Amazon-
let's just not even
Yeah.
TV.
Hold up, no,
big
no.
100-inch
I'm gonna
TV.
go with something more
I love
realistic. I'm gonna
TV.
go with something more realistic. I'm gonna go to the year we all graduated high school,
Yeah.
1988.
Okay.
So in 1988, EB,
Yeah.
you fall into a deep coma. All right,
Yeah, and I woke up
you
today.
wake up today, 2026.
What would blow me away the most? I mean, I guess computing.
Internet. Yeah, computers,
Computing
internet.
and that kind of thing.
Not computers. I mean, computers were
Yeah, I
around.
mean,
internet.
Maybe the internet was in its infancy in the late 80s, early 90s,
but not for mass consumption.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internet would probably be
I'd say at the end of the day, it would be the cell phone.
internet
Yeah,
or,
cell
or
phone.
just
At
like
the end of the
Like
day.
HDTV.
like a laptop. Like if somebody
High
says-
definition TV is unbelievable.
If you went
4K
into a
is
coma,
crazy.
if you went into a coma in 1988, and then, like you had computers back then, but they were big, monstrous.
Did you have a Commodore
desktops.
64?
Yeah, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
This
You know what?
this HP would blow
show
me
me
away.
a laptop, even a number $700 job from Micro Center. Just show me a laptop. after I wake up out of my coma, and I'm going to be pretty stunned by it.
I think the phone. I think the phone would blow you away more.
The phone, because it's all encompassing. I remember Jason, only child. His uncle gave him like his 7 Series when he was on high. Jason was literally driving a 7 Series. No, it's used.
Well, my mother bought it from him.
Okay,
yes.
Used 7 Series.
It was a 1988, 87 or 88.
No, because we were in high school in 88. So it must have been like an 85.
I didn't have it in
84.
high school. I didn't have it until college.
You had it in college.
Yeah.
Okay. But I remember you had a phone. You had like a Michael Douglas Wall Street phone
Right,
with the
big
cord.
thing, bigger than this water bottle.
Brick with the cord.
Yeah.
And we thought it was the coolest thing.
Yes.
I just put a link on Junks Radio if you want to see it.
You didn't
It
have
just-
one of those,
the-
did you?
those kind of
Never.
stories do blow me away.
Yeah.
That there's a portion of the world, even if it's very small, that has basically had no contact with the outside
I just saw
world.
the video of it. It's crazy. And they put a bunch of food on a boat, and they pushed the boat out to them. Did you see all the
I didn't see a
tribesmen jumping on the boat to get it?
Yeah. They're
What if those-
starving.
what
Were they
if-
starving?
They don't look like they're starving, but
No,
obviously they were.
What if those tribesmen, they've been, using old-fashioned fire? You showed them a microwave.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
They wouldn't even know what it was. If you put a microwave oven in front of them,
no, but
that
you
would
let me ask you this.
You brought a microwave.
Yeah.
Would they, I was
Give
gonna
them
say,
pizza.
would they eat a pizza?
Of course
Would they eat a
I
pepperoni
think they'd
pizza?
Eat anything. I think they'd eat anything.
I mean,
I don't know
everybody
if they
loves
would.
pizza. We talked about it earlier.
I mean,
in the
they
week.
eat animals.
Yeah.
Pizza would be so silly compared to eating like a squirrel.
Yeah, but they think squirrels taste like pizza, like we think pizza tastes.
I think it's kind of like, you brought up Amish earlier, and I think there may be TV shows about it when, like, the Amish leave.
Oh,
there's a man who
sure.
just go nuts.
Oh, yeah. It's called Rumspringa, I think is what it's called, where they give the kids a chance. Like, you can go outside of the Amish community for a while,
See if
and
you like
you can either stay with that or come back. And I think
vast
I
majority?
think most of them come back to the Amish
They do.
way of now.
Well, probably
I'm
it's
not an
also you're
expert.
leaving
You
your
think I really
family.
know?
Yeah, because you have your friends and family. Those are your
Right.
connections.
Yeah.
How many times do anacondas sneak up on those tribes and
Probably
just
all
kill
the
their
time.
kids?
I would guess a lot.
They probably know how
I mean,
to
they're
deal
living
with-
deep in the jungle.
30-foot anaconda.
I don't know. I do find that fascinating.
And
too.
like those people now, my scenario of 1988, we already had TV. You put a TV in front of them.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying, man. You put a football game on TV in 4K, they're going to be blown away.
Well, put a TV with video of them on it,
Yeah.
of the tribe.
They would literally think you're an alien.
They would
A
fall
camera.
over.
But just a camera. Like a Polaroid.
Yeah, Polaroid would blow them away.
That blows you away. Take a picture.
I'd like to show them fantasy football rosters and see what they thought.
Yeah. See if they prefer
Or my
Devon
betting
HN
account.
or CMC.
In my betting account.
Yeah.
See what they thought
Give
about
them a Surfside.
They don't know what a DFS sweat is. They have no idea.
Right. Dude.
They don't know what a parlay is. They
Nope.
don't know who playoff Mike is.
Nope. They don't know who he picked.
Plus, they're
No idea.
dealing with probably a very small dating pool being deep in the Amazon. Because the video I saw was just all dudes. What do you put them on?
Dating? I'm sure they date. I'm sure there's dating.
What do you think? What do you think the?
What if you put
Sorry,
them
I'm
on
watching.
Tinder?
Guy
They
just goes over
You
and
put them on
sees it.
Tinder and they just started swiping. Like, oh my God.
Native Tinder.
Oh, it's so funny. They give him a Sprite. Valdez sent me the video. They give him a Sprite. They're biting the cap off. They don't know it's a twist off. It's a twist off, stupid.
Oh, really?
You think they know
They're
what,
trying
what a,
to-
you think they know what a bottle is?
She's trying to bite the bottom of the bottle to crack it open.
We're so bad. We give them soda.
Bottom of
They
the
get
bottle.
fat.
Who sang that
Smile
song?
Empty Soul.
Smile Empty Soul.
That
That was a
Same
viral
man.
video in I think 2025 this past year of the Hadzabi tribe.
Yeah.
And some dude gave him a Sprite.
That's good viral
Dude,
marketing.
he's got a nice shirt.
I'm going to look that up.
Where'd he get his shirt from?
They have a TJ Maxx in the jungle.
He's got a shirt and pants.
Yeah, where does he get that?
Well, take a look at the tribe from
He's
this
got
story.
shorts.
They're all
He's wearing jorts, Case.
They're all wearing loincloths.
Yeah, that's going backwards.
Oh,
So
he
they-
is crushing that Sprite. Oh, he ain't giving that up.
He's obeying his thirst.
Yeah.
He is crushing that. That girl's kind of cute. Right? She's a pretty girl.
Yeah, but her Reggie's got to be out of control. It just has to be.
It's a jungle.
It is. It's a jungle out there.
Now he's cut. So he cuts it off with a knife.
Yeah.
A big old knife.
Does he
Oh
like
my
it?
God.
Does he like it?
Yeah, it's like a Crocodile
Sugar,
Dundee
it's
knife.
like crack cocaine in them.
Oh,
Although Sprite doesn't have caffeine.
No, but it's a
No, but the
sugar.
sugar.
No, it's a Fanta. I'm seeing a Fanta.
I'm seeing a Sprite.
Oh, you are?
You give him a Dr. Pepper, then he'll go crazy.
Yeah. She looks like she's got a shotgun it.
They woke up
biting
in
the bottom.
Fanville and they didn't even know it.
Remember, coming up at 9:45, we'll make our NFL picks, some wagers on it. Money Mike, Playoff Mike, Primetime Mike. He's posted his video. You can give us a follow on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio, and at Junks Radio on Twitter. He's dug himself a hole. He's got to get out of it. Otherwise, he's going to have to run 8 miles in boots on the ground to work. So you can check out his latest pick on our social media. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Can Matthew Stafford survive the Soldier Field freeze? This Sunday, the Rams will face sub-zero nightmares in the Windy City with wind chills hitting -10. That will crumble Matthew Stafford and company and the Bears advance. I'm Drake Toll.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot on an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Mike Mars all in on the Bears. Who do you like? Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Upgrade your breakfasts at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on all packaged smoked salmon with Prime through January 27th. Top your bagels with thick schmear and a generous heap of this delectable protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's CARS with a K.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, She knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The San Jose Sharks scored 3 goals in a 2-minute and 45-second span in the second period before holding on to defeat the Capitals 3-2 last night. Dylan Strome and Ryan Leonard scored, and Ovi had an assist. Logan Thompson made 23 saves for the Caps, who now have not won consecutive games since that 6-game winning streak back at the end of November, beginning of December. And the big bad Los Angeles Dodgers, fresh off back-to-back World Series titles, have struck again. They have flexed yet again their financial muscle. This time they signed Kyle Tucker, 4 years, $240 million. Kyle Tucker was the consensus top free agent in this year's class, and now, of course, he's a Dodger. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 in DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you this year as we celebrate 30 years by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Coming up later this hour, we're going to give you our picks for the divisional round weekend of games. Right now, though, we'll do the Little Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers carries indoor and outdoor saunas.
Love my sauna. Can't recommend it enough.
So a lot of injury news regarding the games and a lot of coaching news surrounding the NFL. Although outside of Harbaugh taking over as the Giants coach, nothing is certain. Just a lot of rumors and interviews set up. Let's start with the injury news. Sam Darnold will play. He is suffering an oblique injury, but he will be good to go against the 49ers. Pretty much everybody else is good to go for...
What's the line on that game, Cakes?
7.5, I think. Seahawks laying 7.5 at home.
Darnold has a lot to prove. Regular seasons, last 2 years, won a ton of games. But everybody remembers the way the season ended last year. He ends up leaving Minnesota, leads Seattle to being the number 1 seed. But I think he needs to get a win to change the perception.
Yeah, I have a hard time trusting Sam Darnold in a huge spot. I know they've had a week of rest, but
You're taking the Niners?
Him being a little bit banged up concerns me.
Sticking with the injury front, the Buffalo Bills. Their head coach Sean McDermott ruled out 2 players for their divisional round matchup against the Broncos. Safety Jordan Poyer out with the hamstring. I don't know if they're close to a substation. And Maxwell Hairston, ankle injury. You'll have to check the power lines in Buffalo in their training facility. Wow. But 2 key players will be out for the Buffalo Bills.
I don't think I've ever been more wrong about a team than I was. Honestly, I was more wrong about the Broncos than I was the Redskins. I just did not see. I thought they were a fraud last year. Wasn't really buying into the Bo Nix, like being this guy. I don't think he's great or anything, but they just know how to use him, and he's tough.
Yeah.
The defense, I'm just stunned.
He's not great, but he's solid.
Yeah, he's solid. He's a gamer.
his numbers are solid.
He's a gamer.
And they've got a really good defense that attack the QB. They don't have any stars on offense, right? I mean, Cortland Sutton's not a star. R.J. Harvey's not a star.
No, I would not categorize any of their players as superstars.
The star's their head coach.
But well coached.
That's their star.
Yeah. And then if your defense is going to hold teams to 17 to 20 points, you're going to win a lot of games.
I always view Sean Payton as very smug. I'd like to see him with his tail.
I would like to see him lose, too.
I'd like to see him with his tail between his legs at the end of this
weekend. The way
weekend.
he treated that reporter who talked about the attacking downhill or whatever. Yeah. I mean, come on. Yeah. You were just in the media.
He's a jerk. I think most people realize that.
He's a jerk.
My support squarely behind Buffalo this
But here's
week.
the deal with the Bills. So they're handicapped. Poyer and Hairston, defensive starters, out for the game. And earlier in the week, they lost Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers, who most people hadn't heard of until last week. But they both suffered torn ACLs. So their wide receiving core is super banged up in Buffalo.
They're very thin at wide out. I was surprised at how much they were leaning into Brandon Cooks last week because they just don't have a lot of other options.
Shakir, Brandon Cooks, got both Knox and Kincaid.
Keon Coleman is there, even though he's been in and out of the doghouse throughout the season.
Curtis Samuel?
I haven't heard that.
I'll have to look and see if he's active on the roster.
I mean, they're going to have to bring up another receiver. I don't think they can just rely on just those three.
The Broncos,
one of them gets hurt.
The Broncos, on the other hand, flip side of Buffalo, they got good news. Their Dre Greenlaw apparently good to go despite a hamstring injury. So Broncos will be rested. They're getting players back. Meanwhile, Buffalo not rested and losing starters.
And this is at Denver, obviously.
Yes.
But what is is Denver's home field advantage markedly better than others just because of the elevation? Or have they figured all that out?
Oh, I think it's an advantage.
I mean, I know it's an advantage for being out there. But has the league figured out and they get there 3 days before or whatever it is to accommodate? Or is it still a significant advantage for Denver?
I think different teams have different approaches to it. Because remember, I think when Ron was here, I think they tried to do it like just get in as close to the game time as possible.
So it doesn't affect you.
Right. Other teams will go there a few days early and try to acclimate.
I'm gonna have to.
Just no matter what your approach is.
I'm gonna have to ask Rock. I'll ask Rock. Don't worry. Carry on.
All right. So
and do me a favor. Ask Gronkowski what the overall record of teams with a first round bye in the NFL playoffs are. I'd like to know that.
Hold on. I still.
This is Denver's first playoff home game since 2015.
It's a long gap.
They haven't been good.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't realize it was that long.
All right, to get to some of the coaching news, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we had Chris Mueller on from The Fan in Pittsburgh, and I think he mentioned this name. They're conducting interviews for the potential Tomlin successor, and reports indicate they are honing in on 2 members of the Rams staff. Defensive coordinator Chris Shula, and passing game coordinator Nate Scheelhaas.
That was Mueller's pick. He thinks they're going to hire Shula.
Yeah, he
likes
the
bloodlines, the history of obviously of the Shula family in the NFL. They
One
like that
pundit
lineage
connected to the Rams said that Scheelhaas may be the stronger candidate because he is dubbed as the closest thing to Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I remember when they hired Tomlin, he was very young.
Yeah.
Goes 19 years. So maybe they want to go with this young, bright mind in Scheelhaas. I don't know his exact age. I would pick Shula over Scheelhaas because Scheelhaas' name.
You just don't like his name.
If I was Scheelhaas, here's what I would do. I would rename myself Nathan Chase.
Nate Chase.
I just shortened
Coach Chase.
I'm Nate Chase instead of Nathan Scheelhaas. This is just too much. Nate Chase.
What about Coach
Shields? It's cleaner.
Don't people probably call him Coach Haas?
Did you say Nate Shields?
Yeah.
That's even better.
Thank you.
That is better.
I
That's
know.
an improvement.
Jason, just getting back to what I was asking about Denver, they say yes. Historically, Denver has boasted one of the NFL's best long-term home winning percentages, around 700 winning percentage over 30-plus years. Okay,
That's substantial.
And when you look at other teams in the area, it's Broncos in the NFL, Nuggets in the NBA, and the Rockies in the MLB all have outsized home advantages that they claim are due to the altitude.
Look at the Avs home record this year, too.
Well, the Avs
And those teams aren't
really
always
good.
but
great.
the Rockies are terrible.
Yeah,
so.
they're terrible, but I mean, you can't put you and I out there, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
But it's still a huge advantage.
But that's a good point about the Avalanche.
Anyway, interesting. What was the other question you asked?
I just want to know what the overall record of those teams that have the buys in the NFL playoffs are.
Well, usually the better teams, so one would think
I know.
they've got a pretty, in terms of just winning,
What is the
pretty good
overall
winning
record?
But I'm
percentage.
saying, but the buys absolutely help when you have an extra
Playoff
week.
teams that have a bye.
Yeah.
Coming off a bye. By the way, Shieldhaas played college quarterback at Illinois.
That's
and
Nate
he's
Shields
35.
to you, JP.
I'm
He's
glad
now
you didn't say
Shields.
Illinois.
Hold on, you don't actually know people who say Illinois, do you?
I've heard, yeah.
Like you've come into human
Yes.
contact.
And they say Illinois.
Yeah.
Were they living with that tribe in the Amazon?
Maybe.
I mean, what are they doing? I mean, that's absurd.
A couple other.
You're telling me you've never heard people say Illinois?
Not to my knowledge.
I've
Jason,
definitely heard it.
The overall historical record for NFL playoff teams coming off a first-round bye is strongly positive, particularly in the divisional round game they have after the bye.
All right, what's the number?
In the divisional round, teams with first-round bye historically have won at a high rate, around 74%.
You know what Brock's not good at?
75.
Brevity. Brock is just so many words.
All right, so 75%
So
in the divisional round.
74% compared to, I think I'm reading this correctly, compared to league-wide home win playoff rates are 65 to 68%. So about a 10% advantage, it seems like. 10%.
All right, let me give you some coaching
reading that
news.
correctly.
One of these I thought
sounds
was
right.
one of these I thought was from the Onion, but this is ProFootballTalk.com. I can't believe it. It says that the Falcons today are interviewing Antonio Pierce.
Really?
What? Hold on. For
Hold
the
on, let
head
me-
coaching position?
He's gotten a few
Are
interviews.
you sure it's not from ProFootballTac.com?
No.
There's not like a letter missing from the website?
Remember, Matt Ryan is now the president of football,
Yeah. True.
and Pierce, who was fired by the Raiders after his first full season as their head coach, is going to be interviewed. I can't believe that one.
I mean, that guy can't even manage his money properly. I'm going to have him running my NFL team?
I
No,
mentioned
thank you.
I mentioned Nate Shields, real name Shieldhaas. He's interviewing with the Browns, Steelers, Ravens, and Raiders.
Yeah.
So he's a hot commodity. Mike LaFleur, the Raiders interviewed him, and the Cardinals interviewed him.
You come off that McVay tree, you get a lot of interviews. I found it shocking, by the way, when Mueller joined it. I forgot his first name. Is it Chris Mueller?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Chris, yeah.
When he said the Mike Tomlin coaching tree doesn't even exist. There are
Right.
no branches and no fruit that ever came from the Mike Tomlin coaching tree. How is that possible?
Does that mean he was
After
just-
all those years coaching there, like none of his
So
assistants
none of his
go on
assistants-
to do anything.
So
It's kind of bizarre.
They just haven't been head coaches?
I think it more or less means they haven't really advanced. Like they haven't gone from there in advance.
They've
They
had
might
to
still
have
be
moved
coaching
on to
in
go
the league,
somewhere.
Okay, well,
but they haven't elevated
isn't
and
that
gone
kind
on.
of isn't that kind of alarming that
Mhm.
people
Weird.
under his tutelage
No,
don't seem to go very
Like,
far?
what's Matt Canada doing now?
Hopefully he's in Canada and not coaching any sort of American football. I remember when he was with the Terps. Stinkeroo. He's so bad, that offense. And though I know a lot of Steelers fans hated the way he conducted the offense there, too. Oh, by the way, another side note, coaching. This is going to tilt Detroit Lions fans. Arthur Smith getting sniffs for the OC job there.
Yeah, they
Saw
also
that
are looking
yesterday.
at Zach Robinson, I believe.
In Detroit?
In
Wouldn't that
Detroit.
be the world's worst fit?
I don't know if it would be
I'm
a
not sure
great
I can
fit.
think of a worse fit.
Oh, it'd be great.
The guy that's obsessed with running
likes
the
to
ball.
run. Well, they
Jahmyr
got a
Gibbs
couple
would
good
love it.
running backs.
Jahmyr
They do,
Gibbs
but-
and Montgomery would love it.
Yeah, but those receivers, you're gonna shut down those receivers.
I would be stunned if that's the hire
You
there.
gonna let
but-
them just sit there and rot?
I mean, I'd
I
want
mean,
to
they
take
did throw the ball to Drake London when he was healthy, and Kyle Pitts made All-Pro this year. Second, I believe he was second team All-Pro.
Yeah, but I don't think he wasn't getting balls thrown to him at that level when Arthur Smith was there. Maybe he had
That's
one
a good
good year
point.
with Arthur Smith.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Falcons Wire is also reporting that they are interviewing Pierce.
Oh, yeah. Several teams are interviewing him.
No, it wasn't from The Onion. Like I said, it was ProFootballTalk.com.
Yeah.
Last thing, when RG3 went down with his injury after his rookie season, he had the old phrase, all in for week one. It seems like Patrick Mahomes is doing the same thing. He said, I want to be ready for week one. The doctor said I could, but I can't predict what happens throughout the process. That's the goal, to play week one and have no restrictions.
Well, Andy Reid better hope he's ready for week one, or it's going to get ugly in Kansas City.
Apparently had a clean ACL tear and a clean LCL tear. Which is
So what is when are they
better
guessing?
scenario.
When are they guessing?
He wants to be ready by week one.
He wants to be. I'm going to guess it's going to be week 5 or 6.
The longer you wait, the better chances are you won't have a re-injury.
I've been
But
waiting. I've been waiting 8 years. EB.
Didn't Minshew? Didn't their backup Minshew also tear his ACL?
Yeah.
I don't think
He did something
I think
pretty
they
serious.
feared he tore his ACL initially, but it was not an ACL tear.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay.
Not that it matters. This is Gardner Minshew.
Coming up at
But I'm saying,
9:45.
they got to start somebody
Right.
if it's not Mahomes.
Right. We'll get into the 4 matchups, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. Make our picks with some money on the line. But next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junks.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff. Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick. Nice. You got the Upside app too, right? Upside? What's Upside? Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system, water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You may not run a 4440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on. Local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
Get in the game this month and go all caps. Bring your family, friends, teammates, or coworkers to an upcoming home game in January and February. Purchase group tickets now and get price savings. Free hat included with each ticket purchased and in-game group recognition. To learn more or to buy tickets, visit washcaps.com/groups or call 202-266-CAPS. That's washcaps.com/groups for your next outing.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We're going to talk college sports. Yeah, the Natty, but also this huge point-shaving scandal that's going to go all over college hoops at 11 with John Talty. Talking to the Maryland Governor, Wes Moore, at 12:15 for our divisional round picks. Plus, Ask B. Mitch Anything brought to you by College & Co. at 1 o'clock.
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
All right, let's get into EB's entertainment page. Of course, it's sponsored. It's a tentpole segment. Hello!
Love BMW Fairfax. Cake's entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager over there. She'll take care of you, I promise. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Mention me. They're going to treat you great either way. I was thinking about Cakes, right? If my next vehicle, whenever this lease is up, if I'm privileged enough to continue the relationship, which I think we will.
Yeah.
Should I go the same like X5 route, or should I go back to the sedan, or is there like a one-off? Or is there like one of those like the 60, like one of those kind of different cars? Should I go?
I would do the 5 or the 7 series.
7, yeah.
Would
try not
they?
to be greedy.
Would they
I try
hook
to-
you with that?
Maybe, but I try not to be greedy. You know, I'm just a gracious
Try to fly
person.
under the radar.
You know what I mean? Gracious, whatever.
Hey,
I'm a gracious person.
Should mention before you get to your stories that at 9:50 we'll give you a chance to win some Chris Stapleton tickets.
Excellent.
So, of course, you want to listen to the whole entertainment page. Then stay tuned for do a little quick game at 9:50.
I actually
for some Chris
botched
Stapleton
it
tickets.
about 5 years ago. Prior to my last lease, Mike had 3 vehicles out there. He said, you can test drive each one of these. Because I said, I think I want to go in the X route, whatever, get one of the crossover, whatever you call this. You know, X5,
Yep.
X7. He had, regular X5. Then he had like an M1. Then he had the M5 X5. Like it was a horse. It had, like 500 horsepower and everything. But it was bright orange.
Okay.
And the bright orange threw me.
You couldn't handle it.
And I took just the regular.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a business relationship. I do commercials for
Right,
them, whatever.
right.
But I botched it. Let me say officially, this guy right here botched it.
Might be time to
because I let the color.
Yeah.
I melted.
Might be time to rectify that.
I melted.
I can't really see my. I
choked.
can't really see.
Oh,
my
you brought
computer.
are those Teresa's glasses?
He's doing a bit now.
Oh, I can see better now.
Where are you looking?
Those are Teresa's glasses. Wow.
Where are your readers?
I have them.
Okay.
But for some reason today I can read.
You've been saving that for the EP.
Hold on. Let me get my dueling readers.
Hold up, is that like? Hold on a second.
It is amazing how.
Look at me for a second. I just want to see.
But you can't look at you. You're probably blurry.
Dude, those
to
are
them.
pretty bad.
Whose are better?
Yours.
Yours are a little.
Now,
you're
when
a
you
little
say
his are
readers-
bigger.
These are female glasses.
Are these? Do you just pick?
You're half
Do
female.
you just pick these up at CVS, or do you go to a real eyewear store? Where do you even procure these readers?
I think I got mine from Amazon.
It is crazy how clear it is. No, far away, I can't see it. I can barely see you.
Okay, let me see.
But-
Ship them over here for a second.
Okay.
Let me try these on. Let me test drive these.
All right, Cakes, here's the lead story as you try on the readers.
Oh, these everything's blurry.
No, you just got to look at your computer.
Put something up close to you.
When you do your reading, figure it out.
Okay, there's a very specific spot where
Yes.
okay,
That's why
I'm gonna
guys
start
do
out
this.
here. I'm gonna
Right.
start out here.
Closer
Blurry,
you get.
blurry, kind of blurry, coming into focus a little bit. Oh, there's the sweet spot.
Right.
Can't see it now.
Yeah.
That's why guys wear them like this.
Yeah, I
You can do both.
just can't. I
All right.
can't. Not for me.
Jason, Sydney Sweeney, who Valdez is clearly enamored with every day. It's an article about Sydney Sweeney and her milkers every day. Is apparently eyeing a career pivot to music. Is it possible? Can Sydney Sweeney sing?
I've never heard
Don't
her
know.
attempt to sing. I have no idea.
But they're saying because of her relationship with Scooter Braun, I think that may be one of the things that kind of he threw out there, one of the carrots he threw
that
out
he
there.
dangled in front of her?
He can help her career,
Oh.
including maybe a transition into music. Of course, he's was a long-standing manager of Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande. And so maybe Sydney Sweeney could be next.
Maybe she's the next in a long line.
I can't imagine. Maybe you think if you're an average singer, in other words, you could carry a tune, and you're a girl that was in chorus in high school or something. Just you can carry a tune.
Yeah.
But you're not Ariana Grande. You're not Adele.
You're not a star.
Do you think Scooter Braun could make you a star? You can carry a tune.
Probably can. I mean, he knows his business so well. He probably could.
I think I just described Britney Spears.
I think there's a handful of pop stars that can be manufactured.
For sure. I mean, there's no doubt. But you have to at least be able. Okay, that's what she's terrible, but she could sing. She could sing a song in here that wouldn't be repulsive. She's not dancing.
It's wild to me. Like Kate Hudson can sing.
Yeah,
that's wild to me.
I know actors are like you see an actor or something, and all of a sudden they're on Broadway and they're singing like they're
like Hugh Jackman can sing, which is wild to me too.
He can definitely sing.
How about the guy that did the movie with Lady Gaga? What's his name?
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper. That was a huge hit.
He sounded like a silly to me.
Yeah. Sound like a star.
Yeah, I don't like that he's such a good actor and director, and he can sing too. Can he play guitar too?
I think he can.
I don't like that. That's too much. Too much talent.
It's too much.
It's too much.
It's a little.
Yeah, save some for the rest of
Nobody
us.
should be that talented.
At least his Eagles lost in the first round.
That is true.
Right. He's
That's
not a Kevin Petula fan.
That's a very good point.
Kiefer Sutherland was in the news. Cakes. I guess, does this mean he's hammered?
Got arrested.
Law enforcement sources say Kiefer told police he was having dinner with a friend Sunday night. Later in the evening, he called for an Uber. The driver arrived. Kiefer jumped in, and they were on their way back to Kiefer's home. For some reason, during the drive, Kiefer told the driver, pull over, let him out.
Okay.
Kiefer told cops the driver refused, and Kiefer twice more asked the driver to pull over to no avail. At some point, according to the Uber driver, Kiefer threatened to kill him.
Oh, I hope I didn't.
How does
my
that work
Uber driver on the way home from the drinking show.
When
I couldn't be held responsible.
If you pick up somebody, if you're an Uber driver, you pick up somebody.
Yeah.
All right. And you drive 100 yards and they want to get out, don't you still get paid?
Maybe you don't get the full fee, though.
Oh, they don't prepay it? I thought it was
I don't think it prepay it. No, I don't think it's prepay. It's based on sort of the distance.
The distance, is it?
And the time.
So that guy, the driver,
No, I think it's pre.
I don't think so. If you go, okay, I'm sure I'm wrong.
If you took an Uber from here to your house,
right,
and you order it on your phone, I think
don't you have to prepay
the money? Yeah, the money comes.
Maybe, but if it takes an hour and a half longer than it originally was supposed to be because there's an accident, I think you get upcharged. I don't think you still got it for $45.
Oh, okay.
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
So this guy, this Uber driver, wanted to get paid. He didn't want, and Sutherland didn't want to pay him.
I don't know. Wouldn't it be a liability though?
I think maybe that's what he was worried about.
Yeah, like
drop the guy off in the street and get hit by a car or something. He goes,
but what if the guy was threatening to kill you? You drop him off. Get out of my car.
You don't. Yeah, believe me, I'd drop your ass off.
Yeah.
We were talking
if someone wanted to get out of the car and they were screaming at me, I'm letting them out of the car.
Right. Yeah. We were talking about how we forget things in movies. What was his character name in 24?
Jack Bauer.
I knew it was Bauer.
I think we're going to forget Jack Bauer.
I forgot
one of the great
Jack.
TV characters of all time.
I was talking, I do, sometimes I'm in the mood.
He was good the first couple of seasons, let's be honest. It got ridiculous as it kept going.
Sometimes I'm in the mood to talk to Uber drivers. At least you the initial pleasantry, how you doing? Depending upon them. If it's early in the morning, I probably want to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I remember talking to one guy. It's like, pick up a lot of drunks. And he said, yeah.
So you opened the door.
I did. I just asked. And then he told me that the worst part is when people puke.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? And that probably happens a couple times a week. You go to Georgetown, you pick up people, they puke in the car, and he's got to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
What a freaking nightmare.
Got to take it in the car wash, get it detailed. There goes your Uber fare.
Yeah.
And then some.
All right, we were talking about Josh Harris. And Josh Harris just bought a $28 million Georgetown home. Probably never used. Probably pop in once in a while for game
I'm sure
days.
he's never going to use it.
Didn't Dan Snyder buy houses he never used?
I'm sorry?
Didn't Dan Snyder have homes he never used?
Of course.
Yes. I don't know. Probably.
I think that's what these guys do. They just collect homes. But apparently, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that house then from the iconic opening is being sold for the first time in 48 years. And it's a very similar price to Josh Harris. $30 million, Cakes. $30 million.
$30 million, I can live in Bel Air?
No, now it's not any huge downgrade, but it's not Bel Air, it's Brentwood, where OJ lived.
Okay, Brentwood.
So they said it was Bel Air, but it was actually a legitimate home in Brentwood.
Okay, let me look and see who lives in
which
Brentwood
is a beautiful
currently.
area.
They still got to throw Jazzy Jeff out of the house?
Yeah, Jazzy Jeff, he's Dunsky. All right, Valdez has stuffed this story in every day. Okay. Apparently, there's a proposal for a new tax for OnlyFans creators, Cakes, in Florida. They're calling it a sin tax.
Well, they're making income.
Well, yeah, you should pay, but I think they're going to charge you a premium, right? I think.
Yeah, you're paying extra for the
extra on top of regular, income tax
for the suggestive content.
Pay more because you're putting smut out there.
Got you. I thought Florida doesn't tax. They find a way to get your money.
No, I guess no state income tax, but they find other ways to do it.
Of course.
Right? Sophie Rain, Cakes, you know who Sophie Rain is, of course.
I do know who she is.
I only know her because you bring her up all
I
the
do
time.
not subscribe to her on OnlyFans, but I do know who this person is.
I think, what do they say she makes in a year? Like $40, $50 million?
Like more than LeBron makes in NBA salary.
Right.
She's like one dude that gives her $8 million a year.
Now, does she, I know you would know about these, does she get buck naked and then does she do naughty things? Because to me, there's a line there.
I don't know. I think, doesn't she claim to be a virgin? I think.
So then she's not doing naughty things.
No. I think it's
well,
more
you could
suggestive.
Ben knows. Ben keeps popping his head up.
She might go with toys.
Yeah, she could use things.
Ben, you care to chime in and weigh in? Your head keeps popping up and it's bobbing over there, so to speak.
Unhorny Ben.
Is he the Sophie Rain expert?
I don't know nothing about this.
You don't?
So I know it's like alleged that she is one, but I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So does she just do naughty picks?
Yeah.
Maybe with the Toys R Us involved a little bit.
I
That's it.
don't know if there's Toys R Us with her.
I'm not a subscriber.
Just naughty picks.
I think, just suggestive picks. Gets it done.
Wow.
Which I find bizarre. But there are a lot of horny dudes
If
out
I'm
there.
paying money, which I never have, I got to see some naughty. I can't just see naughty picks.
It's gotta be,
You want your money's worth.
You
Yeah, I
can't
want my
have
money's
PG-13.
No, yeah.
You can't have PG-13.
No,
I mean, come on.
I need some freaking
Who's
dirt.
going to pay to go see a PG-13 movie in 2026? Not many people. I need at least R. Minimum.
Jay Leno, Jason, of course. What is the big issue going on in Jay Leno's life? Jason, I'm just going to test you. Do you have an idea? What is sort of the personal drama that Jay Leno
I thought
has
he
to deal
was
with?
sick. Does he have?
No, he's fine, as far as I know. Remember, he's
I thought he
fallen
was
down
ill.
a few times.
Yeah, he fell down.
He got all banged up.
Yeah, his face was
But his
bad.
wife has dementia, severe dementia.
Okay, that's
I think,
bad.
Okay. He said in a recent interview, though, out in L.A., people ask him when he's going to start dating. And Jay's one of these old school
It's a
guys.
little ghoulish.
Well, they're not saying that you're waiting for death. They're saying you're going to date now, right? Because she doesn't know any better.
Right.
And he's like, to him, it's
He's
an
loyal.
outrageous question
Yeah,
because he says we take a vow in sickness and in health.
Right.
And people are outraged.
Jay's doing the right thing.
Yeah, he's thinking about his
doing the
wife.
right thing.
Right.
You know
he
what I
says-
kind of noticed? I saw a
Chin too?
It was a thumbnail. I was like, they kind of looked similar to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
She
know.
gets nice to change oil.
His wife, Mavis.
Mavis.
I think she was his manager. For
Hold
a
on,
long,
let me
long
just see a
time.
picture of her.
I think.
Name.
I don't think she's been on the red carpet in a while.
Yeah, I guess they do look similar. I mean, she doesn't have a big chin. They're both pasty white.
Right.
Jay rocks that
Oh,
denim
by the
all
way,
the time, right?
Don't sleep. Don't sleep. What's coming out today?
Hold on. Oh,
The Rip,
The Ripper.
the Billy Ripken story.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so hold on. That's the Ben Affleck and Matt Damon joint?
Yep.
Where they're cops?
Hour and 52 minutes.
So,
I'm gonna
all right,
watch
so
that
let's
today.
get the basic prep. They're cops, and they stumble onto some maybe drug money or something, and the idea is, do I steal it or not?
Correct.
That sounds good.
I know. It's going to be good.
So they're obviously going to take it.
Comes out today. It's already on.
Does one take it and one
I
doesn't?
don't know. I'll
You
let
have
you
to
know.
watch to find out.
Be funny if it was a 5-minute movie. They stumble into money and they say, "Let's turn it in." And then they goes end credit.
Maybe they were like me when I took the hamburgers from the little what was that place?
Little Tavern
Little
in College
Tavern,
Park.
Stole the hamburgers, went home, ate them, and I felt guilty. Went back. And
You're
gave
the
money.
Hamburglar.
I was a hamburger.
For like 15 minutes.
Yeah, who
Just
knew?
maybe an hour.
Yeah.
I felt guilty.
Guilt got the better of you.
Yeah. Last but not least, Mickey Rourke still trying to return donations from the scam GoFundMe cakes that was out there where people raised more than $100,000 for him to pay his rent. But he said he had nothing to do with it and he would never take money from his fans like that.
You imagine that debacle?
That's
like you
outstanding
have
of
all
him.
of that money and then you got to return it, and then there's hundreds of people that you got to give it to.
Oh,
Can't
that's
even-
that's just a nightmare.
You know what's easier? Just keep the money.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well, it has a
Dark,
conscience.
Mickey Rourke, nobody knows.
You'll get over the guilt eventually.
Yeah, you'll get
it's
over
fine.
it. Yeah.
It'll fade.
Buy a golf sim.
Coming up next, we're going to give you our winners for the divisional round weekend, and at 9:50, your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets. You can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. We'll do some playoff trivia here on the Junkies.
1067 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the Westwood One Sports. Love the drink, hate the drink, love the drink. The Pats passer could be quite effective again on the ground against a Texans D that allowed the 9th most rush yards to quarterbacks in the regular season. I'm tailing the following SGP. Pats money line and Drake May 25 plus rush yards. at plus 120. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's B-Rich here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today day.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
All right, earlier in the show, we established that we're each putting up $5 on the game. Who's going to chart this to keep track? It looks like Cakes is getting his pen out. You're going to make a graph? So we can remember who we picked?
Behind the
I'm gonna
glass.
make a graph.
Behind the glass. They can figure it out.
Are they in? Are you guys in? I'll throw it in $5.
I can make
I
a
can do it.
chart.
Yeah, I'll take y'all's money.
Don't you want to be in it,
Yeah,
Valdez?
yeah. I mean, I just thought you four were going to do it.
And,
but
No, we
it's
want
fine.
to get you in. More
and
merrier.
So we're picking the 4 games, outright winners,
And then a tiebreaker's the last game. The score.
The total score.
And that
Okay.
last game is
Rams-Bears.
Rams-Bears. Okay.
Can I throw this caveat in there?
Go ahead.
If someone goes 0-4, or multiple people do, they have to buy breakfast.
Oh,
Somebody misses them all.
Well, why
Yeah, I
don't
don't know
you,
if that's
double
fine.
your entry fee?
Okay.
What?
Double your entry fee.
So you have to pay 10
So you
instead
pay
of
10.
If
5.
you go 0 for, you have to pay 10 instead of 5.
Right.
Okay, all right.
But
That's
you
fine.
have to go 4-0 to collect.
Yeah.
So if the big winner is just 3-1,
All right. So if someone goes 0-4, they pay
Pay
10
$10.
instead of 5. All right, that's fine.
All right, who's going first?
All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to straight up. My theory is I'm just going to pick the better quarterback in my mind. So first game is the Bills at the Broncos. We talked earlier. The Bills have 2 injuries on defense. They've got receivers out. All that said, I'm taking Josh Allen. I'm going with Buffalo.
I'm going Denver.
I'm going Denver.
I'm going with the team that's
Okay.
rested, better defense, healthier team,
Yeah.
home team. I'm going Denver.
I'm actually rooting against myself there because I have friends that are Bills fans. I'd actually like to see the Bills win, but
I'm going
picking the
to.
Broncos.
I'm going to keep riding the Josh Allen Express. Bills over the Broncos.
All right.
Let's go behind the glass.
I'm gonna take Denver.
Yeah.
Denver.
All right.
I know it's hard to pick them, right?
Mike and
They
Ben.
were 14-3.
I know. I just remarkable.
They were. How many games did they lose at home this year? 1.
Mar, what do you got?
The Bills got lucky last week against Jacksonville. They're not going to get lucky again this week. Give me Denver.
Okay. And unfunny, the very, very unfunny bet.
I was just going to go Denver, but I'll go Bills because Mar just took Denver.
I know. Since Mar,
I know.
Made you laugh.
Actually, I wish Mar was going first right now.
Unfunny zone. All right, game number 2, 8 o'clock on Fox. 49ers head to Seattle to take on the number 1 seed. The Seahawks, of course, 49ers won't have as much rest. They lose George Kittle. That said, I am going to go with the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy, Shanny talked about this. He's 4-0 in Seattle.
Wow.
Says he doesn't get rattled, and I do think he's the better quarterback. I'm just picking the better quarterback in each of these matchups. I'll go Purdy over Darnold, the 49ers.
Despite the fact that they practice next to a substation that is degrading all of their bones and ligaments
Well,
and
their bones,
tendons,
their collagen and their ligaments.
I am
yeah.
going to take
Soft
the
tissue.
Niners on the road because I don't believe in Sam Darnold.
Bet against Cakes. I'm taking the Seattle Seahawks at home. Rested Seahawks team that will get after Purdy. Kittle being out. Trent Williams still banged up. Jair Brown, strong safety for the Niners, going to be out. That's going to hurt too. I'm taking Seattle.
Yeah,
Hope I'm wrong, but Seattle.
I was going to go with the Niners, but then Cakes picked them, so I will go Seattle.
Yeah, there you go.
Seattle.
So I'm taking both of the teams that had buys.
Valdez?
I'm taking Seattle and McDonald. I trust.
Yeah.
Earlier this week, I considered taking the Niners as my main play over the Bears, but Seattle just crushed the Niners a couple weeks ago, held them, with just a field goal. Give me Seattle.
A lot of Seahawks
Mar,
love here.
Or Ben, you know what to do.
Give me the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like. Yeah.
Has he taken all the same teams I have?
Yes. Well,
All right, let's go to game number 3.
I'm going to have to pen
You're
10.
doubling down.
3 o'clock on Sunday. Texans head to New England, take on a Patriots team. Patriots laying 3. I'm going to go Drake May over C.J. Stroud. I take the Patriots.
Pats. I don't believe in the
I
Texans.
know who Jason's taking.
Yeah.
There's no chance he's picking against Drake
Who
May.
are you
in this
taking,
spot.
Cakes?
I'm taking the Pats.
So all 4 junkies going New England.
I'm taking the Texans.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not. You're doing a bit.
I'm taking the Texans.
you know, he's not the number 1 Drake May fan anymore.
You're zigging while everybody else is zagging.
Are you?
Yeah,
you're
maybe.
fading yourself?
No,
You're
he's
fading
going with the
yourself.
defense.
I'm going with the defense.
All right, boys behind the glass.
I'm
we still have
actually-
the
And then
giveaway.
when Drake May wins, I'm just going to come in with my Drake May jersey.
I'm
Emotionally hedging.
I'm taking the Texans as well.
Texans.
Give me the Texans
Mike Marr.
as well.
Give me the Patriots, baby.
All right.
that
All right.
works.
And last game, we've got the Rams, Bears. I'm going to go with Stafford and the Rams, and I'm going to say total points 50. So I've got the Rams.
All
I'm
right, you have
taking the
Rams and 50.
I'm taking the Bears plus 165. I'm on Mike Marr's train.
I'm going to take.
What's your total points,
Give
though?
me points there.
Or tiebreaker.
Bears win 30-27.
So 57.
57 points.
That's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points in the snowstorm. You know what?
Are you me all of a sudden?
Hold on. Drop it 10. 47.
All right.
EB?
All right, you're
I'll take the Rams 46.
It's going to be
1 under.
3 straight for the Rams. I'll say 44 points.
All right.
I have Rams, and I have it right here, 47.
47. All right.
But that's the same as Jason.
But
he has the Bears.
He's got the
Okay,
Rams.
so
I
my
got the
bad.
Bears.
Mar.
Bear down. Give me the Bears. 23-21 walk-off field goal.
All right.
That's 44 points.
44.
I know that Unfunny Ben is taking the Rams.
Rams 49.
49.
All right. There it is. All right, we got our picks. All right, real quick, let's go to the phones. We said we're going to give away Chris Stapleton tickets. Your chance to win them with a little playoff trivia.
All right, let's go to Shane.
I asked a question of the
Shane
junkies,
Dunger.
and the junkies didn't get it, so I've eliminated that one, and I'm going with the easier version.
All right.
Hopefully.
Shane.
Yes, sir. Of the 8 remaining quarterbacks in the playoffs, which one leads the playoffs in passing yards?
Shane
So playoff passing yards.
Caleb Williams.
It is Caleb Williams.
Good job.
Congratulations. You
You're
win
going
2
to see
tickets
Chris Stapleton.
to go see Chris Stapleton, All-American Roadshow, Friday, October 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Let's see if Valdez would have nailed my original question was, who leads in touchdown passes?
Touchdown passes.
Yes.
Currently in the
You're
playoffs.
giggling because I went with the Caleb Williams one, but this was the question I wanted to ask.
No. I was just you picked Caleb.
Is the quarterback still alive? Or?
Yeah. Because I would have
that's a
said
giveaway.
I would have said Jordan Love.
Then you would have nailed it. These guys
Good
didn't
job.
pull it.
Well done.
Jordan Love had 4 touchdown passes for the Packers last week. So we didn't end up making our picks for the game on Monday night because we're not going to be here because of Martin Luther King Day. We're off on Monday.
Oh, I'm taking
on
Indiana.
Tuesday, Cakes is either going to be wearing a Ray Lewis jersey or he's going to have egg on his
I'm
face.
rooting for the eternal underdog, the Miami
You got to
Hurricanes.
text me to remind me, Cakes.
I will do that. Bring in your Ray Lewis tarp, a.k.a. jersey.
Yeah.
All right.
Biggest Miami
that I can
fan.
wear it.
I know.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cakes, EB, I'm JP. Have a fantastic weekend. Be Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Dodgers will win their 3rd straight World Series coming up later this year. Signing Kyle Tucker last night, blowing everybody out of the water. $60 million a year, $10 million more than the Mets were offering. And now Tucker joins Ohtani and joins Freeman and joins Betts and joins a star-studded pitching staff and the closer, Edwin Diaz, that they got. Dodgers, best team in baseball, they'll win it all again. I'm Nick Costos.
You know the junkies love our Surfside iced tea and vodka, lemonade and vodka. I love the strawberry, the black cherry. Surfside, it's a perfect fit this season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Surfsides are made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
B-Mitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the Westwood One Sports. Love the drink, hate the drink, love the drink. The Pats passer could be quite effective again on the ground against a Texans D that allowed the 9th most rush yards to quarterbacks in the regular season. I'm tailing the following SGP. Pats money line and Drake May 25-plus rush yards at plus 120. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold expects to play on Saturday in the team's divisional round playoff game against the 49ers, despite an oblique injury that has listed him as questionable. And a college basketball point-shaving scheme involving more than 39 players on 17 NCAA Division I teams resulted in dozens of games in the previous 2 seasons being fixed by a gambling ring that included a former NBA player. 20 of the 26 defendants played college basketball during the 23-24 and or the 24-25 seasons. According to the indictment, 4 of the players charged have played on their current teams in the past week. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
This is Quan Martin, and you listen to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
Sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hanging out with us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Maybe you're on one of the apps. Wherever you get the content, we appreciate you hanging out. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, Jay. What's happening?
Man, I had a day yesterday, dog. The temperature must have dropped, I don't know, like 30, 40 degrees in the last 3 days.
Was it 50-something yesterday? Today, I think it's 30, 31?
I thought it hit 60 on like Wednesday. One day was nice, and it is cold outside. Yeah.
Would you want to say it's cold as hell?
I was going to say a word I definitely can't say.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like making landfill move to the dump button that early. So yesterday, had a game plan, right?
Yeah.
We were going to go cover the Caps game for Channel 4 last night because, one, just to go cover the Caps game, right? And they're coming off a win. Whenever they play Montreal, usually it's pretty crazy. And then they also were doing First Responders Night, and they were doing a ceremonial puck drop. There was a lot of like good stuff going on at the Caps.
Uh-huh.
Then the Commanders dropped the renderings in the morning, and you and I knew they were coming this week. We didn't know when.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of changes the scope of the day, right? I mean, that's a multi-billion-dollar project in the city, a return to a sacred spot for a lot of fans and people that live in and around this area. Dog. So, a lot of times when you're watching the news, they interview just people on the street. Like, yo, what do you think of this? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And usually I do that sometimes, but usually I'm at like an event and somebody else is doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, it's fun to do. You get to talk to random people. It's cool.
Yeah.
But I was not dressed for a man on the street assignment yesterday.
Nah.
And then it got...
You could have been a man on the street. You were a bum, but,
Nah, look, I shaved. I looked nice. But I was dressed to be indoors.
And I had like that. Oh. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Like I had that little light blue coat I have.
Yeah.
But like I didn't have a coat. I didn't have a hat. I found some gloves in my backpack. I was so cold that shout out to Mike Brand and Penn Quarter Sports Tavern. So we were at Cap One, and then Heather McDonough correctly was like, "We'd really love to get a different visual, like out and about." And I was like, "Okay." And so we walked down to Penn Quarter because at least we're almost at the mall, and the people there couldn't have been kinder because I was basically like the warm huddled masses in the corner, just like trying to stay warm. And you know, Kerwin's a Wisconsinite, like he
don't care about cold.
No. And then, so I didn't have a hat. I didn't have like my hair. I use this hair powder instead of gel. I don't like gel in my hair. It makes it look wet. I use this.
Oh, believe me, you'd been frozen yesterday.
Yo, so I'm standing outside. We were top in the 5. So 5:01, whatever it is. The wind had to be blowing 70 miles an hour, Brian. I swear to God, it was like a tornado coming. And my hair, I looked like Big Ern McCracken in Kingpin, if anybody knows the reference. It was just going bananas. And I want to shout out Chris Kerwin because he literally gave me the hat off his head to put onto mine so I didn't look like a complete and utter idiot on television.
Well, like, I mean, sometimes, don't you think the marching orders should come with a coat? I mean, if you saw what I have on and I have to stand outside, if you're going to tell me I need to go outside, you need to send a damn coat to me as well.
Every once in a while, listen, I got big ears and very little in between. But every once in a while, that 6% of brain power that remains after all the bong hits in College Park, every once in a while, a light comes on in there. And I was like, all right, they want a visual that's outside. For the 6 o'clock, I had an idea. Because the Caps game is going, so you got a ton of fans in the area, but fans weren't hanging around outside because it was so damn cold.
Yeah, they hang around inside the Clydes.
You know where you get a ton of fans because the gates don't open till 6 o'clock. You know the indoor entrance to Cap One by the movie theater and all that. Boom. So
smart man.
Yeah, that's the first smart thing I thought of in months. But dude, so in turn, I talked to a lot of just DC sports fans, people from everywhere. I talked to this family, the Davio family from Walkersville, Maryland. I thought this was really cool. So Walkersville is like, I think north or west of Frederick, but they do a family Christmas trip to a Caps game every year. So last night was the night. It was a really nice family, mom, dad, son, daughter, and this was the Caps game they go to every year. And so they were so excited for that, and then they were also big Commanders fans. Uh-huh. So then they were so excited for that, and overwhelmingly, the feedback was like super positive. Talking to the folks at Penn Quarter, they were like, yeah, we're excited about the stadium and everything, but we're also excited about NFL Sundays being in the city. Because one thing I very much think, you know, and we're worried about parking and tailgating. At 1:30, Mark Seagraves from NBC4 is going to join us because Mark actually has a lot more information on the parking and tailgating and like the years of construction. And I think people are going to be really encouraged by what Seagraves is going to tell us. In short, tailgating ain't dead. We'll get to it at 1:30.
I've said that,
but even you and I have said there'll be ways.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be built in for a while. We'll see if it sticks, but it's going to be built in. But overwhelmingly, people were excited about it coming back into the city, excited about the look of the stadium. And the restaurant I was at, Penn Quarter has awesome wings, by the way. They did give me an order of buffalo wings.
We've had that.
I know. I'm just reiterating.
I've seen people do cake stands while eating the wings in there.
I know.
Remember that?
Them. Yeah.
Male and female.
But I didn't think about the business perspective of it. And dude, one thing with people going to the stadium, by and large, NFL games are on Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. You can park for free on Sunday. You can just park on the street. I think a lot of people might drive to a place like Gallery Place where you got bars and restaurants. You could park for free on Sundays and then just hop on the train and it's 2 stops.
Train, Uber.
Yeah. If it's a beautiful day, you could walk. Might be a half hour, 45 minutes.
But see, that's the thing about it. When you start, whenever we bring up that conversation, you know, I kind of get annoyed by the few that are going to make that into the biggest deal. And let's be real. When you start looking at the overall people that are going to be impacted by the stadium, the tailgaters are a minute part of the whole deal. Because the people that are impacted by this new stadium and all the stuff around it are not just people going to the football game and wanting to throw some burgers or something on a grill. It's going to be all types of people going to be impacted in a positive way. So I'm like, look, man, stop making that into the biggest thing. That's not the biggest thing to be concerned about, to be totally honest with you. But you have those that want to make it into like it's not that important when you look at the overall scheme.
Yeah. So we have a busy show. I want to talk national title game Monday night. We got to talk about this college basketball scandal because it seems significant. B, I got a real question. Remember when I bet on Georgetown a couple weeks ago against DePaul?
Mm-hmm.
And here's what sucks when you get a major scandal like this is you start to look at everything, right? And you're looking back at things that may not be accurate, but like your mind can't help but wonder. You know what I'm saying?
Did that game get screwed up?
So Georgetown and DePaul are two of the colleges named in the
scandal.
The scandal.
Yeah.
Doug, 2 weeks ago, it was last week. I think it was last Wednesday or something. Georgetown played DePaul, and if you remember, I picked the Hoyas.
Uh-huh.
They shot 4% in the second half. They scored 15 points in the second half.
So you're wondering.
DePaul only scored 24, but like when you start to hear point shaving and then you think back, oh, Georgetown's named in this, DePaul's named in this. Wait a second, they shot 4% in the second half?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know anything.
But see, but that's was it a player or are they talking about that was they say they were impacted by
affected.
Affected by
so that like a team could be affected because they're on the other side.
Yeah.
And there's a player identified on the other team, and that game is therefore affected, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like affected could mean a zillion different things. And that's I don't want to jump to conclusions, and I'm not even suggesting anything. But the reality is the biggest problem with having these scandals is you start to think, what is affected? And in that case, it's like, that was my money on that game. Like, was I a victim of this thing? You know what I mean? And I am sure there's thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people that are like, wait a second, what about this game? Like, if you go onto Twitter and stuff, people are firing off videos of Kennesaw State where a dude dribbles the ball off his foot. And did the dude just dribble the ball off his foot? Or was he point shaving? And like, in some ways, it's probably unfair, but in some ways, it opens the door for all of the speculation.
Yeah, well, the speculations are going to come. And, I mean, you're going to have people, and I think the legal markets may have some way of, if they can do whatever, but the illegal markets, you're done. You forget about it. Don't much ask question anymore. It's because it is what it is at that point. But, you will be questioning stuff. And I think we have to understand whenever you come up with something like this, when you have the legal sports gambling and things get so big, you're going to always have a slew or a crew of bad people that want to try to capitalize off of it. You know what I mean? So that comes every time you see something, a nice entity with a lot of money and stuff going on, somebody negative always comes into it. It's going to happen.
We're going to talk to Amy Dash about the legal ramifications. We'll talk to John Talty, mostly Natty with him, but we'll have to touch on that. John covers all college sports for CBS. Governor Moore is going to join us at 12:15. Governor Moore won the week last week.
Yeah.
In fairly convincing fashion.
Yeah, he destroyed us.
So we'll see if we can get back to the Gov this week. Landville, can I ask a question? Is anybody having internet trouble here in the office, or is something wrong with Twitter?
I'm not having no trouble.
I think it's just you personally there's something wrong with.
Because
we're all good.
Always a possibility.
That could be a problem. That could be a real idea right there.
White Brian just dropped another one in. Texas against South Carolina. Texas is down 3 with 7.5 seconds left. Down 3 with 7.5 seconds. South Carolina's got the ball. You foul. That's a single possession game. You're down 3 with 7.5 seconds. They let the Gamecocks dribble the clock out. Spread was 3.5.
But see, that's the question now. Now what you do, you pop up and you start asking this question, though.
On what planet do you not foul down 3 with 7.5 seconds?
So we say that there were some players involved. Is there a player or the coach? Because right there, the coach should be saying foul, right?
Yeah.
So the thing came out yesterday. There's 20 people. 2 people, I think, were outside, and then some players. Well, 15 players and some other people. The speculation would be that the person in charge didn't tell them to foul, right?
Dude, and if your point is we look at players and maybe not necessarily coaches, we should be looking at everybody.
Yeah, and
the NBA had a ref in on it a couple years ago.
And
then they're like,
I'll keep saying it, and I will go to my grave saying it. He wasn't the only one.
No way.
Bet that. You watch the NBA game, damn, them referees are too involved.
Did you watch any of the Caps last night?
I just saw a little bit of stuff.
For starters, I saw this on the pregame. It was Alan May's birthday. Happy birthday, Mayday.
Alan May, what are you, 62? He probably is.
I bet you guys are the same age.
I just like to mess with him.
Actually, he was playing in the 80s.
He was playing in the 80s? Damn, he that old?
You weren't in the pros yet in the 80s.
No, I was not.
All right, I'm going to look up. Alan, damn, you almost nailed it. He's 61.
See, I'm close. We've had this conversation before.
Dog, Alan May looks freaking great for 61.
Yeah.
Alan May looks better at 61 than I do at 44. Alan May might look better at 71 than I do at 44. Caps game last night, so I was there and I watched a bit, and then I watched the third period from home. They cannot put it consistently together. Mm-hmm. And until you get there, you wonder about the team, honestly. And, they gave up 3. They scored 1 late. I do like watching Ryan Leonard a lot. But it's I was listening to Joe B and Locker at the end and Smoking Al, too, and they were just saying, the inconsistencies are just going to plague this team.
Yeah.
And knowing Carberry a little bit, we've met a handful of times and have been in enough pressers. That dude's got to be out of his mind frustrated.
Yeah. Because, the thing of when you see things happening wrong on the ice, on the field, on the court, whatever, the coaches are doing it. They're doing the things that they think they're supposed to be doing. And I'm sure in practice you feel like the players are receiving it. Then the game comes. And I'm sure coaches go, what the hell happened from that practice yesterday to the game tonight?
Totally.
Or the practice this morning to the game tonight. Nobody is doing anything that we told them to do. But it's like, oh, man, they're out there messing around in practice. They're not doing anything. No, they're doing everything they got to do. Sometimes it just does not work. Don't come to fruition for you.
We're probably not going to spend a ton of time on it today. Baseball is broken. Baseball has a Dodgers problem. L.A. signing Kyle Tucker to that money and just another guy going to the Dodgers. Clearly, they have a willingness to spend, which is...
I mean, that's to be an owner and to be successful, you got to have that to a certain extent. There are a lot of people out there who have money, can spend it, Jay, that they don't want to spend it. So it's kind of hard for me to be pissed at the Dodgers. And when I know there are other teams that have money that will not spend it. When the Yankees was doing it all the time, people were like, oh, man, well, everybody has the right to spend money. Just like you got the right to make some more money. But there are a lot of teams and owners that are lazy as hell. They just try to get what's off the top, and they don't try to push to get anything else.
I mean, to think the money the Dodgers are spending now. Landfill sent us this. The Dodgers now have over $2 billion in guaranteed salary. This is not for 2026. This is total value of the contract. This is not what they're paying in 2026, but the total value of the contracts on their books is probably a higher valuation than some teams in baseball.
They can do it. I mean,
now
listen,
there are four teams,
but you're looking at the fact that's money that's going there, and this is where I always buck back at ownership and people. Well, they're not making money. Yes, they are. If they're spending it, they're making it, and they are projecting to make That's why they have that $2 billion tied up into them contract, because they think they will be making enough to pay them back.
I get all that. Just the disparity in what is being spent. Now, there are 4 teams with over $1 billion committed to their payrolls. The Mets, the Blue Jays, the Padres, and the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Just the Dodgers are $1 billion ahead of everyone else. I mean, that's crazy. Think about teams that I consider big spenders. You mentioned the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Phillies. The Red Sox are below $700 million guaranteed. The Yanks are close to $800 million, and the Phillies are at $865. I mean, the Dodgers are so far out in front. Like, the Dodgers are spending 3x, probably more than that, frankly.
There's some of the other teams.
Than the Braves. And the Braves have $650 million committed to their payroll.
At this point right now, what they're saying is, it's okay to do it, I'm going to do it. They're putting their money where their mouth is.
Certainly.
Kind of hard to be pissed at them.
Certainly. All right, when we return, Amy Dash will join us, walk us through these allegations that are widespread in college basketball and what the hell's going to happen next. Nobody go anywhere. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. To be, Landfill just reminded me of something.
Law one.
I kept saying, like, oh, we should do this for Monday, and Landfill reminded me we're off on Monday.
Yeah, we are. You didn't know that?
I did. I just wasn't thinking about it. But I'm good with it. I'm driving.
Won't be complaining.
I'm driving out west today, driving to Wisp, get some skiing in. Should be good weather. Maybe some fresh snow. Excited for that. We're trying to track down Amy Dash to have a conversation about the legal ramifications with everything going on in college hoops. It does look like Twitter is broken, man, which is a big news source for a lot of folks. So,
well, it was Verizon the other day, Twitter today.
My wife just informed me we got a $20 credit from Verizon.
Yeah, I think that's low. What about people that run their businesses on their phone that lost money that day?
You said that the other day. All right, we are
excited. That $20 ain't going to do a damn difference for them.
We're excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to Amy Dash. Joining the show is Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash. Insider calls are presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Amy, how are you? Thank you for making time for us.
Doing great. Thank you for having me.
So it's really funny, right? We're very excited to have you on. You are the Odyssey legal insider, and you're talking to us presented by BetMGM. and yet we want to talk to you about this crazy college basketball scandal.
Yeah, scandalous.
One of many we've heard about recently.
Totally. So for you with the I get bogged down in legalese. The allegations, I guess, is the technically where we're at. What did you read in those documents that appear to be very significant to me?
So there's more than 39 players on more than 17 different NCAA Division I men's basketball teams who are being accused of participating in and receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribe money. And so in terms of the charges, the main charges are conspiracy to commit wire fraud and bribery in sports contests. And obviously the bribery in sports contest charge is self-explanatory. The allegation there is that they were taking money in exchange for participating in the fixing of these games, and specifically agreeing to ensure that their team would fail to cover the spread of the first half of a game or sometimes an entire game. And then the fixers, who were the people that were allegedly organizing this, would then place wagers on those games, recruit other people to wage on those games, and bet against the team whose players had been bribed to underperform and engage in this point-shaving scheme.
So, I mean, this is significant, but this is kind of what we hear, right? Is that you get...
We kind of knew it would be something that might be coming.
Right. I don't think it's a surprise. What I am really curious about, and I think one of the unfortunate byproducts of this stuff is you hear about this, and then you look back at games, and you're like, oh my gosh, were they point shaving in that game?
Right.
Of the colleges listed, I found the language really interesting. There were, at least in the report I saw, they named 20 colleges affected, right?
Yeah.
Now, what does affected mean?
So it got a little bit controversial because they listed colleges, and then I think some of the media people got confused and thought that those colleges had players that participated in this scheme. But in fact, a bunch of the colleges, like St. John's and some of the other ones that were listed, they were affected, and the meaning of that is that they were sort of the victims of playing against teams where those teams had players or one player or multiple players that were underperforming. So I would say affected would mean, either the victims or sometimes a team that had a player on it that was underperforming. But I just actually tweeted at Amy-TV the defendants and the charges against those defendants. So you can see the teams on that chart, which was released by the DOJ, where there were players that were accused of participating. So just because you see a team that was affected, it doesn't mean that team was implicated. It doesn't mean that team had a player on it that was engaged in this so-called conspiracy.
That's been my pet peeve for years in this media thing. That headline told a different story than what the story was supposed to be saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
When you say
Absolutely,
affected,
right.
now you people are probably, descended upon some of these colleges asking questions, and they like, we were the team that the other team did it against. You know, I think the headlines got to get a little closer to what the damn story is.
Right, exactly.
So the biggest,
and that's unfair.
The biggest names, the biggest schools on here appear to be DePaul, right? I see a couple kids from DePaul listed. I see a Tulane kid listed. Now,
Tulane had this problem back when I was like in high school or something with Hot Rod Williams.
New Orleans is a wild place, man. So, Amy, I have a hyper-specific example, but what's even worse is Georgetown's not listed. The Georgetown-DePaul game last week, the Hoyas shot 4% in the second half, and apparently DePaul's the one shaving points. What the hell?
I don't know that last week's game was part of it because I think, this investigation's been going on for 2 years. So a lot of the games that are mentioned, are a little bit further in the past, but it's been coming down the pipeline, and we saw that that whole conspiracy with NBA players and coaches that happened just recently. And what's really interesting about it is that these two guys that are allegedly the fixers, so sort of the ones that coordinated all of this, and they're not basketball players, they're just gamblers, and they're people who, at least one of them is admittedly somebody who cheats to earn a living and gambles to earn a living. And some of them have lengthy criminal histories. And those two fixers who were allegedly the masterminds of this, separation between those two cases. And in fact, one of these people, his name is Shane Hennon, who's alleged to be involved here.
Sugar Shane.
Does have a history of cooperating with the authorities, reportedly, according to the Department of Justice. And Sports Illustrated wrote a whole article about it, where in prior cases he allegedly cooperated in handing over information about other cases to get himself a better deal. So a lot of that could be going on and might continue to go on, and that's sort of why we see this cascading from case to case where there's even more revelations coming out weeks or months later about conspiracy and bribery in other sporting events and in other leagues. So theoretically, this could spread across other sports too, if in fact this has been going on covertly, and there are similar people, or even there's somebody who has knowledge of something else going on and they want to get themselves a better deal. That's when cooperation comes in. And it's very hard to beat these federal cases. I mean, almost 90% of people plead guilty in these federal cases because they're so hard to beat, and so cooperation becomes the mechanism for a plea deal.
Well, when the feds come at you, they already know anyway. So when they ask the question, they know the answer. But the question, like you said, mafia people involved, and you got kids in college getting, I guess,
in the NBA one,
in the NBA and all this stuff too. So you start worried about threats.
Exactly.
Do you gonna do this or else, and those type of things? How do you think they can get control of this in a sense?
Well, do you mean like the defenses that are possible here?
I know that they got security teams in all sports. They got FBI filing stuff, CIA filing stuff. How do they get this thing to where you got a kid walking on campus, somebody walk up to him and say, if you don't do this, this going to happen. Kid probably going to do what the hell they say do.
Exactly. I think that's one element of it, but I also think that people that were specifically targeted sometimes were underdogs, or people that maybe aren't eligible for NIL because they're not talented enough or popular enough, or maybe they don't have aspirations to go to the NBA because you're risking a lot, right? So you would think that the more talented players wouldn't try to make short-term money for long-term risk, but people who maybe are just playing college ball and they realize that they're just getting an opportunity at an education and they want to graduate with a degree or go on to graduate school, well, the sport is short-term for them. And if they're in need of the money and they grew up and they didn't have that socioeconomic wealth, then they're more prone to being targeted and agreeing to something like this and not really thinking of the long-term consequences. So I don't think threats are going on all the time, but I think there is calculated targeting of people that are more likely to agree to these things. And then I think once they get involved and in the mix, that's where your point comes in. Then at that point, it might be harder to leave the scheme because then the threats might come in because now you're in bed with these people,
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I mean, this is real gangster stuff here.
Yeah.
We're talking with Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash with this ongoing college hoop scandal, which, as you correctly point out, could be a byproduct of the NBA scandal. One thing I know, Amy, everybody should give Amy a follow at Amy Dash TV. Of the thing you just tweeted out with the actual people's names, this dude Shane Hennon, aka Sugar Shane, his residence is listed as Vegas and Philly, and Amy said it's believed that he helps the authorities when this comes up. That dude better head for the hills. like if we know that, then other people know that.
Like the thing about Philly, when I was in Philly, Cuba Libre, we used to go to this restaurant. We were told to not go to that restaurant again. Because if the security guys on the Philadelphia Eagles knew back then, 2001, 2002, that's where all the gamblers hung out, believe me, it's 2026 now. The authorities know where the people hanging at and what they're trying to get done.
Exactly. Well, apparently. Alleged fixer. And then, according to the DOJ, Blakeney and a bunch of his teammates in the Chinese Basketball Association started fixing games. He was allegedly paid $200,000. And that's when they then set their sights on the NCAA using this former Bulls guard, according to the report, to try to then recruit players at the college level.
Wow.
And also to your point with Hennon, there was a report, I'm trying to remember if it was from Sports Illustrated or the DOJ, but there was a report that he allegedly did try to take a one-way flight to Colombia, and either was stopped or to leave the country. Yeah, absolutely. There was also a report that he had been involved allegedly in drug cases in the past, and cooperated to try to get out of those types of charges. So again, all allegations and things that are sort of circulating. The person's innocent unless proven guilty on all of this. But definitely what we can say for sure is there is a criminal past, a criminal history there, where there have been accusations made against this guy. And at least on one occasion, he has cooperated.
Wow. So, Amy, the genie ain't going back in the bottle. You know what I mean? Is this just going to continue to be like a part of our lives in sports now where every couple months there's just some big betting scandal?
I think that there's definitely a lot more attention on it now. And I know there was some talk about prohibiting prop bets. The problem becomes when one player can sort of throw the game. And that's where the vulnerabilities lie, on these individual statistical bets. Or when you have one integral player who's a top scorer, and then that person is targeted to underperform and basically manipulate the overall score of the game or the first half score of the game, So I think, it's a tricky situation, and it's been going on for a long time. And I think the leagues, and especially at the college level, the consequences are there. So a lot of people are not thinking ahead about the consequences, right? The consequences are there. You get kicked off the team, or you get kicked out of the league. You face criminal charges at the federal level. This is all serious stuff, but there needs to be preemptive regulation in terms of the betting landscape. And so that's where I think it's tricky, though, because there's just so much money involved, and even the leagues are taking a piece of the money.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yep. Amy, this has been really, really interesting.
Yes,
Thank you very much for your time.
Great.
And
it's my pleasure.
I always love talking with you, but it's very rarely good news in the sports world when we got to get our legal insider on the line.
I agree with that. Have a great day, guys.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Thanks.
That's Amy Dash, Odyssey's legal insider. You can give her a follow at Amy Dash TV. Insider calls are presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine.
B. Mitch and Finley, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Now, we don't start technically celebrating for another 10 and a half minutes, but if you're out there, you do you, man. We're not here to judge.
Yeah, man. Go
We
on,
work
do
with
your
Jeff freaking Walker. We don't judge around here.
Not at all.
Jeff, for whatever reason, you thought he dressed like a traffic cone. I thought are you going hunting? Is that why you're wearing bright orange, Tennessee orange?
No, he just wanted to.
I'm just wearing my orange fleece. It was cold outside this morning.
Cold.
It was cold.
You know,
I walked in and what's it? Sherelle. She was like, "You don't have on a coat?" I'm like, "I came out of my garage to a garage. I had on a long sleeve, but I wasn't outside." Huh?
I said, "Pinky's up."
It's good to be B-Mitch, dog.
I came out my house, walked up the street in the cold.
But even if
I didn't wear a coat either because I've been parking in the building lately.
What
I may have some parking
I
situations.
just start the car 10 minutes early, and then I walk outside, get in the car. It's warm. I'm not gonna be. If you get in the car anyway, you got to take off the coat. You're too damn stuffed up.
So I'm going to the mountains. So I'm choosing to get colder, and there should be good snow tonight and tomorrow night. So it should be really good skiing conditions, which I'm really excited about. But I was texting with Camera about the weather this weekend. Whenever I'm going somewhere, I probably annoy that.
Well, he just came back.
I know
from somebody.
Doug's always living his life, dog. But I probably annoy Doug because whenever I'm going somewhere, I ask him to check the weather for me. But he said Sunday, where I'm taking my two children skiing, 10 and 7 years old, wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour with wind chills below zero.
Let me ask you a question.
How much
Jay.
you think Ainsley's going to lock in?
Let me ask you a question. You had your kids jump in the cold water when it was 20, 30 degrees.
New Year's Day, they didn't jump in.
But
they weren't allowed to.
A few days before that, you jumped
Thanksgiving
in.
weekend.
Okay, it was cold.
It was cold.
So skiing, they're going to be dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, we'll be bundled up.
Yeah.
Plenty of hot chocolate.
But the jumping in that water thing, you need to be tested.
I don't think I'll be down at the beach again till March. You should come with me. We actually shout out to Jimbo and the Rude crew. We're getting a Rude system down at the beach, and I told Lauren, well, I got to go check this out, and that's just a manly trip overnight. I just got to go by myself real quick. So should you be interested, I'm sure Monty's available. There's seafood.
Ready.
Depending on the weather, maybe golf.
I volunteer, yes.
Can I come with y'all?
Nah.
Dang.
Yeah, we say it's an overnight trip. If we play golf with you, you're going to be golfing overnight.
So?
If Jeff had to finish his own ball, if he had to, he could not pick up. The hole's not over till it's in the cup.
hole.
How long does that round of golf take?
7.5, 8 hours. At least.
I'm not going to comment because I don't know.
I mean, it might, dude. It might.
I know how he plays.
I do want to quickly hit this because we might run out of time later. Laugh will put this on the show sheet. I have said this. I don't know if you agree. The Commanders, the actual data has been released on how bad the Commanders were in tackling. They had the second most missed tackles in the NFL. I believe the teaching needs to chill on the ball is life and focus on the fundamentals. Because I do think you saw plays where guys were trying to rip the ball out and not tackle a dude.
Yeah, true. But the whole thing about that ball is life thing, that's an after effect of things. Most people would tell you attack the first guy there, you attack the tackle. Hold on. The next guy comes in and do that. But the first guy was always going for the football.
Right.
And I think that if you pay attention to football from Little League, they teach the first guy to tackle. So that, to me, I'm going to blame the damn players for that. You've been hearing all your life, first guy there tackle. They weren't tackling. That's their damn fault.
Let's tackle.
I can listen to the ball is life because I know I got to. If I'm there first, I'm gonna ride violently. I'm gonna grab on and hold on. I'm not gonna run and tackle the damn football. That's just stupid.
Tackle. Please tackle. All right, nobody go anywhere. John Talty joining us next to preview the national title game Monday night, Indiana versus the U. I think we got a bunch of boys. Vodka Red Bull Friday
You love
officially
Ciroc.
begins. Remember, Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's, Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. You know where there's going to be a bottle of Scotty's? At the ski house we're renting in Wisp this weekend. I can tell you that much. We're excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV, and talk to our boy John Talty. John, how are you, buddy? What's going on?
Good. Appreciate you guys having me on again.
Feel free to start your Vodka Red Bull Friday whenever you want, John.
Not a bad idea.
I know you're busy, man. You're a national college sports reporter for CBS Sports. You're writing books. You're writing articles. And the college football national championship is Monday night.
Yes, it is.
Are you in Miami yet? What is your plan for the weekend? How do you think we arrived here?
Yeah, so I'll be flying to Miami tonight, so we're getting close to it. I'm excited to get down there. It's pretty wild. Just all the kind of different circumstances that are all kind of coming to a head here. I mean, again, Indiana, I've written so much about them that, it feels a little bit more normal to me at this point. But again, if you just went back 2 years ago and someone told you that Indiana was going to be the national championship, you would be absolutely stunned. So that in itself is wild. That their top player is a Miami native, getting to play in front of his hometown is pretty wild. And then their opponent, Miami, getting a hometown national championship. I mean, that's like the absolute dream, right? And there are times that, that was the hope, of course, when you hired Mario Cristobal. And there are times where it felt like, all right, they're on the right track. And, they, I think, hit some potholes along the way last season, a couple times this season. As you guys know, last team to kind of sneak into the playoff. And so it's pretty amazing just all that has had to happen just to get to this moment. But I'm excited. I've seen some blowouts so far. Most of the games that I've been to in this playoff run have been blowouts. So hoping for a little bit closer game than what I saw at the Peach Bowl. But I think it's two great stories with both of these teams.
Well, most people looking at this thing don't think Miami have a chance. Would you say the same?
No, I think they do have a chance. I've picked Indiana the whole way, and so I'm not backing off that. Indiana's still my pick. But I do think that there are some things that Miami does, and I think it starts in the trenches. And I think you've seen Indiana can push some teams around. They certainly have given opposing offensive lines a lot of problems. I saw that against Ohio State at times where Julian Sayin was getting rushed. I saw it certainly against Alabama where Ty Simpson was just having probably one of his worst days as a starter. And then again, in Atlanta for the Peach Bowl, and Dante Moore just getting overwhelmed from the very beginning. I do think Miami's offensive line can hold the line. They've got multiple guys who are going to be, future NFL picks, including highly drafted future NFL picks. So I think that gives them, some reason to believe. And on the flip side, you've got guys like Ruben Bain who can make impacts, and I think you're going to have to try to force Fernando Mendoza into a mistake or two. It's hard. He's very steady. He's gotten better and better as the season has gone on, but that's what you're going to have to do, I think, to have a shot. And so I think Miami, just the way that they're built, they're physically tough. I think they hold up maybe a little bit better against Indiana than some of these other teams that we have seen. But Indiana is incredibly well coached. They're very talented. And there's a reason why a lot of people are picking them right now.
It's crazy, man. What do you make of I don't even know that I should bring it up, but like when a team gets really good in college football, other teams start saying they're cheating. Yeah. And now there's this theory that Indiana's hacking into the cloud to watch people practice tape. Have you heard
first
that?
15.
Does that have any does that have any foothold in the college football world?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been rumors about it, but I don't give it any credence. And I'll give you an example of why I don't. I've been around Curt Cignetti, a few times at least. I've been around their defensive coordinator, Bryant Haynes, a few times. And, after that game against Oregon, they won 56-22. Oregon got kind of a garbage touchdown, but, Indiana forced 3 turnovers, including a pick 6 on the very first play. Like, I would argue that was, pretty good day for the defense, right? And after the game, I'm talking to Bryant Haynes of a couple other reporters, and he's just like big, dead honest, stone faced. Like, I thought I had a bad day today. Like, I didn't do a great job calling plays, and I'm going to learn from this. And like, I thought he was joking initially, and there was no laugh. Like, there was just no. I didn't think I had a good day. I'm going to work on this, and I'm going to get better. It's like this guy's a psycho in the best way. And that's like so much of what Cignetti's staff is. It's like he's brought a bunch of these guys with him all the way back from the IUP days. Both of his coordinators worked with him back at IUP, followed him to Elon, followed him to James Madison, then followed him to Indiana. And Cignetti's a grinder. His staff is full of grinders. These guys have come up the hard way. And that's why I think that they're just outworking people. They're out preparing people. And, again, Cignetti comes from that Saban tree. Like, they're going to leave no stone unturned. And I think it might just be easier for people to say, oh, they must be cheating, than having to accept the idea that Indiana might win a national championship in football.
It is kind of wild, man. Talking with our boy John Talty, CBS Sports, college sports reporter. Give him a follow at jtalty, Talty. We did this question the other day. What is the better story? The rise, legitimately out of nowhere, of Indiana? What is better for college football? Indiana's rise or the U being back? Because the U, they are, right? Like, this Miami team is legit.
Yeah.
They got pros all over the field. I think they probably have 6-7 draft picks on this team. What is better and has more longevity to it? Indiana or Miami being back?
I think it's Indiana, and I think there's a few reasons why. One, and I've seen this everywhere I've gone, and I actually did a story about it the other day, but like, Indiana has the biggest alumni base in America, and they're just like a swarming horde. Like, everywhere in Atlanta, all I saw were Indiana fans. It's like absurd. I didn't even know this until they went on this run, that they have like 800,000 living alumni. I just never, I don't know, in my mind, I always thought like Penn State, Michigan, like evidently it's Indiana. And so I think there's staying power. Like, they are investing financially, emotionally in a way they never have before. So like, I don't think this Indiana team is going away to start. And those people seem very ready to spend their money going all around the country to follow this team. So I think that's a cool thing. I also think that we've heard a lot and talked a lot about there being more parity in the sport right now. And certainly there is. I think Indiana is a blueprint to programs all around the country. I remember doing a story earlier this year after spending time at Maryland, not far from you guys, and Maryland kind of looking at Indiana. Like, is this the blueprint? Can we spend more money? Can we build things up to try to be more competitive? Like, I think Indiana gives every program in the country hope that with the right amount of investment, with the right coaches, that anything is possible. And it kind of reminds me, there used to always be this kind of fun question that when Nick Saban was dominating at Alabama, it was always like, what's the worst program you could put him at that he could still have success at? And that question's been answered. It's Indiana with Curt Cignetti. And I just think that would give every program, and if I'm an AD, I'm thinking, all right, like, why, just because I'm not a traditional blue blood, why can't I win? Indiana can do it. And so I think that could have a big impact on the industry.
I think the flip side is a lot of coaches are like, oh, hell, I'm going to get fired.
But if you think about it, though, they're spending a lot of money, but they're not getting top-notch, all the name players. They're getting guys that were at James Madison that come in here and they're playing better. It may just be his coaching, not necessarily the money, because a lot of people spending money and they're not having the success they've had in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and they've certainly elevated. I mean, they've been, I'll tell you guys, they've been aggressive this portal cycle. They added a quarterback from TCU, Josh Hoover. I mean, that's like a $4 million guy or so. So they're definitely upping the spending. But I agree. And listen, like, you can look at other sports. I go back to baseball, minus the Dodgers, who are just, what they're doing is absurd right now. But like, listen, I've seen plenty of Yankees and Mets and other teams who have massive payrolls that don't win at all. So it's kind of about how you're spending your money, not simply are you spending money.
Yeah.
But I think that his eye for talent is really strong, obviously. And I think one of the things that does not get enough credit for him and not talked about enough is just the staff continuity that he has. Again, he's had all these guys follow him, all these stops. They know exactly what he wants. They know what he wants in the recruiting trail. They know the kind of guys that he believes he can develop and groom once they get on campus. And so you're just seeing a very well-run, efficient operation. Like, everyone's pulling in the same direction, which is why they're able to really maximize the value of these guys that, were 3 stars or so coming out of high school.
Well, dude, how is he not going to lose assistants? Like the OC, Mike Shanahan, which is an incredible coincidental name. How does he not lose that guy?
Well, they're very highly paid, so that helps, right? Those guys are like in the $3 million range to be assistants, so that's helpful. And that's kind of where they're like, oh wow, Indiana has money like that type thing. But I can tell you, like Mike Shanahan had opportunities to be a head coach this cycle, and he turned them down. I can tell you that, last cycle, when there were a ton of defensive coordinator openings, Ohio State, Penn State, they all went after Bryant Haynes, and he said no. And so I think those guys are incredibly loyal to Cignetti. He has taken care of them. Again, I mean, Bryant Haynes came into Curt Cignetti's life as the defensive line coach and strength and conditioning coach at IUP. I don't think anybody does a double dip like that anymore, certainly not at the FBS level. When he was like 25, and now he's 40, and he's making $3 million with him. So like those guys are not going to leave unless they have to. And I think for both of them, and we've seen this at with Bama and Saban's staff, with Georgia and Kirby staff, those guys, those top lieutenants that those guys have had, they're willing to be more patient to go to the right place. And so if you want to jump to like Oregon, like Dan Lanning did, or now Will Stein leaving Oregon under Dan Lanning to go to Kentucky. Like I think Haynes and Shanahan have kind of elevated themselves where they're not going to be a head coach at probably a Power 4 level. Maybe, like a guy like Mike Shanahan could be an NFL OC. I know there's been some interest in him in that area as well, but they just don't really feel a need to have to leave Indiana right now, which says a lot about what Cignetti's built there.
Wow. Everybody says it's Mark Cuban, but I've heard it's others. Where's the cash coming from in Bloomington?
Yeah, I mean, Cuban's obviously putting some money in. There's no doubt about that. But, yeah, it's coming from a lot of places, and it comes from an institutional level. They decided a few years ago that they wanted to care about football, and their university president, I believe, is originally from Alabama. I know had some ties at Georgia, and was kind of like, I care about football. I want to invest in football. And so they started really ramping up their institutional spending, and that's where, again, it comes into effect where being able to retain top talent, they've been able to do that. Being able to give, I mean, Cignetti's salary, I think, has like tripled since he's been there. I mean, they've been willing to spend up over and over again. So that's a big part of it. But yeah, I mean, Indiana has money. And one of the things that I think the SEC is learning the hard way now is that like the Big Ten has a lot of money and they're willing to spend it. And we're very close to now being the last three national champions, all being Big Ten teams, all being different Big Ten teams, and kind of showing that there's some different money, maybe a little bit bigger than your traditional card dealer or some of the other ways that SEC schools have had success in the past.
Well, and what's crazy, too, is like, think about Nebraska. Nebraska's a traditional college football power. I'm sure you got Nebraskans spending money. Like, we know they're spending money. They thought they got the guy in Matt Rule. And sometimes it's not just the cash or, you know what I mean? Like, Cignetti is clearly doing something that a lot of places aren't. John, there's so much going on, though, around college football that I want to move on from Indiana, even as fascinating of a story as it is.
Yeah.
Talking with John Talty, CBS Sports, National College Sports Reporter. Give him a follow at JTalty, kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Dante Moore, the Oregon quarterback who is a really gifted player, decides he's staying at Oregon when he likely would have been the number 2 quarterback taken. And I wonder, once that kid went through his pro day and got 40 times and everything else, I almost wonder if he could have pushed Mendoza for 1, frankly. He's staying at Oregon. The reports are $7.5, $8 million a year. What is that decision about? And do you think it's because he didn't want to play for the Jets?
That could be it.
I don't think it is. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'll tell you what, like, as a long-suffering Jets fan, I'm happy the Jets don't have the ability to take him, honestly, after what I saw in the Peach Bowl. But I think he's a guy who just needed more seasoning, honestly. And I know he was super highly projected. And listen, I'm not a draft guru, but I have watched him multiple times this season. And I've told people around me, like, I just don't quite see it yet. Like, I just haven't seen, like, I know there's some raw tools there, certainly, but you know, watch them against Indiana twice, watch them in other games, and he doesn't blow you away. Didn't blow me away against Texas Tech. Like, I just think he needs another year or so to kind of really maximize those raw tools, that raw potential. And I think like it could work out very well for him. Now, next year could be a loaded draft class at QB, especially with Arch if he can kind of take that next step too. But I just think that if he had gone, say, to the Jets at 2 or somebody else in that top 5, like, I think he just needs more seasoning, and I would worry that he'd get rushed into the fire too fast, and it could, not work well. I've seen that certainly with plenty of Jets QBs over the last decade plus. So I think for him to be able to make a lot of money coming back to Oregon, get another year at the helm. I mean, he'd only been a starter for a year. I think that can be beneficial to him, get him some more weapons to work with there, and get a chance to be better suited to go to the NFL once he does in a year.
John, I don't know if you know this answer or not, but back in the day, guys, when they went back to college, they would get these Lloyd's of London insurance policies. The fact that they get paid now, are they still getting these policies? Because that 1 year payment, if they get hurt their last year trying to go back, may affect a lot more money going to the NFL. Do they still get those policies?
Yeah, they still have been, but it is interesting. Like, I haven't probably checked in on it in like 6 months or so it's probably worth me looking into. Like, I do wonder at a certain point, like, hey, we're paying you $5 million, like, pick up your own insurance policy. I do wonder at some point, when does that switch? Because, like you said, like, schools picked up those policies.
Yeah, they used to do it themselves.
And at a certain point, like, hey, we're already giving you $5 million. Like, you can cover it yourself. We don't need to pay for this anymore. We're already paying for all this other stuff. So it's worth looking into it. But certainly, I would think he would be smart to, and other guys, if you're Arch Manning, some of these other guys, it would be smart for them to continue having policies just to protect yourself against a catastrophic injury.
Totally.
All right, elsewhere, so Dante Moore's staying at Oregon. Didn't I see that the kid Raiola was going to Oregon? I find that I find the young man Raiola to be a giant pain in the ass, frankly. But what are they paying both of them now?
Yeah, that's the plan, and I think he wanted to be at Oregon, was certainly willing to go there knowing that Dante could come back. It's wild to me. I'm still a little confused by it, to be perfectly honest, but maybe he feels like he just needs a year. I mean, I've seen some of the jokes on Twitter, too, of like, oh, Mahomes is going to be out for a while. Maybe Raiola needs to do it as well. But I don't know. I mean, here's what I think is interesting is that there are at least two that come to mind for me, one being even bigger than the other. But there are two big-time programs right now that have thus far struck out on transfer QBs, and that's Miami and Tennessee. And Miami in particular is trying really hard to get somebody in the portal that they can grab. If I were Raiola, I would at least consider, and I don't know how much mutual interest there is at this point as we're here on the final day of the transfer portal, but if I were Raiola, I at least would think about, like, hey, everybody who's gone to Miami, it's worked out pretty well for them. Maybe I should go there instead of being Dante Moore's backup for a year. But it's so messy these days. Like, he might have signed something. I think he did, actually. And then can you get out of it? It's all kind of a mess. So I think he's prepared to be the backup for a year, which is not what I expected. But maybe that is the best thing for him long term.
The kid Chambers at
Trinidad
Chambers at what's that? Ole Miss. They ruled against him having another year of option, but watching him play, he's as good as any quarterback out there. What are they saying about him at the next level, you would think?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things. Obviously, Ole Miss is still working very aggressively to try to get him back for another year, and he'd be able to make, from my understanding, in the $5 million range for one more year at Ole Miss. And they're about to take it to Mississippi State courts here soon, so we'll see how that plays out. They've been, it's been kind of some pessimism around it to this point, but if he has to go to the next level, you look at the draft class at the QB position. It's pretty wide open, honestly.
Totally.
Like, you've got Mendoza's number one, right? And then you've got Ty Simpson, who has his moments. I could see him being a first-round pick. But, you look at his last couple games, not great. And then beyond that, Carson Beck, I guess, is in there. I think Trinidad's kind of in that top 5 or so. So, I could see him getting drafted. I think he's played himself into, being drafted higher than people maybe expected. Certainly at the beginning of the year when nobody knew who he was. But I think his hope and priority is still to spend one more year at Ole Miss. But if he's not able to, and as of right now he's not able to, then I think should be pretty well positioned to do well at that next level, especially if a franchise sees what he brings to the table and can kind of maximize that.
Quickly, LSU seems to be spending all the money now with Lane. Have they really kicked ass in the portal now with Lane? Is he taking everybody from Ole Miss? How's that going to work?
Yeah, I mean, they're aggressive, right? And, I mean, he's the portal king, so you knew that was coming. I think he struggled early on. I think he thought more guys from Ole Miss were going to come with than has happened. But you're seeing him make a late, furious push to try to get some of these guys. So he's put together a great class. You knew that he was going to do that. And, I think the star of it is Sam Leavitt, the Arizona State quarterback, who they're paying a lot of money.
Is that guy that good?
I think he is good.
think so.
Now, is he that good? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Like, Brendan Thorsby was the Cincinnati QB last year. Like, I thought he was pretty good, right? Like, I wouldn't say he was, like, a future star, but pretty good. And, like, that guy's getting $5 million a year. So it's like, I don't know. Like, it's all monopoly money at this point. And so it's like, Leavitt is one of the better options, I think, than maybe what else was available out there. But there's certainly questions about it. And he was hurt for a lot of this year. And so how does that translate? But I do generally trust Lane when it comes to QBs.
That's true.
So if that's one of the guys he wanted, I buy into it. But here's the thing that'll be interesting is that Lane likes to invest on offense, right? And how does his defense fare at LSU? They're trying to add some guys late here, but at Ole Miss, one of the kind of issues I've heard about was that there are times where, like, hey, we really need this, whatever, defensive end. And he's like, I'd rather spend that money on a wide receiver or a running back or whatever. And so how does he balance that roster with kind of the money constraints that everybody's under a little bit will be really interesting. But to this point, he has certainly added a lot of talent to LSU.
Auburn's going to suck, right? We have a producer that's a big Auburn guy.
I mean, they've taken everybody from South Florida with them, right? So I don't know. I mean, could it be worse than it was last year?
We hope it is.
He's shaking his head no. So
we hope it is.
Hey, John, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy the game Monday night.
Thanks. Appreciate you guys.
You should sell your parking pass, dude. They're going nuts. Good luck to John selling his parking pass. We're going back to the NFL when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We got games, baby. We got divisional round of the NFL playoffs. 2 games tomorrow, 2 games Sunday.
Yes.
I just thought about this. Oddly quiet in Ashburn. They had John Gannon in there yesterday for an interview. Flores the day before. Mm-hmm. They've interviewed a bunch of people. Now, the Gannons and Floreses of the world, they might be waiting to see what their options are, too.
Are they waiting on those two to make a decision and decide to take the one that goes somewhere else?
Would you be shocked if everything's in a holding pattern till they know what Flores is going to do?
Yeah.
Like,
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, like that.
I would understand that.
That seems almost like the appropriate
I would
direction.
think that he's the big fish in that one.
Of the D coordinator search, he gets to operate like John Harbaugh got to operate in the head coaching search.
Exactly.
And I still think Flores could be a head coach.
Possibly.
All right, but we do have divisional round this weekend. A lot of information. You've got, you know how everybody always talks about in the NFL teams go worst to first every year?
Mm-hmm.
Like division. Yeah. 2 of them this year. Bears and Patriots. Yeah. They were last at 24, first at 25.
Mm-hmm.
Both are the 2 seeds too, which is kind of interesting.
Wow.
Just one of those weird.
But it's like
things.
it just lets you know, man. Listen, it may not happen every year, but it doesn't have to take forever to get back.
Since 1970, 7 teams have hosted a conference championship game after finishing in last or tied for last for the division title the following year. The team that stands out to me, the most recent team that did that was the 2017 Eagles. That's not when the Eagles won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, is it?
17.
It was right around there.
Yeah.
And then was the 09 Saints when they won that Super Bowl? Because the last few teams that have done this, Philadelphia Eagles, New Orleans Saints in 2009, and I know this team won the Super Bowl, the 99 Rams. Remember when the Rams, Trent Green goes down, who the hell is Kurt Warner? And like 2 months later, it was just Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk everywhere you looked. I mean,
yeah,
life comes at you fast in pro football.
It does, man.
This is pretty cool.
Just like Indiana this year.
Yeah, really.
Even in college football.
Listen to this. So Saturday, the 4:30 game, the first game of the weekend, I believe, is Bills-Broncos. I guarantee your boy's going to be done skiing by kickoff. Whether I'm in the ski lodge with a cold one or I'm back at the house, we will be watching ball. Saturday, 4:30, Bills-Broncos. Obviously, it's a heavyweight matchup.
Yeah.
But this is cool. You've got last year's MVP in Josh Allen facing off against last year's Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain. This will be the 5th time in NFL history that an MVP and that a reigning MVP and a reigning Defensive Player of the Year match up in the postseason.
The 5th time?
5th time. You want to hear the other matchups?
Let's go.
It's pretty cool. Super Bowl 2 years ago, Niners-Chiefs, Mahomes versus Nick Bosa.
All right.
If you remember, that game went to OT. The Chiefs obviously won. Going back a little bit, the 2018 season, Rams-Patriots Super Bowl, Tom Brady, Aaron Donald. Now we're going back a little ways. You remember when no, this is a divisional round, not a Super Bowl. Seahawks-Bears, Sean Alexander against Brian Urlacher back in 2007.
Okay.
And then this one you'll like, maybe. 1976, AFC Championship game. Can you guess the 2 dudes? No chance I could.
The AFC Championship game?
AFC Championship game. I'll give you the teams if you want.
Yeah, try that.
Raiders versus Steelers.
Raiders versus the Steelers.
Raiders had the MVP. Steelers had the Defensive Player of the Year.
Defensive Player of the Year in 1970, you said?
76.
76? Mean Joe Green?
Yes, sir. That's a good pull. Hold on, we got a bell in here somewhere.
and then you said the Raiders.
I would not have gotten this one, but maybe you will.
76? So Mean Joe Green and...
I can give you one more hint.
Jim Plunkett?
No. Close. Right position.
Right position?
I think they called him the Snake.
Jake, the Snake.
No, that was the wrestler.
No, it's this.
I think they called him the Snake. I'm negative
Kenny
5.
Stabler?
Yeah, Ken Stabler. I've never rung the bell.
Was Kenny left-handed too?
I don't know that answer. White Brian, look it up.
I know Pluckett was, wasn't he?
I don't know, dog. I'm sorry. Those are holes in my resume.
Well, I hit one, and I was on the same position. I was working it, dog.
Dude, I gave you the bell for
Well,
both of them.
hell, I guess I'm the only one on the show that was living at that time. Probably.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it that way.
Wait, I was 8. Yeah, well, damn, you were 8 boys. Yeah. Ooh,
Ken
wow.
Stabler was left-handed.
Bang!
Hey.
Somebody's going to have to take this bell away. I can't be trusted with a bell. All right. Niners, Seahawks. Not only is it their third matchup this year, it's their second meeting in 3 weeks.
Yeah, it happens, though.
That's kind of funky.
Yeah, especially like division, when you have teams, multiple teams from one division that makes it, and then you get to, they normally will go.
Well, now you got me thinking, what was the time difference between the Commanders and the Eagles last year? Okay, it wasn't that quick. The Commanders played the Eagles at home when they won, when Hurts got hurt, week 16, and then they played them again in the conference championship.
Yeah.
That was, more than a full calendar month.
Yeah.
And 5 games in between.
But it can happen like that, though, when you have those teams from the same division.
So, first time in NFL history, I'm talking about Niners going to Seattle Saturday night. First time in NFL history with 2 teams facing each other in the first week of the season, the last week of the season, and then the playoffs. That's just some funky, weird stuff.
Yeah.
Continuing here. Josh Allen on Wild Card Weekend passed Steve Young for the second most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in playoff history. Do you know who holds the record?
For the most touchdowns?
Most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in the playoffs.
Jalen Hurts.
So clearly Steve Young was the dude.
Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
He has 10, then the other 2 had 8.
I would have guessed Lamar.
Nah, he didn't have as many playoff games, right?
Yeah, but I think I bet Lamar's been to the playoffs more times.
The tush push.
Sure.
They pushed him all the way to a Super Bowl victory.
So if Allen gets in on the ground this weekend, he could tie Jalen Hurts for the most rushing touchdowns by QB in history. Interesting stuff. I think now if Allen can score 3 total touchdowns, he starts to get into some serious categories of how many quarterbacks have had 3 touchdown games in the playoffs. Do you know who the leader of that one is?
3 touchdowns?
And this is rushing or throwing.
Rushing or throwing?
Just 3 total touchdowns.
Is a run pass guy? Is it Pat?
Mahomes is second. He's done that 11 times. He's had 3 touchdowns in the playoffs.
Oh.
You're snoozing on the obvious.
What do you mean, Josh?
No.
On the obvious.
It's not a run pass.
Tom. Okay.
Right.
I'm thinking about
right.
a running guy.
Brady did it 15 times.
Yeah, but Brady would cook in the playoffs, though.
Well, and they went. I mean,
they went every damn year.
Tom Brady played in 9 Super Bowls, right?
With them, yeah.
He won 7, lost 2.
Yeah, he played in 9 with them. But then they still counts when he goes to the other team.
Right. I'm just saying the amount of playoff
he played in 10 Super Bowls, didn't he?
I think he won 6 in New England. They lost 2 to the Giants, and then he went to 1 with Tampa.
Yeah.
So 9.
9.
Pretty remarkable. Joe Montana on that list with 9 in what was a different world back then.
Yeah. Joe Montana was good, though.
That
I'm telling you.
He's no longer my GOAT, but there was a long period of time
he was good,
though. Josh Allen was 7 of those games, so he could keep moving up, obviously. Brock Purdy, interesting character for this weekend's games. Brock Purdy already has 5 playoff wins.
Yeah. When they get in the playoffs, man, they run, bro.
If the Niners win this weekend, Purdy becomes the 4th quarterback in NFL history with at least 6 wins in their first 4 years. The company's pretty legit. Russ, Brady, and Mahomes.
6 wins.
6 playoff wins in their first
wins. Okay,
4 years in the NFL. I mean, it's pretty significant, man.
Yeah.
Dude, some of these odds are crazy. I want to do this 20. I saw this. My boy Jimmy Shapiro sent me a bunch of crazy odds for this weekend's game. The offshore books get the crazy stuff. The American regulated books give you all the normal stuff. But B, we could bet on what color will Caleb Williams' fingernails be this weekend. Do you have a lean on that?
No.
I feel like Jeff might know. Jeff, what fingernail polish
He's
color
wearing black most
is
of the
hot
time.
in the streets right now?
None of my friends or associates wear fingernail polish. That's men.
But like, he asked which one is hot in the streets.
Yeah, what's hot in the streets, Jeff?
Because he does it to pay
White
homage.
toes will always be hot.
He does it to pay homage to his mom, who was a nail tech. So I mean, might want to come out with what are their colors? See,
I'll
you gotta go with one of their colors. The orange that creeps up out of the Bears uniform. The orange might be it.
I'll tell you the odds of Caleb Williams painting his fingernails orange when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Once I drive 3.5 hours to the mountains, then it's Party Rock. You know what I'm in charge of this weekend, B?
What are you?
Lauren's making a lasagna right now.
Yeah.
Leaving the house smelling lasagna is very hard to leave the house. I really wanted lasagna at like 8:45 when I left.
This morning?
Yeah.
So what are you in charge of?
Cisco's in charge of the steaks. Dude, Sean is going to be in charge of chili. I told him
all the skiing people?
What's that?
For the games you're talking about.
Yeah, like each night we're going to cook. We're there Friday, Saturday, Sunday night.
Okay.
I'm in charge of the fire. Like, there's a big old fireplace. I'm in charge of the fire.
Okay. I got you.
Self-appointed because I can't do any of the other things.
Oh, I got you. You could do steaks.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a grill. And then if I got to, like, broil it or something, I'm out. I'm a grill man.
So you can only do them one way.
It's going to be 6 degrees.
So you can only do steaks one way. You can't do it another way.
Steak, potatoes,
You need to
missionary,
learn how
right?
to do it you need to learn how to do it. Hot skillet, sear in the oven at about 200. You get that thing. I'm telling you, dog.
I think I've had it that way. It's fantastic. I don't know how to do it. Do you think
it ain't hard, dog?
You know we have the 106.7 The Fan store in conjunction with Breaking Tea. You think CK would make a T-shirt for me that says steak, potatoes, missionary? So that's kind of how I live my life. Just keep it simple.
I mean, go for it, dog.
CK, I'm asking.
That's a boring life.
It's not boring.
You need to try some
Simple
you need
is
to
not
try,
boring.
You might want to try some other stuff because a missionary get boring, dog.
Left hand up. I was incorrect. Tom Brady played in 10 Super Bowls.
I thought so.
Won 6 with the Patriots, 1 with Tampa, lost twice to the Giants. Shout out to White Brian.
And the
once
Eagles.
to the Eagles.
We were out there, weren't we?
Yeah. You could bet on the primary color of Caleb Williams' nail polish for this weekend's game.
Mm-hmm.
And my boy Peter texted me, that's the most random tease before a break ever. Should you be interested? Now, I have a real question because I am not the foremost follower of the Caleb Williams nail polish saga. Does he paint his nails for every game?
I don't know.
Jeff, do you know? We're leaning on Jeff here.
I don't know.
I don't know if he does it
I
every
think
game.
he do though, because
But
he did it
he
in
has
college.
said it that I know. I heard the reason why he did it. So I don't know if he does it every game. Because Lil Wayne was pissed off that they lost to he's a Green Bay Packer fan, and when they beat him, he made a comment, and that's when the people were discussing the whole reason of why and all that stuff. So
shout out to Wheezy. Black nail polish is the leader in the clubhouse. That is plus 100.
He wears black a lot.
Okay. Blue, 2-1. You mentioned orange, B.
Mm-hmm.
Are you interested? Maybe we share a $20 bet.
I'm not betting on this. No. Hell no.
Orange is plus 250. Where's Bees? Bees will bet on anything with me.
Bees gonna probably be wearing the same color.
I haven't seen Bees in too long.
I talked to him a couple days ago.
You know what the longest odds are for Caleb Williams fingernail polish?
Clear. White.
Rainbow.
Wow.
Dog, I don't know anything, and everybody should march to their own drum.
Mm-hmm.
My man cannot roll out there with rainbow nail polish.
You never know.
All right, these are some bets I found interesting. I got 2018 quarterback draft props for you and 2024 quarterback draft props for this weekend.
Okay.
Which 2018 NFL draftee will pass for more yards? Josh Allen or Sam Darnold?
This year?
This weekend.
This weekend. Oh, wow.
That's a good one, right?
That is a good one.
Darnold is the heavy favorite, minus 180.
Are they saying that the 49ers defense sucks?
Yeah, and he's got Jackson Smith and Jigba too.
Yeah.
And Allen's receivers are
Yeah.
Although I saw Curtis Samuel, I think he's back practicing. That was a name I hadn't heard in a while.
Wow.
Surgery. Don't you mention surgery.
He had already had it, coach. I wish you would have just took him down on that one.
So Darnold is the favorite for more yards. Darnold also the favorite for more turnovers. Which 2018 NFL draftee will commit more turnovers? Josh Allen, even money, plus 100, or Sam Darnold, minus 140?
I go with Sam. But Josh can have those games now.
Sure. And that Denver defense is good.
Yeah.
And
there we go.
rested.
Yeah.
All right, the 2024 draft. You got 3 2024 draft quarterbacks this weekend. Who will pass for the most yards?
Caleb, Bo, or...
Caleb's plus 150, Drake plus 160, Bo plus 175.
I'm not going Drake.
I kind of like Bo. I kind of like the long shot.
I think Bo or Caleb because that Texas defense is they cause problems.
Yeah, I'm definitely not.
And
going
it's not their pass rush and their secondary. They're aggressive as hell.
Which 2020?
Caleb.
Interesting stuff, right? All right, coming up at 12:15, we will hear from Maryland Governor Mr. Wes Moore, who won the week last week. He got 5 out of 6 wild card
We're
rounds.
gonna give him all this $0.99 freebies.
I don't think he's allowed to take money from us. I think.
No,
So,
we didn't bet money anyway.
I'm aware.
That's why he can win.
Nobody's betting with you after the voodoo Houdini act you did on Wild Card Scotty. Anyway, nobody go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy.
Matt Zenitz is a quarterback who played at LSU. Matt Zenitz started. Whoa, who is yelling out there? What is going on out there? Somebody's going nuts out there. Commanders. This is a report from Matt Zenitz, CBS Sports. Commanders are hiring former LSU and NFL quarterback Danny Etling as assistant quarterbacks coach. 2018 draft pick of the Patriots, and then spent 6 seasons in the NFL as a player. Now set to return to the NFL as a coach.
Danny Etling?
Yeah, I have not confirmed this.
I've never heard Danny Etling before.
What is interesting, David Blau played his college football at Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all know that, right? Etling started his college career at Purdue.
All right.
But he then transferred to LSU in the summer of 2015. Blau arrived at Purdue in 2015. So they probably overlapped a little bit.
Play with each other?
When Blau got, well, not playing because Etling left, but like they probably overlapped a little bit in kind of the
springish.
Yeah, spring, meeting rooms, all that stuff. So he asked for his release from scholarship in June of 2015, and then he transferred to LSU, had to sit out a rule. This was before the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Even hosted Blau on his recruiting visit?
No.
I mean, it would kind of track. It's a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Etling then went
I
to...
can see guys that I took out on a recruiting trip want me to work with them.
Right.
I really took care of him on the recruiting trip.
I can imagine you did.
Just saying.
Etling then went to LSU, and the numbers weren't staggering, but they were pretty good. His senior year at LSU, played in 13 games, 16 touchdowns, 2 picks. I guess that was probably what year was the Burrow offense? Was that 2019? So he was probably there just before Burrow, because Burrow was there in 18 and 19, I believe.
Okay.
So that was probably Les Miles into Ed Orgeron LSU years.
I don't know.
Go Tigers. Drafted by the Patriots, cut. Eventually, I think he transitioned to play wideout.
Wow.
A bunch of stints in a bunch of places.
But see,
right?
the thing about it is this, though. I like how well he played and played quarterback makes no difference.
Totally.
Quarterback coaches, just like golf guys out there, there are a lot of people that teach golf that are not scratch and plus golfers. So
100%.
The quarterback coach, and he's an assistant quarterback coach, he comes in with the thing of, and guess what? If he wasn't the top notch player, what did he have to do a lot? Work on stuff.
Well, and
who best knows how to teach somebody about what to work on? The person that had to do it all the time.
Let me reiterate. I have not confirmed this. This is a report from CBS Sports. But I totally agree with that, with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, Blau was a good college quarterback.
Yeah.
Didn't really cut it as a pro quarterback. You know what David Blau's career as a starter is?
What?
0-7. Completed 57% of his passes,
Okay.
6 touchdowns against 9 picks. The two dudes I would consider the best offensive minds in football, non-Andy Reid division, McVay and Kyle, didn't even play in the pros.
Yeah.
McVay didn't even play D1.
Yeah.
And Kyle played at Texas, but got to kind of wonder how much of that was his last name got him to Texas. So absolutely. And I've been meaning to ask you this, honestly. When you have an NFL career like David Blau, who was on rosters for 6 seasons, I believe, played in 4, but practice squads, all that. All the people we talked to, Deuce Staley, who was with him in Detroit, I talked to Colt McCoy, who was with him in Arizona. They all said he was like a coach then.
Yeah.
How much learning do you think, especially in the quarterback room, like a dude like Hartman now, who I floated the idea of like when he becomes an assistant quarterbacks coach, right? How much can those guys especially if you're the practice squad guy, or you're the third string guy, or you're brought in late in the year, whatever it is, how much can those guys absorb the teaching with the idea of teaching it themselves?
It's depending on the mindset of the player. Like, the guys who are performing on the weekend and the guys who believe that they're supposed to be out there, those guys are learning and trying to implement it to their game and move on. You also have those players who have to really, really work at it and think about it. And some of them know that, okay, I'm not him. I'm not Jaden. I'm going to be a coach. And they start taking it and they start working on that stuff right there. Like, I'll be honest with you. I know enough to be able to teach somebody, but I will get frustrated with people that wouldn't catch it quickly. So that's why I think the mindset of a coach has never crossed my mind, because there are people who have great patience. You got to have that to be a coach. I don't have that. And so if the player first has patience and they are willing to take time with people, they can be a coach if they're dedicated. Because there's going to be some time. And a lot of busy work. Because, you finish your stuff. You're not the head man. You can't lead a damn building. He's still here. So you got to just find stuff to do. And, couldn't work with me.
What's the number for it to work for you?
The number what?
Dollars.
Dollars? Oh, man. It got to be 7 figures for sure.
Right, but for you to get hired as a special teams coordinator.
I like free time.
Right. Lot less golfing. That handicap's going up.
Yeah.
I think
if you're a coach and your handicap is real, real good, you cutting out on coaching a lot.
That's what I love. There's so many things. I was listening to Doc the other night. He was talking about the best coaching options out there, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, Tennessee, I'm never coaching in Tennessee if the person that fired Mike Vrabel's still in charge. And he said, he's like, you know what that person did? They had a guy that could control idiots. He could control rich, powerful idiots, and they got rid of him. That makes you the idiot. And the way he described Mike Vrabel's ability to control rich, powerful idiots, I just thought was so brilliant.
Doc is my dude.
He's the best. But it's certainly an interesting mindset to be the coach. And I think when you look around the league, Joe Montana's not coaching. Peyton's not coaching.
Yeah.
Like Brady's not coaching.
That's what I'm saying.
Generally, in all sports, like I think about who is the best player to have a successful coaching career?
Jim Harbaugh.
Larry Bird got that Pacers team to a finals.
I think you're talking about football. Larry Bird did it. And I was shocked because Larry was so damn good. Because, like, normally the best players, they don't coach.
Remember when Magic tried to coach?
Look at that. What's called now? Jason Kidd has a good job. Doing a good job. Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr was never that level of a player. But, yeah, that's generally, I feel like, the type of player that becomes a great coach is the dude that was maybe good.
The overachiever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have to learn the game in a zillion different ways.
And that's what it is. That's why when people, like when dudes, as soon as I mentioned Blau to him, he's like, oh, yeah, man, that dude, right? He used to help out the coaches and the players. So when he was talking with us, he said how he would take on stuff. Well, the guy that's in that position taking on extra stuff, you know what he's doing? He's working for his next career.
Smart.
And it's some people know it when it's coming. Some people don't.
Dude, regardless of your career, here's JP Finley life advice. Try to do extra stuff.
Yeah.
You remember Mike Wargo from the old CSN? I remember sitting in Wargo's office and he got an email from corporate. Back then we were owned by NBC Sports, Stamford, Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
And Stanford sent an email to Wargo. Hey, every RSN, all the branches, which back then was what, us, Philly, Chicago, New England, the Bay Area, maybe. Hey, everybody has to start a podcast. And Wargo's like, oh, man, I got to make somebody start a podcast. I just happen to be sitting in the office.
You're like, I'll do it.
I was like, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll start it tomorrow. And I think that's a big part of why I'm sitting here now. You know what I mean? Like, regardless.
Remember what he did, but watch him in here. So I wanted to get to a point of the on TV and stuff like that to where it'd be like second nature. So I did extra, and I was there early to know what the hell I was talking about. And it was like, man, so how do you come in here and you put so much time in? Well, dude, if you want to get somewhere, you got to be able to work at it to get there, right? You don't think you're going to, like a lot of people today who think they're supposed to be at a certain point without ever doing what the hell they got to do to get there. You know, so you got to put that work in. And no matter what it is, I'm going to do it. If I got to do it, I got to do it.
Couple of injury updates looking ahead to, we're going to make our picks. The governor's going to join us shortly. When you get a text, shout out to two people, Frank Christofoli and our guy Carter Elliott. Carter works for the governor, has always been great about coordinating with us, getting the governor on the radio. When you get a text that says, Gov running behind at the White House, hoping to get an ETA soon. You know what we say?
Okay.
Cool, no problem. Let us know.
Yeah, let us know. when you're ready, we're ready.
Some things are more important. Whatever's going on over there. Harold Landry, Patriots outside linebacker, who's a good player. He can rush the passer. Landry absent at practice today.
Oh, really?
Absent on a Friday is odd.
Yeah.
Maybe you're sick.
Sick.
Maybe your wife's pregnant.
Something personal.
Yeah. But absent on a Friday is odd.
If the wife is pregnant, I think they'll know that by now already.
Yeah.
Somebody probably said that by now.
I don't see much information on the Harold Landry being absent thing, but that's something to watch for a Patriots defense with Houston coming to town. You also have this report out of Seattle. Sam Darnold landing on the injury report for the Seahawks.
Huh? For what?
Oblique.
Ooh.
I'm reading from ESPN. Yeah, oblique.
But a quarterback, that's important.
Seattle Seahawks Pro Bowl quarterback Sam Darnold expects to play Saturday in the team's divisional round playoff game against the Niners, despite an oblique injury that has him listed as questionable. The injury occurred Thursday. That's yesterday, B.
Uh-huh.
Darnold said he felt a little something in the oblique on his left side while throwing during a routes on air period, and that he left practice as a precautionary injury.
You know what time of the year it is? Playoff time. That's when the guy Landfield on Light shows up.
Darnold said, I just didn't want to push it. It wasn't the day to push it. So that was it. Just came inside, got some rehab, and I feel like I'll be ready to go for Saturday.
Okay.
How big of a deal is that?
If it's something he felt and he got everything cool and Saturday is nothing, but what if that thing tightens up? What if because you need your obliques.
Is there a shot for, like, that's a muscle, not like a
but like
pain
a quarterback,
thing.
I don't know if, because with all the twisting and stuff, you got to have that feel, man. I don't know.
Has that line been impacted at all? We'll see what Vegas knows. Because I don't think there's any chance he misses the game. Do you?
Nah, I doubt it.
But, like, if he's impacted by the injury, so the line hasn't moved. It was 7.5 when it opened, I believe, and it's been at 7 since Tuesday, which was before the injury, which was Thursday. And we're now probably, I don't know, it's out west, so 3 hours behind. Say we're 18 hours since that news has emerged.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Vegas was moving the line because they thought it was a real issue, they would have moved it already.
Oh, yeah, but it's definitely.
That'll be one to watch. With the Niners and all the injuries, dude, What do you think it does to them to not have Kittle in that game?
That offense runs through Kittle for the most part. It goes through McCaffrey, but like when they start passing the ball, they go to Kittle a lot. So, but that other guy, the other tight end came in and he was doing some stuff for him.
Well, I feel like they leaned on Juszczyk a little bit more, who's a player I've always liked. I don't know, man. It's going to be this time of year in the NFL is so interesting because like the day-to-day conversation is so focused on the coaching carousel, but like the games are what matter. You know what I mean? I did want to ask you this, and we'll make all our picks here in a minute. The weather for Sunday night in Chicago at Soldier Field, current forecast be 19 degrees, wind gusts of 20 miles an hour, and a 45% chance of snow.
In New England?
Chicago.
Shot that.
We know the weather in Southern California is pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the pleasant weather, the Rams play indoors.
Okay, but
how much do you think that will be?
I don't think it affected them at all. You saw the Rams. The Rams should have beat the Eagles last year in the snow. Remember that game?
Yeah.
People always say, "Oh, listen to me." Once that game start, you know who all gonna be affected by the cold weather?
Fans.
Both sides of them. I mean, I don't care that they live in Chicago right now, but every one of those players, if you got frigid weather out there, they're going to be affected. If you watch the sidelines, I guarantee the Bears not standing up, just stand up on the sideline, and only the Rams are sitting on the bench. The Bears are sitting on the bench too, standing by that little jet thing, trying to stay warm. When it's cold, it's cold.
Everybody be wearing those capes.
But when you're on the football
Did you ever wear
field,
those capes?
I would wear. What I would do is sit on the bench and turn it the opposite way, and it held all the heat in. And then as soon as you get ready to go, boom, you run on the field, you warm, and you go get your thing, and you come back, find your spot on the bench.
Did you ever have, because I think Santana's talked about it, sometimes they would take shots of Henny before cold games. I know in the locker rooms they have like chicken broth available and stuff.
Chicken broth, all kind of stuff,
Hot chocolate.
Other apparatuses, other stuff too, yeah. It was good.
Apparatuses?
You try, people do everything.
Apparati.
Whatever.
I don't know what it is. I think it is
You
apparatuses.
try to keep yourself warm. I've done some stuff. Okay, I put the Vaseline on. I put the damn cayenne pepper with over, and then you put the socks on and all the stuff with the, you try to zip line.
On a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Coming right back, we're going to make our picks for the divisional round of the NFL.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The Cornwall slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax.
Vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Infielder Bo Bichette and the New York Mets are in an agreement on a 3-year, $126 million contract per ESPN. The Mets are acquiring Bichette after missing out on top free agent Kyle Tucker, who is set to join the Dodgers on a 4-year, $240 million contract. Sources had told ESPN's Jesse Rogers this week that New York had offered a short-term deal worth $50 million per season on Kyle Tucker. Obviously, they missed out on that, so they pivoted very quickly, adding Bo Bichette to their lineup. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
This is Quan Martin, and you listen to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
All right, folks, it's that time. Put up or shut up. Time to make some picks. Last week, Maryland Governor Wes Moore hit Rams, Bears, Niners, Pats, Texans. 5 out of 6. Only one he got wrong was Jags. But it's a new week. The governor is held up at the White House. That's a real sentence.
Yeah.
So we are going to make our picks, and then when the Gov is able to join us, he'll make his picks, or maybe they'll just text them to me. Whatever.
Yeah.
The Gov is in the contest, though. I was thinking if Chris Russell's crazy ass arrives, we'll let him in the contest, too. But we got 5 games before we're back on the air.
He about to speed up here now.
Well, I asked Jeff an interesting question, B. What do you hit faster? Catch a punt, see a hole, hit it? Or when you decide it's a Popeyes day and you're like, yo, we're getting this chicken. When you decide it's a Popeyes day, you're a man on a mission.
Well, it's like, I know if I give you all time to start talking about stuff, you'll talk your way out of things. So I just say, if we eating Popeyes, I'm buying. And I just order whatever the hell I want, and y'all got to eat it.
Yeah. Well, between inviting Rooster into the picks for the weekend and him knowing it's Popeyes Day, I'm guessing we're going to see him. That's the bat signal. Who wants to go first? How about White Brian? He had a rough day. Our college football expert said that Auburn stinks. White Brian. Niners at Seahawks. Big spread in Seattle. Quarterback might have an oblique injury.
Niners.
Woohoo. Texans at Patriots. White Brian.
Houston.
A lot of analysis from White Brian.
He don't talk much.
Apparently he has a podcast. Plug your podcast up, B.
Views from Section 400.
One of these days I'm listening
hold on.
Actually.
Is the podcast kind of like how you talk now, or do you get excited?
No, I talk much more on the podcast.
Well, give us a little bit of how you are on the podcast.
Yo, make your picks as you would on your podcast. Okay? Here's a game. Rams at Bears.
Well, I've hated the Bears all season. I called out their fans and called them mean names, so I will take the Bears for reverse jinx.
Okay, so certainly more words, but the same level of emotion.
Monotone.
Jeff, I think, listens to the podcast, or at least has listened, and said he's quite funny.
He is?
All right, you got one more pick to be funny, or at least show a spark for us, W. Hurricanes versus Hoosiers.
It's time for the Hoosiers to raise a banner.
Have you ever seen the clip of the YouTube dude that goes, and boom goes the dynamite? That's what White Brian sounds like.
The Hoosiers.
Yeah. All right, Professor Landini's up. Bills, Broncos, Professor?
Broncos.
Now, Landfield's only going to give us one word, I believe, but there was some emotion there.
Yeah.
Niners, Seahawks.
Haha, I don't like Sam Darnold.
We are aware.
The Niners.
Damn.
Sam Darnold's so bad.
And he's hurt.
Hey, he's giving himself away out here.
I'm going to be so happy when he throws 4 interceptions. You guys aren't even going to know.
It would be wild if he just bombs out again.
I'm going to buy all the
Hey,
champagne.
it was my injury.
I fear I'm going to be the only dude riding the Darnold train. That's a dangerous place to be. Like, betting on Sam Darnold in the playoffs feels like a Marine getting sent into Fallujah. It just feels like a dangerous place to be. Houston going to New England, Landini.
That game's outdoors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, New England.
Defense travels. The Texans didn't seem impacted by the weather in Pittsburgh last weekend.
New England.
Okay, New England.
New England.
Rams, Burrs.
Is it possible that game just like ends in a forfeit? I don't like either of them.
Why do you not like the Rams?
I don't. Never have. Never will. You can't make me.
Okay. Why do you not like the Bears?
I'm tired of their nonsense.
The Ben Johnson stuff, if you're a Bears fan, you're ecstatic. I think everybody else is kind of over it.
And you know what? Ben Johnson love it.
He does. He has some... Bears, Rams, are you picking a forfeit? That seems like a very specific pick.
I'm picking the NFL just calls the game off and the Niners go directly to the Super Bowl.
How do you want me to write that down in the record keeping?
Just skip that one.
Okay. I'll put a dash mark.
I'm so confident in my other picks. I'll just take the L for that game.
That's a ballsy.
Damn.
Now, I think last week we had a Snickers bet on this, so we all owe Governor Moore a Snickers. We should set the parameters here.
I'm going to give him the pecan Snicker.
I thought it was on the playoffs, the college football playoffs.
I lost that joint.
I won. That's why I know.
I will buy you a Snickers, Jeff.
Nah, I just want y'all to say Jeff is the greatest.
I don't think anyone...
Jeff, that will never happen.
All right, I'll take the Snickers then.
One Snickers coming your way. Do we want
I
action?
say Jeff is the greatest. Loser. I said it, so I want you to know Snickers.
I'll take the first 2 words.
The first 2 words were Jeff is.
Yeah, Jeff is.
Yeah, first 4, my man.
What is action on this? $5 a man?
What we got? You haven't come to me yet.
I know, but I'm trying to set the table here. Because Landfill's giving up a pick.
Play whatever makes you nervous.
Funniest thing is JP said chronological order and went to landfill.
What?
That's
Jeff
not
is-
chronological order.
Jeff is 38, so
It was.
I meant chronological order of the games, you donkey.
Oh, I thought you were
Saturday,
talking about
Sunday,
I thought you
Monday.
was talking about us. I thought you was talking about in order of us.
No, because I already did it with White Brian and showed the order of the games is how we're going.
But if you did it with White Brian, then it's still starting with the youngest person in the
Youngest
on the
in
show.
charge movement. The Yit.
Oh, Lord.
I think White Brian just fell asleep or was astounded by how dumb Jeff just sounded.
Oh, man.
Which
Nah,
one was it, White Brian?
It was confusing.
Dog,
You
he
said-
rolled his eyes at a major
you
level.
said- you
it's
said
the most
we're
emotion
gonna-
he's ever showed.
You
Man,
know
I'm
what?
not worried
Bryce
about
and
White Brian.
CC is better than this.
I'm not worried about White Brian. What you said
White
was
Brian,
all right,
were you blown
we're
away
going to
by
go in
that?
chronological order and started with the youngest. So I thought I was next.
Did you notice the games went in chronological order?
But the way you said it, I thought we meant
Landfill, who's your
JP
pick for...
said, let's pick the games, and then he said in chronological order.
Yeah.
Yes, and that could be confusing if he goes, let's start with White Brian, who is the youngest on the daggone show.
Except I said let's pick the games in chronological order.
No. You said let's go in chronological
Landfill, who you got? Indiana, Miami.
I'm a
Miami.
Palladio.
Miami. Ooh. I like that, Landy. All right, Jeff, you're up, buddy.
All right, we got to hurry up because the chicken here.
Oh, definitely got to hurry up.
Just call him out, Jeff. We'll keep him.
Bills, Broncos.
Bills, Seahawks, Texans. The Patriots don't got nothing for that defense. And Rams, because I hate the Bears too.
And Miami, Indiana.
What? Oh,
Who's this?
How did you not know that was coming?
my
The other
headphone
two guys
popped
have
up.
already picked.
My bad.
Miami,
And-
Indiana.
The Hoosiers, I've been saying this from the jump.
You have been.
Yeah.
All right, go get the chicken. Brian Mitchell.
All right, let's go.
Bills, Broncos.
All righty. Broncos.
Broncos. If Josh wins that one, you gonna give him some credit, or has he got to go all the way to the show?
I've been giving him credit. Already.
Niners, Seahawks.
I'm going Niners.
Houston, New England.
Houston.
Bears, Rams.
Rams.
Hurricanes, Hoosiers. Battle of the
I'm
H's.
going with the Santana Mosses.
Miami. All right, my turn. See, I like Miami to cover the number. I don't know about winning. I am taking the Bills on the road. My preseason Super Bowl pick was Bills-Rams. Earlier in the week, it's going to be awfully tough for me to not put a mortgage payment on the Texans. So I may need you to call me Sunday around like noon. Just make sure I'm keeping my poise.
No,
as
when
Steve
you
Sanders
look at
said.
those two beautiful young ladies, don't put no mortgage payment on it.
Hopefully Lauren's not listening because she probably wouldn't approve of a mortgage payment.
Oh,
bet
you know, Lauren, I take care of her. I don't worry about you.
I got one of the COVID rates though. My rate is down. It's not that high of a mortgage payment.
Nah.
Rams,
She knows I don't worry about you. I worry about her.
Rams, Bears.
What you got?
I'm taking the Rams, dude. But it is getting harder and harder to bet against Caleb and Chicago and what they do. And if you look at where the action is, Bills, Broncos, most of the money, most of the tickets are on Buffalo. Not by an obscene amount. It's about 2/3 to 1. 2/3 to 1/3. 60-30, 60-40, I guess would actually be the number. Niners, Seahawks, all the money, all the tickets are on San Fran, which makes me like Seattle more there. I think people are like, you give me the Niners +7, I'm taking it. Beat down incoming. Texans, Patriots. I don't love being on the side of where all the money is, but it's similar to Bills, Broncos. It's 65% of the tickets, 63% of the money on Houston. And then the Bears Rams one is a wild one because most folks are jumping on. I can get the Bears +3.5, and that's about 2/3, 1/3 Chicago's way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could some of that even up by Sunday or Saturday in some cases? Could some of that get changed by one giant bettor coming in? Absolutely. Now, the Indiana-Miami number, everybody's betting Indiana. They got the tickets and the money. When I get to Monday night, I'm going to take the points. But for our purposes, man, I don't want to root for Indiana. I'm taking Miami. Who cares? All right.
You're not taking the Hoosiers?
I'm taking the Canes, baby. Taking the Canes. I think it'd be pretty damn cool if Miami wins in Miami. We'll see if that actually happens, but it'd be pretty damn cool.
That would be a party right there, boy.
Dude, can you imagine 11 that night? Can you imagine 11 that night anyway? That's the thing with Miami.
Tutti fruity.
Where does Uncle Luke hang out these days, you think?
I don't know.
I'd like to know.
You gonna go hang out with him?
I've lost my fastball as far as partying goes. But, I believe it's Toby Keith. I ain't as good as I once was, but once I'm as good as I ever was. If I got a chance to party with Uncle Luke in Miami, I'd leave it all on the field. He'd get my A game. Right. I'd be out till 5 a.m. Whatever Uncle Luke wants, I'd leave it.
Hey, Ahmed, fire up the jet. Let's go, baby.
I would leave it. Like, AD, you guys always give me grief when we're out and I bail early.
Fire
we
up
go
the
to Miami,
jet, baby.
I'm
Let's
staying
go.
out. There will be no going home early that night. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phones for Ask B. Mitch Anything.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JO.
Joey wants to be in the picks. Your call.
That's cool.
All right. B says that's cool. Now, when we get to...
it's called Be Nice Friday.
I like that. All right.
For Joey.
Joey's picks.
So normally I just diss him.
You do. You diss Joey at a high rate. I actually saw Joey yesterday. Looks great. Hair's longer than landfills. Joey's in on the picks. Takes the Bills, Seahawks, Texans, Bears, and Miami Hurricanes. Not who we expect to win. But are any of us rooting for Indiana? Because I'm rooting for Miami.
Jeff is rooting for Indiana.
Are you?
Yes.
Yes, I am rooting for Indiana.
Why?
So, my first, college football game that I went to in person, it was the Hoosiers. They were playing I can't even remember who it was. But I was just intrigued.
Where was it at?
It was at FedEx.
Hold on, your first ever college football game you went to was Indiana?
Yeah. It was
Didn't they have a Virginia Tech?
I do remember.
Was it USC? Was it?
I saw Virginia Tech might have played USC. I went to a Virginia Tech game.
I don't remember Indiana playing in
I don't either.
Field, though.
They played. I had tickets, and I watched them win.
What year? Who they played?
He's not lying.
Who?
Indiana played Penn State at FedEx in 2010.
What was it? It was a bowl game?
Nah, Indiana just sold their game.
Yeah, it was just a game here, and I was just so intrigued by all them fans doing a little Indiana Hoosiers dance, and they won.
Well, I still gonna ask that question. Were you high?
Nah, I didn't smoke weed till college.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, if I would go to my high school self and say, you're going to be a weed head in college, I would look at him with the most disgusted face.
This is another weird similarity. Same. I didn't smoke weed in high school. It was college.
Yeah, my first J was 21 after a hangover at Terrapin Turf.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Ahmet just texted. His parents went to Indiana, so he's rooting for Indiana. I know my boy Sam Belhoff is a Hoosier. Steve Sand's son Scott is a Hoosier. Is that all the Antoine Randall L is a Hoosier?
Stevie who? Used to work here?
Steve Sands. Steve Sands' son.
See, Landfield is telling me something in my ear. Stevie that used to work here went to Indiana.
Shout out to Stevie that used to work here. Love Stevie.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for the Canes.
Still rooting for the Canes.
Yeah, all right, me too.
Sorry, Stevie. You had me wearing a damn grass skirt.
She did kind of dominate you on that. That was funny. B, big deal, no deal, some deal. Mike Florio was the first to report this.
Mm-hmm.
Schefter just reported it. The Giants and John Harbaugh are still working through the details of their contract, and it is not yet done.
Not a big deal.
The final issues aren't over money; it's over language. Source to Schefter: there's no derailment, and nothing has changed.
So the thing about it is, you don't want to rush to sign it if it's not right, because once you sign it, everything is boom. It's concrete. So you take time to make sure everything is put right how you want it, and then you sign the contract.
Remember how mad Landfill got at you when you didn't sign your contract for us to start the radio for an extra week?
I don't know what he's talking about.
You wanted the language how you wanted it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I am not going to sign
Was
anything.
that you or was that Dar, Landfill? I remember getting a text from one of you guys. Can you hurry up and sign your contracts?
That was Landfill.
Yeah, that was almost certainly me.
First of all, mind your damn business, Landfill. if you had to sign a contract, I wouldn't be saying nothing about yours.
I'll tell you off air what we were going through.
Huh?
We'll give him a break there.
Okay.
I can't. The pretzels people are turning themselves into for Jackson Dart I can't really get home on that. I remember going to New York week 15, and it was snowing. Remember, it snowed bad that right up until kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, at that moment, like kind of legit excited to watch Dart play.
Yeah.
Because he was making plays, and I just wanted to see what he had. And that wasn't a very good Commanders defense. He was not good in that game.
No.
If you want to just look at the final stats, he went over 300 total yards and had 3 touchdowns. Okay. He was not good. He was 20 of 36 passing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I can get home with a Jackson Dart. The excitement of Jackson Dart seems to outpace what I personally saw of Jackson Dart. You with that?
Yeah. But you know, when people like something, they make themselves like it.
Bruce, get your ass in here and make your picks real quick. Also, to me, from across the room, it looks like Chris Russell's wearing a bathrobe. So
I thought the same thing.
Let's at least get him on television. Chris, get in here and let the Monumental Sports Network people see you in a bathrobe. That'll drive ratings.
He got a scarf.
Give us your
hold
picks.
on. What's the hair? What's the hair slick
Yeah,
back?
what is the hair?
I just put a little water to slick back my hair because it looked like I was wearing a snow hat.
Do you
when
know
I
how
wasn't wearing a
cold it
snow
is
hat.
outside?
Yeah, it's cold.
You don't put water and then go outside in the cold weather.
Brother, I'm not going out in the cold. I mean, I'm outside for 3.5 hours.
When you just did it in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh, so you knew he was coming on air.
He got a little boo
I did not
upstairs.
know
He
this,
just got
but
out
I
of the
was-
shower. That's why he's wearing a bathrobe.
I'm not wearing a bathrobe. I've never worn a bathrobe. I was listening to you guys while I was in horrible traffic on the 14th Street Bridge. Nobody can drive. And I sent you my picks. And I
you
said
did.
White Brian
Because
needed to
you have-
step up his game because his personality was lacking. He needed a little more Popeyes.
So most of the time I'm texting on my computer,
Okay.
but because you have a Samsung, it doesn't come to my computer.
Sorry about that.
All right, I got you for Broncos, Seahawks, Bears, Patriots.
Yeah.
And what about Canes, Hoosiers?
I'm going to go Hoosiers win, Canes cover.
Okay.
Does that matter?
No, these are just straight up picks.
All right.
But,
Hoosiers win.
so you're taking every home team.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, Miami would be home
here's
team,
the deal.
right?
I don't
I'm
trust
saying in the NFL.
I don't trust Chicago at all, but it's going to be with the wind chill like -20, and Los Angeles's secondary. Sometimes their run defense, and we both love the special teams coordinator. He just took over full time a couple of weeks ago, but their special teams have been awful, including a block punt last week.
Correct.
I have a feeling that even though Caleb Williams and the Bears offense only play 20 to 25% of the game well, that they'll have just enough to get by Los Angeles.
Bruce, you got a show. Landfill wants you out of here. I appreciate you let the Monumental people see you in your bathrobe.
Thank you, boys.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B. Mitch anything.
Okay.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much.
It is time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Ask B. Mitch Anything, sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today.
There we go.
Yo, the Collars & Co., you put me onto the merino wool long sleeve polos.
Yeah.
That is vaulted up. Actually, my single favorite piece of clothing I own right now are these joggers from Sunday Red, showing them off for the Monumental cameras. But those merino wool polos,
they off the chain.
They're my favorite shirts I own now.
Yeah.
Because you could I wear them on TV. You can wear them on a date. Like, you can wear them anywhere. They're high-end casual, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are phenomenal. All right, it is Ask B. Mitch Anything. Our guy Rusty is on the line from Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
What up, Rusty?
Hey, fellas, how you doing? I will say you guys have been putting out those pictures with the Collars & Co. stuff. It's crisp. Looks good on y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
B, I wanted to talk about the weather. There's been a lot of conversation over the last couple of days about Matthew Stafford's record in cold weather games, and I kind of think that has actually been – I think he's actually 3-3 instead of 1-9 or whatever that people are saying. But he was also on the Detroit Lions for a lot of years, and they weren't very good. Rooster just mentioned the weather in Chicago for the game. My question is, with NFL rosters being comprised of guys from all over every inch of the country, the Bears haven't been playing in a blizzard for the last 6 months to prepare for this weekend.
Yeah.
Does it really play that big of a factor in the games, the weather?
Not necessarily. You know, I think we've seen teams roll from warm weather towns and go in and beat other teams. Sometimes, like New England. New England just was that damn good. They was beating everybody that was coming there. They were beating the cold weather teams.
Brady was from California.
Yeah, so listen, I rolled into D.C. in 1990. We got to about week 9, to about 11, 12, and I had on some sleeves, and mine didn't cut my sleeves, and they were hanging down in my wrist, and I didn't wear sleeves after that. And I got used to it, and you play in it. But when I now understand why fans and media people said so much, because they're sitting out there in it. The players are running around. They're not as cold as you think they are. Because I played on the field, and I've sat in stands. Sitting in the stands is that's not cool. That's cold as hell. No, I don't want to do that. So no, it's not as much of a problem as you think. Because you look at last year, the Rams right there in Philadelphia. The Rams should have won that game.
Stafford had 400 yards passing.
So, yeah, it's not as much as people think.
Good call, Rusty. Thanks, buddy.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right, man.
I mean, the most memorable weather thing to me, and I hesitate to bring this up because you were on the wrong side of this. Remember Tampa can't win in the cold, Tampa can't win in the cold, Tampa can't win in the cold?
Yeah.
And then they finally broke through in Philly.
You know why? Because they were the better team that day.
Right.
And they played well. Listen to me, man. Those dudes walked out there. During pregame, they had on everything. When the game came, they all had their arms out and stuff. I was like, okay, they trying to get to it. They came to play that day, you know? And I think that's the thing. When you come out there to play, start making some plays, you don't care about no damn weather.
Do you think
Gil sitting in the stands. So I'm in the game. He said, man, you didn't have on no sleeves. You wasn't cold. I'm like, man, I was cold. I say, but I'm on the field. I'm performing. He said, man, he showed me the jacket he had on, and he showed me the blanket he had bought from my house. He said, me and Jeff was sitting there huddled up. Here, my boy Jeff, he said, and we were still cold. I said, y'all sitting down, not doing a damn thing. I was running.
I'll let the phone lines are open. I want to ask my B. Mitch question for a minute here. Henry's in Northwest.
What's up, Henry? How you doing, brother?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing today?
We good.
Good. Hey, B. Mitch and Finley, would you guys attend a DC Defenders game this year?
I plan on it.
Thank you. World champs.
DC Defenders game?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like going to Defenders games.
Yeah, those games are live.
I didn't go last year, but I'm in.
The Beer Snake?
Beer Snake gets live. I would bring my kids. Audi's great.
Yeah, I'm cool with
I like that field.
Yeah, I love it over there.
When is
All right, fellas, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing you guys one day soon.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
All right.
When does Defenders season start?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be kind of soon, right? I feel like it's a spring league, so it probably starts playing in like March. Between all the crack minds we have on this program, none of us can figure this out. This countdown to schedule.
I was about to
release.
say that's
on their website, we are 5 days until the Defenders' schedule gets released. So we'll know more in a week. Let's go to Alex in Colorado. What's up, Alex? Ask B. Mitch anything.
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch. How you guys doing?
We're good, dude.
Good. Hey, I got a question for B. Mitch. So I have a show participation. Whenever B. Mitch mentions a scent he's wearing, I buy it. So I got the Tom Ford Black Orchid. I got the JPG, the Jean-Paul Gaultier. They're bangers. So I need another one, B. Mitch. What you got for me?
You need another one. Oh, man. What's the one I just put on today? I think it's Chrome. CHROME.
Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
And then also
JPG, do yourself a favor.
It's
That's
another
a good
one in the it's a Versace one. It's the blue bottle with like the Versace.
Blue jean?
Huh? No, it's not the blue
Versace
jean.
blue jean.
Not the blue jean, but it's a bluish green bottle, kind of square. My daughter just gave me that for Christmas. That stuff is banging.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to look out for that.
Do you want to know what
you,
the
B. Mitch.
cologne I'm
Appreciate
wearing?
What you guys do? What you got, JP?
Old Spice. Deodorant. The only cologne I've ever worn. Straight up Old Spice, baby. Would you like to ask Jeff about his sex oils?
You know, go ahead, Jeff.
Sex Panther.
He got
gets the ladies going.
Yeah, it might get some Panthers going too.
Jeff?
Well, they got that stuff that's got the pheromones. I remember when I was a young lad, I thought that was all I needed. I don't know if it worked.
Thank you, brother.
No, but for real though.
All right, y'all take care.
See you, man. You can often tell when Jeff comes to work stoned because he's just clearly stoned. But you can also tell when Jeff comes to work stoned because he rubs that weird oil all over himself. That's supposed to cover up the weed smell. But not only does it not cover up the weed smell, it just the weird oils also stink. So it's like this crazy combination of like, you know how there's aromatherapy? What is the opposite of that? Aromatic abuse? Because that's what happens when Jeff smokes a blunt in his car and then rubs all the oil all over him.
No, I wear my oil every day.
Dog.
Some days it smells. Some days it be like
haters.
Some days you like Bruce Lee. It'd be kicking all over the place, dog.
Whatever.
Other days it's very mild.
I got my I'll give y'all one.
One what?
One oil. One oil.
Oh, I don't want none of them. I'm good.
Black butter, baby.
No, I'm
Black
good.
butter.
I'm good. I got a lot of black bottles at my house that they're good.
Pinkies up.
Answer the phones, dog.
Pinkies up.
Landfill, how do you feel about Jeff's various oils?
They're horrible.
I'm not trusting Landfill for oil advice.
Yeah. Nobody else uses oil.
No, a lot of people use it. Jeff just put a little bit more than you think. I think he needs.
Will is in Springfield. What's up, Will? Ask me something.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's up,
Thanks for
brother?
taking my call.
How you doing, man?
Appreciate you. B-Mitch, I want to ask you a quick question. What do you honestly feel about the upgrade or downgrade in the offensive coordinator position?
I like it. I'm excited about the offensive coordinator position, actually. You know, and I don't have a problem with a young man getting an opportunity because long as he has good plays, exotic plays, things like that, you know, and it's very entertaining, I'm cool with it. You know, I don't think you have to. I don't want to see nothing boring. So I want some innovation, and I believe he has that.
Thanks, buddy. There are people on there, but nobody's ready to rock yet. So we'll get there, and we have more callers for you. My question for you, B, that I wanted to ask. Ben Johnson kind of clowned Matt LaFleur last week after the Bears came back against Packers. Mm-hmm. And you're allowed to, man. But apparently, and he hasn't said much about it, but Sean McVay is pissed. McVay and LaFleur are clearly tight. Does that kind of stuff matter once the ball's actually kicked?
Once it's kicked, no. But, well, let's just say this. It matters in a sense where if you get the upper hand, you dig it in. If you are trying to win a game, you're not thinking about what the hell he did with Matt LaFleur. You're trying to win the game.
Right.
You know, so I think if it comes down to the end of the game and he get a word with him, yes. Or if Sean them kick their heads, yes. But if Ben Johnson win, what the hell you going to say?
Right.
Ain't nothing you can say.
Do you, man?
And the thing about, listen, bro, I'll say this straight up. Matt's a man, right?
Yeah.
He can handle his own business. He should be able to. If you got to go take up for him, then what? You admitting that he's soft or something? That's the way I look at that.
What does Jeff want now?
I ain't gonna lie. I just got a compliment. Black Brian do wear oils too. And you know what he just said? He said, yo, I got that oil you put me on too. That black butter. I told you.
So he stinks too.
So you and Black Brian got the black butter.
I'm not the only one.
Congratulations, Jeff. I really hope that. I mean, you should make a plaque, put it on your wall.
Nope, I'm gonna bring y'all in some black butter.
No,
thank you.
That's okay.
Rod is in D.C. What's up, Rod?
Hey, is lip reading that big of a deal in the NFL? Everybody covering their mouth.
No, it's not anything about the lip reading. Is every coach thinks somebody is trying to pick up something from them.
It's not for in the moment. It's for when they watch the tape.
So, but the thing of it is, I don't think many people are very good at reading lips. So they cover their mouths and all that stuff like that. But come on, man. Every coach is, what's the word I'm looking for? They are, when you think, superstitious.
Paranoid.
They're very paranoid and superstitious. I'm telling you, Coach Gibbs used to stop practice for a helicopter flew across. We live by Dulles Airport, dog. we practice by Dulles.
I got one more for you.
Go ahead.
I got one more for you.
Loose lips.
The mouthpieces. What's the deal with people wearing these two mouthpieces and half of them don't wear them?
That's just a weird
They
style
wear
thing.
two
dude.
mouthpieces?
Yeah. Players. De'Ami Brown collected mouthpieces. It's just.
Collect his own, right?
I assume.
I hope you're not collecting somebody else.
He had a bunch hanging up
But
from
they
his
say
locker.
two mouthpieces?
There's players that have two mouthpieces
Two
hanging
different
from
colors.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I guess they're trying to be stylish. Like, I would get my mouthpiece. They would do all of like the little form-fitted ones for your teeth. And then because you can't really breathe with them. So I would cut them off to where they cover like the first 4 teeth. And that was it.
Thanks, Rod. Good stuff.
All right.
Let's go to.
And when I played quarterback, I didn't use it half time.
Russ is in Charlestown, DMWV. What's up, Russ?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, B. Mitch, I wanted to ask you, brother. I done heard all this hype, and I like Deion and all them, but, it comes down to back in the day, who was the fastest? Was it Darrell Green or Deion Sanders, bro? And I know you know.
D. Green?
That's what I thought.
Straight line, I think even Deion would admit it.
D. Green was fastest.
He was the fastest dude in the league.
Yeah, that dude can run, bro. Now,
Yeah.
there are a lot of people out there that say Bo Jackson probably was running the same speed that Darryl was running.
Damn, and the big as he is.
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, when I asked Darryl, I said, somebody he ran a 4.13, and he said, nah, that's 0.3.
Oh, wow.
Dude, I follow Darryl on Instagram, and he posted something the other day.
When he was running?
Not even running.
The back pedal.
No, it was speed work against the wall, like lifting his leg. And it almost looked like it was AI because it was so fast. Wow. It was
on what?
Damn.
Instagram?
Yeah, dude, pull it up. It was wild.
Hey, great show, fellas.
All right,
Y'all
bro.
have a great weekend.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy. Can I read something that
And I'm going to hit it right. That is Versace Eros. So the young man listening is Versace Eros.
Yeah, can I say something that Richard John just tweeted that was really funny? So Jeff's talking about his preferred body oil.
Uh-huh.
And Richard John tweeted in, I'm assuming White Brian uses white butter oil. White Brian, you smoke weed? That's my question for Ask Beamage Anything.
Once every blue moon.
Okay.
So, yes.
Easy
It's
in
been a
Rockville.
while.
What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, JP? What's going on, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Just on this Friday. Hey, look, so I got 2 questions. One for B. Mitch, and unfortunately, one is for JP.
Oh, boy.
The one for B. Mitch, if you was the general manager for the Washington Commanders, who on the defensive side of the ball in college right now, entering the draft, would you take that would be a day one automatic game changer to turn this defense around?
We got
Yeah,
but this young man from Texas Tech and also to get Bain.
David Bailey.
Those two guys right there I like because I'm looking for pass rushers. Everybody can tell me what you want about a safety. I'm looking for a pass rusher. Okay, because I think the pass rusher has way more impact than a safety.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what I said when I was watching. I believe it was the Ohio and Miami game. You saw the safety back there, but at the same time, Baines was impacting the game more than him because the ball wasn't even getting to the receiver for Caleb Downs to even do anything. So I need somebody that can get to the quarterback so that the ball's not even getting to the point where the safety has to do anything anyway. Yeah. I want my people back there to be able to relax, be able to eat an Oreo cookie or something with some milk, and, not have to worry about a lot. So my question for JP, if you hit the lottery, would you buy your own private jet to get to work so you ain't got to complain about traffic no more?
Doug, I haven't complained about traffic this year. You must confuse me for Chris Russell, who just walks in here and immediately complains about that.
No, I'm just bringing over stuff for 2025 because we still got 300-something days to go, and at one point, you're going to complain. So I need to know.
At one point, I will. Brian actually was complaining yesterday about how it was at the bridge, and I hadn't said anything. If I hit the lottery
at the bridge,
Easy. If I hit the lottery,
that was landfill.
If I hit the lottery, I am not driving to the radio station, so we don't have to worry about it. I would probably like to keep doing the show in some capacity, even if I hit the lottery.
Stop lying.
But I ain't driving down here.
Stop lying.
I might.
Hey, look.
We got to run easy. Sorry.
If I hit it, I'm not doing the show.
I would continue some content game capacity.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing it from the golf course.
Sure. Drinks afterwards.
Life with, and that's the part we're gonna take.
Right.
When we drinking and talking.
Right. People love it.
I guarantee that would go viral.
Last one, Charlie at College Park. Go quick, please, buddy.
Happy New Year.
What's up, brother?
Too, bud.
All right, Brian, I want to ask you a question. I got one real quick. Who's the fastest guy you ever saw in the pros?
D. Green.
Anytime you played it before or after?
Darryl Green.
I'll tell you what, you put Darryl Green up against Deion Sanders. I saw all the great kick returners and receivers from way back from 58.
Somebody just called and asked this, Charlie.
I know. Darryl Green's the fastest guy I ever saw on a football field. Goodbye.
Thank you, buddy. I wanted to do Charlie a solid, get him in before the end of the segment, and he just asked the same question a dude had asked two before. what are we doing here? Mark Seagraves has information that is important when we come back about tailgating. Nobody go anywhere. Friday on the B. Mitch Finley program. Hope everybody's enjoying responsibly, but do enjoy. In moments, we're going to be joined by Mark Seagraves from NBC4. Seagraves been all over the money and everything going on with RFK Stadium, including the renderings that were just released. Looks like maybe new renderings just got released. Mark joins the program now via the Rude Guest Hotline. Mark, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us on a Friday.
JP, thank you for having me. You know, I just before we start, I've been listening to you guys, talk to your listeners for a few minutes, and just an observation, no judgment, but I heard a lot about cookies and milk and butter and, who smokes weed and who doesn't smoke weed. And then you guys are wondering why your back-to-back callers ask the same question. I may be able to, help you out with that, so look, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here. I really, seriously, I do have a question for B. Mitch. Dude, who was the fastest guy you played with?
Hey, Mark, I did not know you had this type of personality, dog. I love it. Hey, but Mark, I guess you're right. If they're smoking weed, they get the munchies. They got to eat some cookies and milk.
Oh, that's a hell of a way to start, Seagraves.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Well, dude, I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. See you guys.
You reached out to me last night because maybe you saw something on social media you said where B and I were talking about tailgating at the new stadium. And my stance has always been people are going to figure out a way to grill meat and drink beer. No matter where you go in the world, that people are going to figure that out. But you were kind of telling me there are actual plans for it. So I'll let you kind of start from what the renderings maybe don't show to what those plans are.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion when those renderings came out yesterday because the wide shots, they showed much of the 180-acre campus from the river up to East Capitol Street. And so a lot of people thought those tall buildings, the glass and steel structures that just, pretty much cover the landscape surrounding the stadium were renderings of what that area was going to look like. And in fact, they're not. Those were just kind of placeholders just put in there to say, there will be stuff here, but nothing that looks like that. The only thing that was really reflective of the vision was the actual stadium itself. There will be that green space along the river that is part of the deal and part of the requirement, the federal requirement. But those renderings are not indicative of what the campus will look like when the stadium opens or, 20 years from now. So I think a lot of people saw that and was like, where are we going to tailgate? It's just buildings and green space. And so that won't be the case. In fact, when the team first started talking publicly about this, and Mark Klaus, the president of the team, and I spoke about this, and he said this publicly at press conferences as well, they know and appreciate the culture and the history of tailgating at all sports, not just NFL, not just Washington NFL,
right,
but, particularly football, right? And so they want to be able to accommodate that, and they plan to, at least in the short term. So the the early plans, the first thing we'll get is a stadium and some parking on that 180 acres, right? And so that's what will be really ready for sure by 2030. And some of that parking in the initial few years will be surface lot parking, which is the traditional hunting ground of tailgaters everywhere. And so the team has committed, and Mark Klaus has said, that at least for the first few years, while there is that surface lot parking available, people will be able to tailgate. Now, as we move forward, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, so as we move forward into the out years, the plans call for parking structures to be built. So these would be above ground parking garages. And then you'll start seeing the retail and the housing and stuff pop up on that space. And so they will lose the ability to have as much surface parking lots as they will when the stadium first opens in 2030. So for the first few years, when there's not all the development around it, you'll have a much better and easier access and places to tailgate around the stadium. But as the development grows in the out years, past 2030, 2035, 40 and whatnot, when hopefully we're all still around, that's when you'll start to see a decrease in surface lot parking and people moved into parking garages. Now, look, I'm here from the University of Maryland where there's both surface lot and parking garages, and people tailgate in the garages, right?
Yeah.
And so, it's not the same vibe as having kind of a communal open field, but you can still have your beer and barbecue as it was. So there will be, at least in the short term, the traditional opportunity to tailgate that people have come to know and love over generations. But as we get further into years out, there will be less and less surface parking lots to host that.
See, Mark, since people want to make it about them, and that's a lot of the tailgaters, I'm going to make it about me. Are they going to ever develop that water area over there? Because I want to bring a boat down there to go to the game. I think we could just tailgate on the boat.
So they do have, so there has to be, I believe it's 80 acres, maybe 30%, maybe I'm getting the acreage wrong, but 30% of all that land down there has to remain as green space. And that green space will abut the river. So the land closest to the river and going in all along that stretch, across from Kingman Island, and what you see in the renderings will be green space. And there is plans to develop that in some way. Now, you can go right up the Anacostia to Bladensburg and dock your boat. I will operate a water taxi that'll get you down to Kingman Island if nothing else happens. But I honestly don't know how if there's money in it, maybe, it could be a good retirement gig. But, there could be, they haven't gotten that specific in how they will actually develop that waterfront in the sense of public accommodations like boat ramps and piers. I will tell you what you won't see. You won't see the Georgetown waterfront, right? You won't see that replicated where you're going to pull your boat right up to Tony and Joe's, stumble off, have a few brewskis, and then head back out, and water ski home. So, but you may see an opportunity where there are places to bring boats and park boats and maybe a water taxi that would take you to Bladensburg up. But all of that is very far down the line. But now, because you have said it here, it's part of the conversation.
Yeah.
So
I'm with that.
A buddy of mine, because I've talked about wanting to be able to take a boat there, right? A buddy of mine took his boat up the Anacostia, and he told me this, and I'm looking on Google Maps right now. It appears that when the Anacostia, it kind of starts going east and then takes a northern turn, right? Kind of around like the backside of the Congressional Cemetery. That there's like
it's dam.
There's a dam or something there.
There's a CSX bridge.
A railroad bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
They're not moving
there
that.
There are parts of it that it's all navigable, but there's parts of it that larger boats, because of that bridge, and so there's a channel that you can kind of go around. It's much more suited to kayaks and canoes than it is to the luxury yachts that you guys are accustomed to. But I will tell you, when you go up the Anacostia, above that bridge, you get to several marinas. Now, there is the National Park Service has a boatyard there where you can keep canoes and kayaks. And then there are two or three private yacht clubs along there that have docks, and where famously the former council member, Kwame Brown, kept his boat that was called Bulletproof docked. And those are larger boats. And so that is another opportunity for you to get down there. But, that stretch that you're talking about is more easily navigated by paddle boats, kayaks or canoes, that kind of thing, rather than a large motorboat.
Did you just former DC Councilman Kwame Brown that I think went to jail for bank fraud, had a boat called Bulletproof?
So he didn't technically go to jail. He did finally plead guilty to a crime. And actually, he had to spend, I think it was an hour and a half in custody. I remember waiting outside. The judge ordered him to serve the remainder of the day in custody.
Oh, wow.
So he went down to the U.S. Marshal's office in the bottom of the courthouse, stayed there till 5 o'clock, and then he walked out a free man. But yes, at
I'll
the
take
heart
that type of deal.
Of what he was borrowing money for, which is what ended up getting him in trouble. That he, my memory is not great, but I believe either falsified an application for a loan and/or then mailed that from a government office, something along those lines. He pled guilty to one count, I believe, but I think it was to finance the boat, and yes, it was called Bulletproof.
Yeah, but if I'm trying to go to the game, Mark, I'm not trying to paddle down there.
Well,
No, you don't want to be. You don't want to be. But look, this is part of the conversation. This area is going to be much more than just a stadium. This is just going to be beautiful, open green space. It's going to bring people into Kingman Island, which is already a beautiful asset for Washington, D.C. People don't think about it, but D.C. has so much green space and so much water. 2 great rivers that are easily accessible for all kinds of recreation. This stadium, as the mayor said, look, I know a lot of people are against the stadium, don't want the public money going, $1 billion of D.C. taxpayer money going to this, and they can make some very strong arguments for this. But we are headed down that road. This is almost a certainty that it's going to happen, and it is going to be an anchor, and it is going to be a catalyst for that area, for more than just sports and entertainment, but for access to that green space.
I got $1 million idea for you, Seagraves, or maybe for all of us. Hell, we'll all chip in and buy a boat. Where the driving range is at Langston, I've hit balls there a zillion times. That's right on the river. That's right on the Anacostia. And part of Langston, you kind of go over what I guess Kingman Lake, right?
That is correct, and good. Kudos to you for knowing that that's a lake.
I am looking at the map right now, but I appreciate it.
He's cheating.
I knew the river and I knew the other body of water, for whatever that's worth.
Okay, yes, you're correct.
Langston has parking. The high school has parking. That's right there. Run a boat service from right there. People could drive there, hop on the ferry, and then you're on the other side of that railroad dam.
You're giving my idea to too many damn people, JP. Well, I'm already working on this.
You mentioned Langston. Langston is one of the most historic African-American golf courses in the country. It
Absolutely,
has a storied, honored history here in Washington, D.C., continues to provide access to golf for inner-city youth at a rate that is just magnificent. And we know that the future of Langston is in question right now because of the Trump administration taking over the 3 golf courses here. So anything could happen down along Langston now that, like you're talking about. So, we'll just have to wait and see, what happens there. But you're going to see a lot of development down. I mean, just look at the waterfront around Nats Park and how it has slowly matured into what it is, right? That, there was the catalyst of the Federal Department of Transportation and that whole, Navy Yard that started before the stadium, the ballpark, but now you have the ballpark there, and just look at that waterfront. So I think you'll see some parts of that around Nats Park, but because the Anacostia is, isn't quite have the girth of the Potomac, as it were, it's going to be a little bit scaled down from that. But you'll see much greater access.
Last thing, this is a good question from my friend Mitch Tischler, who's listening. The Nats could have buried the parking garages and provided views of the Capitol. The Learners shockingly cheaped out, did not do that. The parking garages block the views when you look out from center field. When you say they're going to eventually build garages or parking structures, as it were, at RFK, I imagine those won't be blocking views looking down East Capitol, right? Or what is that plan?
Correct. So one, I will just say, and forgive me, I haven't been to any other stadiums, but I know there's a stadium where they've replicated this, where the design for the new Commander Stadium is it will be sunken into the ground. So as to keep that vista of the monument down East Capitol Street unobstructed. And so I know there are some stadiums when you walk in from the street level, you're actually like on the second level.
Yeah.
Right. And then you would walk down to the field. That's how the Commander Stadium is going to be. And so that will allow that vista to maintain. And there won't be anything between the stadium and then in the river. The parking garages have to be above ground because you're so close to the river. They're very limited as to how down they can go in any of this development. So everything has to go up. It all has to be vertical here. That will go over between the stadium. Say if you're at an East Capitol and you're looking at the stadium toward the river, we go to your left to the northeast side.
Up towards Oklahoma Avenue, kind of?
You're looking at the map, aren't you?
I am. I did know that, but yes, I am looking.
Yes, that is exactly correct. Oklahoma Avenue. So that lot where you have the fields at RFK currently and the bridge that takes you to Kingman Island and where the metro train elevated tracks go above, that's where they would put the first parking garages. And the neighbors have already made this an issue and have gotten a commitment that those structures won't be so high as to block their vista of the green space along the river.
Mark, tremendous information,
Appreciate
man.
you, Mark.
Thank you for making time.
Dude, I love being on your guys' show. I always get calls from my friends who have no idea what I do for a living when I appear on your show. So,
Thank you, Seagraves.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the weekend, man. The great Mark Seagraves. Give him a follow at Seagraves NBC4. We're coming right back.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy.
Yeah, go for it.
Yesterday, remember Jeff came in here and I had to break some cash for him?
Yeah.
And then I was running around. I ended up at Penn Quarter Sports Tavern, and they were very kind, and they gave us some wings, and I wanted to leave a tip.
You ain't have no money?
Well, my wallet's usually either on me or in my bag. And I checked all my pockets,
You
didn't
left
have
it
my
in the
wallet.
bag?
Checked my bag, didn't have my wallet. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, hell, I've been a whole bunch of places. Where the hell is my wallet? I called Stallion, checked all around in here, because the last time I could remember I had it was in here dealing with Jeff. Stallion, appreciate it. Checked all over in here. Sorry, man, can't find it. I went to Monumental yesterday to their studios to tape Beltway football. So I called, shout out to Gabby. I said, Gabby, can you check and see if my wallet's around there? Gabby checked, couldn't find it. Asked the people at Penn Quarter. Sorry, man, nobody turned in a wallet. At this point, I'm bugging a little bit. Then I go up to Monumental because I have a little break, run up there, walk around everywhere I was, can't find it. Go, maybe I left it in the car. Check my car, not there. At this point, I'm bugging because I thought for sure it was in my car. Kind of bugged, I'm kind of not feeling great about it, but I'm checking like my credit cards and nobody had used it or anything.
Not yet.
Right. At which point, Kerwin and I go back inside Capital One. And then I remember I left my bag outside of Capital One. So I had to run back out to Capital One to grab my bag, which was thankfully still there, still walletless, but I found my bag. Get back, meet up with Kerwin inside Capital One, shoot our last thing. And at this point, I was really trying to avoid telling my wife that I had lost my wallet. Because we're going skiing, probably need my ID for something, need my wallet.
Yeah.
Finally get back to the car. I'm like, all right, what am I going to do? Wallet was just sitting on the seat. And I had checked. I just missed it. I thought you'd like that
You been watching
story.
TV lately?
Not really.
Montgomery County has a hell of a break. hell of a thing of people breaking in cars because people got stuff just sitting out there. And if it's happening in Montgomery County, it probably happened in other spots around here,
Landfill,
too.
you shocked by that story?
Nah, we're not shocked. You always do silly stuff.
Because I heard that's for silly
You know
stunts.
what? I think what you need to do to protect Lauren, never tell nobody what your wife's name is and who she is. Just say that, you married to somebody.
All right.
Because, if people find out that you her husband, they're going to be, shaking their head at her.
All right. I got the Gov's picks just texted to me. He is taking... There's a lot of information here. I think he's taking Denver. I can't figure this out in time.
Don't worry about it.
Well, the Gov's in the
Text
contest.
it.
I'll put everybody's picks out. Thank you to Amy Dash for joining us. Thank you to John Talty for joining us. Really fun day. Thank you to Mark Seagraves. Great information. The Gov is taking the Bears. How about that? Grant and Danny coming your way next. Doc Walker in the building. Fun day on the program.
Big
Thanks
bro.
everybody that listened. Thanks everybody that called in. If you made it this far,
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. We are getting ready for a long 3-day football intensive weekend on Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30 today on The Fan. We've got a wonderful show planned for you. PFF's Trevor Sikkema at 3 o'clock. We'll get into the NFL draft. The Commanders picking 7th with him. We're going to preview the national championship game between Indiana, everybody's darling, and Miami, who has emerged from obscurity again to rise to the top in college football. Danny Cannell joins the show to preview the game at 5. And Ross Tucker, one of our favorite NFL guests, will preview the divisional round, the 4 games this weekend with us at 5:25 this evening. All coming up on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Guillermo, do you ever feel like a big stupid? You ever feel stupid?
Many times.
I feel really stupid. Let me tell you why. I'll do it quickly. I'm sitting over here getting really frustrated, like angry. I'm like, why is nothing working on my stupid computer? None of the websites are working. What is going on? So irritated trying to set up the YouTube stream, and I can't remember if I need to do anything with the camera or not. Like corporate Clary's in my ear, like, oh, hop on the stream, bro. Like I'm all freaked out. He caught a little shrapnel. He did nothing wrong.
Did he actually ask you to hop on the stream?
No, but it's like I'm so conditioned to it that like I'm right before the show, I'm all panicked. I'm like, okay, I got to get on. What is going on? I can't get Pro Football Reference to work. I can't get the YouTube stream to work. Nothing is working. I'm sitting there going, this is so annoying. I'm so annoyed. Yesterday, we're at Cap One Arena. I have to turn the Wi-Fi off to do the plug-in internet, Ethernet cable. And so the Wi-Fi was off. The Wi-Fi's been off for the last 6 minutes as I've been sitting here struggling, like slamming the keys, restarting my computer, throwing like a little palms up to the sky, hissy fit with like angry sighs. Just sitting there over there angry at the machine. You know who the idiot is? It's not the machine. It's old Fannie Mouillet. So there you go. Welcome to the show.
Hit reboot. Restart the
Start
show.
it over.
Restart your day.
Start it over.
I'm excited about this Football Friday on Grant and Danny and all that we have to get into. Also want to talk about the Dodgers adding Kyle Tucker, who's a pretty good little player with some power, for $60 million a year.
You know.
The same Dodgers who will be here on opening day. The Nats are taking on the NL All-Star team with their roster, which will be made up of somewhere between minor leaguers and young, okay major leaguers, kind of surrounding a couple of good players on opening day at Nats Park. But we'll get into that in just a little bit. I actually want to start with the Commanders' defensive coordinating search and juxtapose it with their OC search, because this is interesting. They wasted so little time hiring an offensive coordinator. I'm on record as saying I actually like the idea of what they did with David Blau. There's a lot of reasons to defend that hiring. Among them, they really like a young, ascending offensive mind. Quinn allowed guys like Matt LaFleur and Mike McDaniel to leave his building in Atlanta. Here in Washington, we can relate because those guys, as well as Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, who are staples in the NFC Championship game now, left this building. So you want to make sure before you let a guy walk that you give them every opportunity to prove themselves. And if you go a year too early rather than a year too late, I can sign up for that. They also felt like he could be a multi-year solution, not a one-and-done guy like Mike McDaniel or one of the other more proven choices. There's a lot of reasons why they did what they did.
Yep.
But, Danny, they hired him immediately. It was one of the least thorough searches, I think, that I've seen for such an important role in such an important season.
I think it's very fair to say there was a rush on that job. The reasons are easy to speculate for. Nobody has it. No one's written anything down. No one put something in Sharpie or chiseled it in the stone and held it up and said, the reason we did this is X. But it's pretty easy to read the tea leaves there. There was an urgency to this. We have to get this done now. The obvious conclusions or questions would be, were you afraid you would lose David Blau altogether? A.k.a. Detroit was coming hot and heavy. They were going to promote him, get him a higher level job, or another team that we don't know about. That's easy question one. Question two is, did something need smoothing over? The reports are out there, whether you choose to believe them or not. I am not the one making the reports, but the reports are out there that Jaden Daniels was not thrilled with the removal of Cliff Kingsbury from the offensive coordinator spot, and then maybe a couple pieces that go with that. Was this needed to smooth things over? Those are very reasonable questions. You can get as angry as you want to, put your fingers in your ears and hold your breath till you turn purple, but that's out there. And it's pretty simple when you look at this coordinator search, I put that in quotes, and the quick hiring
versus the defensive coordinator. I have no problem with either. To me, it's about where you land. So however we get there, I don't care how stormy the sea is, get my ship to port. I want a great DC, and I like the offensive coordinator. I got no problem with it. But it is very interesting to see the dichotomy.
They're going to land with a really accomplished, long-time quality D coordinator.
That is my hope, yeah.
Because I don't think there's any other way to do it. There's just so many good options, and they're all interviewing here one by one. So whether it's Brian Flores, I don't see that one, or it's Jonathan Gannon, or it's eventually guys like Jeff Ulbrich when he's allowed to interview, or Raheem Morris. Even if it's not a coordinator this past year, someone who has done it before, the current D-line coach with the Kansas City Chiefs who's interviewed, the defensive coordinator with the Tennessee Titans last year. It's going to be somebody who has called plays, who has had some success in that role in the NFL. But they are also just taking their time, and they don't really have a choice because there are so many head coaching openings. There are another 3 defensive coordinating openings outside of the 9 teams that need head coaches still in the NFL. And so that's a dozen DC jobs basically that are up for grabs or where there's movement. And so you don't get to tell Jonathan Gannon, hey, we need to know we're going to hire you today. You don't get to say to Brian Flores before he goes to hire or to interview for a head coaching job with 3 other places, flying to Pittsburgh when he leaves your building for the head coaching job. Hey, we need an answer before you leave the building. You're just in waiting mode. And when people are ready to call you back and tell you if they want the job, that's when you'll move forward. But it is so different than the offensive side. And you just said it. I think what the Commanders would say is we had to rush because we loved Blau, and Blau could have left our building. But while that might be true, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm just acknowledging how different this is. Like, listen to John Keim on ESPN today, who covers the Commanders locally. We have him on the show. He is on the beat here in town. He was on ESPN talking about the difference between the DC search and the offensive search and why this one is dragging out and what leads to this not only taking the time that it has, but it could still take days or weeks to get their defensive coordinator.
Commanders might have to wait until early next week or beyond before hiring their next defensive coordinator. With 9 teams needing a new head coach and 3 teams needing a defensive coordinator, there's a lot of moving parts around the league that could delay a hire for Washington's defensive coordinator. Washington also wants to see what happens with fired Atlanta coach Raheem Morris, who is interviewing for other head coaching positions, as well as his former defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, who remains employed by Atlanta. Both worked under Washington coach Dan Quinn during his 5+ seasons in Atlanta, and both have what Quinn and the Commanders want: experience calling plays. They talked to Brian Flores on Wednesday. They'll interview Jonathan Gannon on Thursday. They've already talked to Joe Cullen, Denard Wilson, and Patrick Graham, all of whom have experience calling plays. There's only one coach so far they've talked to who doesn't have that experience: Seattle pass game coordinator and defensive backs coach Carl Scott.
So that's Keim on updating the DC search. But when I hear that, I just find it all so compelling. So to go back through it, one of the reasons that they're taking their time and it's going to be complicated for them to land a DC is that 9 teams need a head coach and 3 need coordinators. How is that any different than the offensive coordinating search? 9 teams need head coaches, which also means 9 teams are going to either be replacing or hiring OCs. Now, I think instead of 3 open DC jobs outside of the teams that have head coaches, top of my head, I can think of 2 on offense in the NFL, which is Washington and Philadelphia. So I guess there's 1 vacancy fewer in terms of non-head coach division. But it's still 11 versus 12. It's no different at all when you're saying, yeah, it's going to take some time. Look at all these openings and all this movement, as if that's not also happening with OCs. The next thing you hear is they got to wait to hear back from Raheem Morris, who's interviewing for head coaching jobs, and they haven't been able to talk to Ulbrich yet. How's that any different than the number 1 OC candidate, Mike McDaniel?
Right.
We heard that they moved on, and part of the reason McDaniel was of less interest was because you'd have to wait so long. Now, maybe, again, what they would say is, yes, but we would have lost Blau, and there's no one in the building we're worried about losing by waiting this time. And if that's their answer, fine, it just comes back to the fact that they got their guy and they love David Blau. I just want to keep pointing out the juxtaposition here, which would not be as interesting to me. If someone's saying, why do you care so much? Why is this so compelling? Because your head coach was your defensive coordinator at the end of last year, has been one of the most successful defensive coordinators in the league over the last decade, can call defensive plays, and is way more capable at helping to run that side of the building. Like if you came to me and said, Washington's going to demand an experienced play caller. Keim said that. Is that not funny to anyone? They really need their defensive coordinator to have play calling experience. The side of the building Dan Quinn's on is the one that needs the play calling experience. They don't want the first-time coordinator. They don't want to be, hiring someone that might be in over their shoes on defense, as if Dan Quinn can't help you. But on offense, you're 30. You've never done this before. You've never built an offense. You've never called a play at any level other than when somebody said something in your helmet, you called it in the huddle as a quarterback just a couple of years ago in the league. That's no problem. They didn't care about experience on the side of the ball Dan Quinn can't really help you with. Is this not seen backwards in a way?
What I always like to do, when I always had trouble doing this during Ron and the Martys, and that was a bad sign, I feel like, is even if I don't agree, I like to think along with you. I like to see the reasoning. And even if it's something that a reasonable person can disagree with, I always like to go, well, I get it. Right? So, again, I'll go back by way of example to last year. I didn't love that they doubled down on the old man one-year deals, that they tried to find another Cleveland Farrell or go into the marketplace to find, a Dante Fowler or whatever. They're trying to shake the tree for that same magic again. I get why they did that, though, because it was so successful in year one. I didn't love it, but I understood. This one I just have a hard time understanding, kind of to your point. A defensive head coach that has had success calling defense, I understand he doesn't want to do both. I get that. But still, it would seem to be the side of the ball that needs more attention, just in general anyway. Even if you have a good defense, you still need to pay more attention to the quarterback, the installation, the neophyte offensive coordinator, and the like. That's the side that requires thoughtfulness, care, development, time. And maybe that's the reason you need the quote-unquote experienced defensive coordinator, because you already know you're going to be mentoring, helping along the young OC. Maybe that's the reason. But still, the two processes are not congruent. And that's what's so interesting about this. And again, part of that is circumstance. If you're fishing in a different pond, you've got to deal with some more things. They did not want to do that for the OC job. They didn't. It was as soon as Mike McDaniel became available, I'm going, that's who I have my heart set on. That's the answer.
Who they didn't interview.
They didn't interview.
And they didn't formally reach out to via his agent, right? Now, did Dan Quinn take the temperature and have some conversation with him via text or call because they're buddies? I certainly hope so. I would say that would have been a misstep and a mistake if you didn't at least touch base with him to gauge his interest in working with Jaden Daniels. But maybe I should just feel better about this and feel more empowered by the fact that they really, truly love David Blau. I think that is
absolutely the positive takeaway.
The way that I'm kind of choosing to view all of this is they are so sure about and so confident in David Blau that they were so dead set on him being the guy that they didn't really look that hard outside of the building. I mean, unless I am forgetting someone, they interviewed two people other than Blau for the OC job. Drew Terrell, who was a former coach here for receivers a couple years ago, who's not like a hot OC name right now. He'll eventually be one, hopefully, and maybe he'll get a job. But, it's not like one of these guys like Grant Udinsky in Jacksonville, who's also getting head coaching interviews. And then the other guy was Lundo Wells with the Cowboys. Maybe he's going to interview in other places. I have not heard that to be the case, but there's a lot of openings. Perhaps he gets a job. My point is, it's not like they were bringing in a couple of the bigger named, up-and-coming, like star, you got to talk to this guy coordinators. They talked to two dudes who have jobs that are not coordinators, that would have been first-timers as well, that have never called plays, and David Blau, and then immediately hired David Blau. That is not a search where you can seriously tell me you overturned every stone. Now, again, I don't have a big problem with that because it landed on something I'm fine with and I like. Mm-hmm. But I do want to just keep drawing attention to the fact that that's what you're doing on the side of the ball. Dan Quinn does not operate and know the same way. Like, since the David Blau hiring, they go get DJ Williams, who's Doug Williams' son, who is in Atlanta. And I talked to Kirk Cousins about him and just said, hey, what can you tell me about DJ? Seems like he's a really big fan of his, like really thinks he's an up-and-coming good coach and a guy that's good to add to your building. But he's a very young guy, by the way, who has not been in this role to the extent that he will. Then they go get Danny Etling, who Blau crossed paths with at Purdue for a year when they were both playing, who played in the UFL for like the Michigan Panthers. Like Blau, he's about 30, he's 31 years old, and he's bounced around a little bit here recently. But he is going to be the assistant quarterback's coach. So I give them credit. They're doing what I like. They're layering with some young talent.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of that.
I think DJ Williams could be a good OC eventually. Let's make him our quarterbacks coach. I think Etling could be a good quarterbacks coach. Let's make him a good assistant. But where are the grown-ups in this room? Is that the O-line hire possibly? I think there's a really good chance from what I've heard they're going to promote internally. Their assistant offensive line coach under Bobby Johnson could end up being their O-line coach. Well, if they do that, where is my set of eyes who's been around the game for 25 years? Does Anthony Lynn stay on? Is that enough in that capacity?
Yeah, is Brian Johnson the grown-up in the room?
And it'd be one thing if all of this was like their vision, we're going to go young, we're going to swing big, we're going to take a risk, and they're cool with it. But then to turn around and say, the defensive coordinator must have experience. We need this guy to have called plays before. You're the same team doing this on offense? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It's just strange.
It's hard not to notice. So trying to think of various analogies as to why it's so puzzling's not the right word, but I'm noticing this. Anyone else? I texted you guys over the weekend. I had one of those my fun long shot parlays where I put down $1 and can win like $1,000 if things hit. My first 10 things hit. The final 2, I have to wade through things that are, coin tosses, whether they happen for me or not. And the question is, do I take the cash out, turn a profit, or do I say, you know what, I'm going to hold out for the big fish? And because it's $1, I held out for the big fish, and I lost, right?
We all told you, Danny, it's $1. Do not cash in, you crazy person.
Which is totally fine. And I actually, you guys all owe me $1. You can all pull together and give me the $1. No, I'm kidding.
I'll go dig some change out of my cup holder.
You owe me 34 cents because you were the most. Clary was like, let it ride. He owes me 20. No, it's fine.
We don't unit shame here. You having the tiniest unit of all time is not a problem in this room.
It's not a problem for anybody, right? That's all we're saying. Point of the dude's story is that works here, right? When you think about we are wading into the big fish. The defensive coordinator candidates that we would like are also interviewing for head coach jobs. We'll wait and see what Brian Flores says because it's worth the wait, right? It's worth the wait to figure out if Jim Schwartz stays in Cleveland or not. It's worth the wait to figure out Jeff Ulbricht's fate. We are willing to wait and see what happens with Jonathan Gannon and company, right? Because we know we're here at the dance. We're looking for a partner, but so are a bunch of other teams. We'll wait it out, and there's a chance we don't get one. There's a chance we are left out in the cold, but one of these big fish is worth waiting for. The opposite of that was the offensive coordinator search.
And by the way, I'm not knocking that they haven't hired a DC. I think that's the right way to do it. There's no rush here.
Yeah, get the best candidate you can.
There is not a race. I mean, the Eagles have not hired their OC yet.
Sure.
You know why? In addition to the fact that the opening came up, more recently. But they're not in a rush. They're going to interview everybody. You should interview a bunch of really serious candidates, including the best ones on the market, and then make a sound decision. By the way, I think there's ways that you can block things as well. Like, could they have kept Blau from interviewing with the Lions if they wanted to interview him for OC play caller? I'm not sure. But you could also say to David Blau, listen, man, we got you in mind for that job too. So don't sign anything until you talk to us. You see what I'm saying? It's not like you had to do it last Friday. But my point is less even taking issue with anything, because I think if they land on Blau on offense, and I'll pick a name. Flores is my 1 seed, but I don't think it's realistic. So I'll just say Gannon or Raheem Morris on defense.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be really happy with how it all went. It will still be really curious to me that what was important to you on defense was irrelevant to you on offense. And if you were going to tell me that on one side of the ball, experience, play calling, and having been there before matters, I would have bet everything I've ever had that it wouldn't be on the side of the ball where Dan Quinn is right there to help you. That's the part I just can't get my head around. And in talking to Logan on Take Command, we played a bunch of the clips, how complicated and hard this is to be a first-timer on offense. I would have thought when you hire Blau, there's a vision and a plan that a Darrell Bevel, let's say, is coming in here as a pass game coordinator, or some longtime OC is going to be in the room with him every step of the way. And maybe that's still coming. But we have not heard that. They have not interviewed him or people like him yet. They have hired another couple of guys in their 20s or barely 30 who are quarterbacks recently. And I love that part of the staff. I just hope there's a bigger vision here where experience does matter on the other side at some point too. I guess that would be the end of my thesis. But really, it's one of those where I'm just pointing at it going, anybody else find this interesting?
Yeah. It's hard. That's all I'm saying is I'm noticing it. That's it.
The Kime report, which is correct, everything he's saying I'm sure is 100% accurate.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah, look, this could take a while. Remember, there's 9 openings. True for offense. There's 3 teams without an opening that need DCs. True for offense. You know, there are coaches that became available that got fired that they really like that have ties to Dan Quinn. True for offense. They need experience as a play caller. Not what they wanted on offense, apparently.
Yeah, so either the solution is, or the answer to our little riddle, or the dichotomy is, David Blau is such an unrivaled superstar that you can't risk having him interview anywhere else. I'm not talking about losing him. Like, you wouldn't even give him the chance to make a choice. Right. You wouldn't let Detroit pour honey potion in his ear. If you got on a plane, you're so scared to death you might not have him anymore. Again, I said this on Friday. I said it earlier this week. Yeah, I like that process. I want you. All you have to tell me is, as a Redskin, then WFT, and now Stupid Name fan, hey man, we got a genius. You're too early rather than you're too late. I'm scarred from before. Sign me up.
And this is how I am choosing to view this. They view and perceive Blau as that special, that they weren't going to risk losing him.
Has to be, right?
And they knew that there's no way I'll like anybody else more than this guy. So before we date, before we meet, before I see him in this role, before we go to a movie, before we kiss, before we touch, I'm getting down on a knee. And I am proposing to David Blau. But what do you guys make of just the juxtaposition of how they handled OC versus DC? And like me, does it make you feel like they just were that sure about Blau? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Speaking of coaches, Sean McVay had a pretty good line today when he was asked about Ben Johnson versus Matt LaFleur. He plays Ben Johnson this week, Rams-Bears. LaFleur, of course, is one of his best friends and maybe his best friend in coaching. And we'll get to that next as well on The Fan. and Danny on the Fan live from the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios. The Commanders' defensive coordinating search continues, and as expected, it's going to take some time. A lot of the guys that they want to be their DC are interviewing for head coaching jobs. Think Brian Flores, Jonathan Gannon, Raheem Morris. There are other guys that they want to interview that haven't been allowed to yet because of what's going on in their own building, where a coach has been fired and may or may not still be on staff in the week ahead. Think Schwartz in Cleveland and Ulbrich in Atlanta. So it stands to reason this is going to take some time. It's not going to be a quick search. But is it interesting to you that the side of the ball where it is apparently important for them to get experience in a play caller who's done this before is on defense, Dan Quinn's side of the ball, and not on offense where they hired a first-timer who's 30, who's never even been a full-time position coach for an NFL season, who's leapfrogging the quarterback role to get to the OC role. I like the Blau hire. I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to like the DC hire, I'm quite sure, because there's just too many good candidates for them not to get one of them. So this is going to end in I think, a very reasonable place. But I guess my question that I'm posing today, Danny, is this curious at all? That what they want on defense is not the same thing they wanted on offense, and that on offense, rather than a patient, thorough search where they're going to interview a bunch of dudes who have called plays and find the best guy, they went with a first-timer who hasn't done it, who they really, really like, which is cool with me, but it's very different than what they're doing on defense.
Yeah, I just think it begs questions. And the questions could have very reasonable, legitimate answers, but it's still very interesting, kind of to your point. And again, we landed on a place that I'm happy. I like David Blau. Again, that process makes a lot of sense to me, and it probably makes a lot of sense to a lot of Washington fans. Up-and-comer, potential superstar, year early rather than a year late. That should be on a billboard in Ashburn. Should be a billboard anywhere that anybody who likes this team might go. That's the point. We lost McVay and LaFleur and Shanahan and this and that. Yes, do that. But it's just interesting because it basically means something else was afoot, right? Like the first question that comes to mind, again, based on reports, Jayden Daniels and his camp, not thrilled.
Well, I think that's a factor here, that Daniels did not handle the Kingsbury departure maybe either the way they thought or as well as would have been ideal. And so it made the urgency to keep one of his guys in the building more important to them. I do think that's true. I also am choosing to think they just liked Blau that much, that they couldn't risk him leaving because they've had him ticketed for over a year as the next OC, and maybe it just happened faster than they thought as Cliff Kingsbury, Peters, and Quinn and whoever else kind of weren't seeing eye to eye as this year went on. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. who's listening on the Fan. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, fellas, love the show.
Appreciate you.
I think, man, for me, if we would have hired anybody from the outside, I'm gonna kind of cut it straight. I would have called Dan Quinn a liar because this is what he said. He said, I learned my lesson from Atlanta. I had some guys on the coaching staff. Oh, no, this is what he said. I learned my lesson from Atlanta. So then when my offensive coordinator leaves, I'm going to be prepared with a succession plan. So instead of, me taking a young, unknown like a Matt LaFleur or McDaniels and give them an opportunity, I went out here and got Sarkisian and, kind of blew up in my face.
Exactly.
So if he'd have went out here and got somebody else, then I would have thought he was a liar in his self-preservation. Then on top of that, just hearing what you just said about Jayden Daniels, I don't want my quarterback upset, meaning, okay, so now we take him out of this system, we get a McDaniels, and then he learns that system, he leaves, and then you got a quarterback that's going to be in 3 systems in 3 years or 3 and 5, 3 and 4, whatever it is.
So Reggie, that all checks out to me. Let me ask you this, though. Okay, I think everything you're saying makes a lot of sense.
Cosign.
And I'm actually with all of it. Why is it so important for them to hire someone on Quinn's side of the ball that has called plays before and who's a long-time established DC? Not because in any way something he's interested in on offense.
Because I think at least with this one, with Quinn, if I'm going to, I don't want to call plays because that's what he said. I got to have at least one somewhat experienced play caller on one side. Somebody has to be at least, air quote, the adult as far as being familiar with what ultimately this is called for.
So I can't basically worry about both sides of the building. It's an interesting call. I can't worry about both sides of the building. So now I need someone who handles defense and I never have to deal with it. And even though you think of me as Dan Quinn defensive mind.
I'm Dan Quinn CEO.
Yeah, I'm actually Dan Quinn, David Blau helper.
That's a reasonable thought to me, by the way.
But I've got to help him and I've got to make sure I'm available to him enough by making sure Brian Flores or Jonathan Gannon never need my help on defense. Not bad. Tony in D.C., what's up?
Yo, I have no problem with the way any of this is going down. If you see something that you want, you go out and get it. You don't wait for a whole bunch of other people to want it, and then you decide you want it. We've been indecisive too many times and been left picking from the dumpster of what's left because of indecisiveness and not being able to make a decision. All of these OCs out here that are interviewing, we'd be waiting for all of them to finish and picking from what's left if we didn't get our guy, and then lose the guy that we actually believed in because we couldn't make up our mind. That was just so a dysfunctional organization.
I agree with that. Now, I don't know. The part I'm not aware of or can't speak to, is there a way to ensure that you don't lose Blau and have your cake and eat it too? Could you do what, as an example, the Falcons are doing where they're blocking Ulbrich right now? If someone is bringing him in, like if the Commanders wanted to bring him in for an interview and they put the poison pill in there where it's not just DC, it's assistant head coach. How can the Falcons block that? And Washington can't block Blau to Detroit. There's ways to block things. In a world where they couldn't, and then he goes and interviews there, again, do you say to him, hey, do not take that job without us being able to talk to you? Because we'll give you an extra year and extra money if it ends up working out, that we can make that choice here. Were there ways to skirt that? I don't know. But I actually, in the end, I think what his point is very correct, which is, and this is why I was pro the Blau hiring when they did it, don't try to get Mike McDaniel if you're competing with 8 other teams, some of which want him as a head coach, miss out on him, and then you're back to Bieniemy all over again, where you're the last team that has an opening and he's the last guy that doesn't have a dance partner.
And part of it, to that point, is the supply side here. There are fewer high-quality offensive coordinator-type candidates here who are in that range. There's more good, bona fide pelts-on-the-wall DC guys. There's a few upstart offensive coordinator guys that haven't called plays a lot or kind of been in the room.
But I was going to say, you didn't hire one of those guys.
And that's kind of my point.
There's guys like Blau in a lot of buildings that you and I would have turned our... The only reason the Blau thing works for me is because he's already been in your building.
Yeah, and he knows everybody.
But if you hired the Jaguars version of him or the assistant quarterbacks coach in another team, we'd go, what in the heck is that?
There's to me, there's more defensive coordinators who have called defenses on that side than there are OCs who have a lot of years of sustained success, and maybe that's part of the approach as well.
It would just be odd to me. It's the equivalent of like CK's filling out a radio lineup.
Yep.
And I'm not here anymore. He fires me or whatever, and he says, "Danny, who you want to work with?" You give him a name, and he's like, "No, I need someone who's done drive time radio before." And then in the mornings, he asks the junkies, "Who do you want to work with?" And they say somebody who's never done drive time.
How about an up and comer?
And he's like, "Okay, fine." There's just a hypocrisy to, you have to have called plays if you're going to coach defense for me. And on offense, that's not how he feels. That's all. I don't even think it's wrong, because I would hire guys all the time that haven't called plays before. I'm all about going young and taking chances. The entire observation for me is the juxtaposition.
Yep.
It is just the oddity of it being the side of the ball where you would think a less experienced person would be needed because Dan Quinn's got you covered.
Yeah, for me, it's more urgency on one side that disallowed me from participating in the process. I couldn't wait to interview other people because the fear that this one person might leave, and the other side, it's like, yeah, man, we'll see what happens.
You didn't
we'll
talk
take our
to
time.
McDaniel.
Yeah.
You weren't interested.
Right.
He is the equivalent of Flores. He is the equivalent of Gannon.
And that's the white whale.
Let's go to Brian in Hagerstown. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Hey, Danny, that milkshake I posted a picture of last night was to die for.
Absolutely. It was not safe for work. It looked amazing.
That was a good-looking milkshake.
Sexy.
Hey, anyway, fellas, check this out. So here's my thought process. So with Blau on the offensive side of the ball, been there, 2 years, continuity with Daniels. Plus, even with the injuries, if I remember correctly, the offense finished, top 15, 16 in the league last year or something like that?
Yeah, 12th in yards per play.
Right, okay. So even with all the injuries and half our dadgum players out, and Blau on the staff, they still finished well. So easier transition there. The defensive side, you've got a terrible defense that finished almost dead last. So hence, you're looking for somebody with the experience and that pedigree to fix a defense and turn a defense around from a 30.
Oh, finger slip. Sorry about that, buddy. We're up against the clock anyway, though. He was cooking.
Smart point.
I didn't mean to cut you off. He was doing a good job there. But yes, that point is actually really good, which is the defense was so bad, you have to go out of the building. The offense was actually good enough you could stay in the building.
Tweaks, not overhaul. It's kind of to me, yeah. What the defense needs an overhaul. The offense could use a few improvements in the tune-up.
You could stay in the building again. I want to go back to and still do a real search. Like, two things can be true.
Yeah.
I am happy with the Blau hiring. I think it was a good hiring, and I'm excited by it. It might not even work. This is not a how did that take age thing. You're rolling the dice. You are taking a risk, and I think it is a worthwhile risk, and it is a good roll of the dice to hire David Blau. I think that is true. I think it is also true to be able to say they did not do a real search for an offensive coordinator. They just didn't. They interviewed two guys who I don't view as great offensive coordinator candidates. They might get an interview or two in this cycle, but they didn't hire go talk to McDaniel. They didn't talk to guys that were calling plays for other teams last year that are out of jobs. It was what's the opposite of thorough?
Cursory.
It was just kind of like, let's call a couple dudes. Let's make sure we figure out everything we need to do for the search, but let's end it with the guy 2 doors down. That's what it felt like to me on offense. Now, I happen to like who they hired, so I'm not screaming about it.
Right.
But that is so different than what they're doing on defense.
It's just very different.
800-636-1067. You want to join us on Grant and Danny? We'll preview the games this weekend, and we'll look at the Commanders' pick at number 7 with Trevor Sikkema, PFF's NFL draft expert, on G&D coming up in 20 minutes. 3 o'clock coming up in 12 minutes. Trevor Sikkema of PFF. We got to talk NFL draft and pick the fan. B. Mitch and Finley were talking about this earlier today. I wanted to get your quick thoughts. Better for college football, an Indiana national championship coming out of nowhere, or Miami scaling the mountain to get back to the top as one of the powers and iconic programs in America during my youth and probably your teen years.
Sure. They were one of the most, they were royalty, one of the most dominant programs in the country. To me, it's Indiana. I don't think it's close. What that sport needs more than anything else, to borrow from Ron Rivera, more so than anything else it really does, is parity. The royalty of college football believes that the sport exists to provide them with championship opportunities. It's the same pathology that Yankees fans have had for so many years, that Major League Baseball is just an excuse for 29 teams and more to try to get in the way of the Yankees on their way to a championship. They think the whole league exists to provide them with those opportunities. Ohio State fans, Alabama fans, like the old guard, don't want the changes. I want parity. That's what makes the biggest sport we got, the NFL, the best. The teams that then rise above the parity to provide dynasties are that much more remarkable rather than, just a team that gets to spend more than everybody else, say the Dodgers or, Ohio State or Alabama or whatever. They need more Cignettis, and I think this is awesome.
Yeah, this is a better story if Indiana wins. There's a payoff to a year-long, really a multi-year, 2-year story for fans who have gotten in casually to now watch Indiana. And I also think there's a sustainability to them joining the party, which gives everybody the belief. If you are a fan of the University of Maryland and you're watching Curt Cignetti in Indiana celebrating the confetti as they kiss the trophy and win a championship, you don't get to keep saying you can't do it in the Big Ten. You were closer to the finish line than Indiana was when he was hired.
Yep.
What is the difference? Why can't you find the right guy? Why can't you find your Cignetti? And in this era of portal and transfers and free agency, go win a championship. It makes everybody feel like they've got a seat at the table. So I also think an Indiana win would be better for the college football sport. But also, what is the argument for Miami? That, the U is back? They're already back. They're in the national championship. Winning or losing the game doesn't really change that much as far as I'm concerned. And is there such a thing as even being back? It's all year to year and cyclical.
Yeah.
Beck leaves if you bring in the transfer quarterback and it doesn't go well or he gets injured or, you have a few guys leave because it's not going to happen, but I'm just making this up. Cristobal gets a head coaching job in the NFL and now, it's bad timing in the portal. Well, next thing you know, you stink next year. But fear not. You could bring in 11 new starters the following year. I don't know if back is even a thing because it could be year by year anyway. Let's go to the phones. People have been waiting, though, to talk about the coordinating searches for the Commanders. Brent's listening on the Odyssey app. We're free and available wherever you are on Odyssey. He's out in California. Brent, what do you think about them needing experience from their defensive coordinator, but not from their offensive coordinator?
Hey, happy Friday, you guys.
You too, buddy.
Too, bud.
I think personally that they would have already hired a defensive coordinator. Probably they're waiting for Seattle or somebody else to be eliminated. And my number one pick for defensive coordinator was Matt Patricia, but nobody's mentioned Matt Patricia. I think the reason why Blau got selected was, one, because they were going to lose him to Detroit, and two, whoever he brings in as his OC or as a quarterback coach, they want to be more creative than Ben Johnson or have a little bit of that Ben Johnson, Sean McVay thing in them. But getting back to the DC real quick, I think Flores would be a great pick, but I don't know if they want to pay him that much.
He's going to have to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And I still say I don't know why he'd choose this place over 10 or 11 others. They might slot 7th or 8th on the list. I'm not saying they're dead last, but there's just so many places with more defensive talent, and any head coaching opportunities he'd get would obviously be
supersede that. Yeah.
Start of the list as well. Patricia had a heck of a year for people wondering where he's at. He was the DC of Ohio State with the Buckeyes this year, where they were unbelievable and have maybe as many as 4 players going in the top 12 to 15 from his side of the ball. I'll disagree, though, that they should already have a defensive coordinator hired. And I say that because who do you like? Who do you want? I mean, Flores is not saying yes to anything yet. He's literally still interviewing for head coaching
all the guys
jobs.
you want are also interviewing elsewhere.
Gannon's interviewing for the Titans head coaching job.
Mm-hmm.
They might like him. You can't even interview Ulbrich or a couple of the other guys like Schwartz yet, if they're on your list. Raheem Morris is still doing head coaching interviews. He hasn't started doing all of his DC interviews just yet. So there is no timing where you would have already hired the DC, just to be clear on that. All right, we'll talk to Trevor Sikkema next. I will get into the Sean McVay taking of Matt LaFleur's back against Ben Johnson as he gets ready to play him. Some pretty good audio to play next hour as well. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on this Football Friday on The Fan.
We are brought to you each and every day by the law firm of Condor and Morad. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Trevor Sikkema of Pro Football Focus is on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We'll get into the 4 playoff games coming up in the divisional round this weekend with him, but we got to start with the NFL draft because he does such a great job breaking the draft down in his day-to-day. Trevor, it's good to talk to you again, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Appreciate you having me back on the show.
Yeah, it's our
Always
pleasure.
good, buddy.
We appreciate you. I wanted to start with Washington at 7 and just kind of your broad brush thoughts on where they landed and how things look for a team that could certainly use a playmaker, but also is desperate for defensive help. Dante Moore going back to school seems like it could be a little bit of a fly in the ointment there as a non-quarterback could go off the board ahead of them.
Yeah, and obviously, like, if you don't need a quarterback, then as many quarterbacks as possible to go up in front of you is normally more advantageous. I don't think it's that big of a blow for Washington specifically, just because it's not like they're picking second, third, fourth, something like that. So when you get down to 7, it's a little less impactful when you have one less quarterback to think about that would go right in front of you. But for Washington, it's very interesting because I think that this is a defense that obviously one of the older defenses in the NFL, a defense that didn't play well last year. So you look at 2 fronts where you've got reasons to believe that they need major upgrades. And the fact of the matter is that they've basically got any position that they want to pick at number 7. You want kind of a defensive chess piece. If Caleb Downs gets to you, okay, you feel great about that. You want a pass rusher? All right, Reuben Bain, Arvell Reese, David Bailey, Keldrick Falk, like those guys are potentially in the conversation there. If you wanted a linebacker, Sonny Styles from Ohio State, I feel like fits the bill. If you wanted another outside corner, I think Javon McCoy is an unbelievable man-to-man corner. Mansour Delane can do it all for you. So I think Washington's actually in a pretty good spot, and they're in such a good spot, I would say, that this is a team that I actually really believe could be a strong trade-down candidate, given the fact that they don't have a lot of draft picks in the first 5 rounds of this draft. And so to me, they're in a situation where not only do I feel good about a player that could be a high-impact guy for them available at number 7, I think that they could have a plethora of players to the point where they might believe they can trade back and still be okay and get a really good, impactful player at a position that they really need and pick up some draft picks that they really need too.
Well, you lead me to my question about trading back. So obviously value is the name of the game, right? So what is the difference? I'm just going to sort of make this up here between, say, a David Bailey, if you have to stay home at 7 because you don't get good value, and then maybe defensive end or edge 3 or 4, like whether regardless of whether you have grades of Falk or maybe Caden McDonald, Ohio State, etc. What's the gap there in terms of someone that's in the top 10 versus the teens? And is it then worth it to go pick up a third just to move back a little bit to get someone that's maybe roughly equivalent, or is it kind of a seismic canyon between the two?
Yeah, I think that there's tiers, and once you start talking about like the because I think. I'm a big Reuben Bain Jr. fan. I know there's a lot of people out there who are, worried about the arm length and some things like that. I think he's an absolute stud. I watch him, and not only does he win with great ability, he wins with athleticism, he wins with strength, he wins with technique, he wins with effort. He has those different types of wins all over his tape. I think he's an absolute stud for you. He's a true 3-down defensive lineman. So I kind of think that he's the cream of the crop at the defensive end spot. But then after that, I think there's a tier 2 of guys where you have a handful of players. David Bailey, I think he's kind of a one-dimensional dude, but that one dimension is like the best trump card that you could have for an edge rusher, right? It's that first step explosiveness. It's that Nick Benito. It's that Bruce Irvin type of like, hey, are they going to be a 3-down player for you? Do you feel great about him against the run? Okay, maybe not as much, but when this guy pins his ear back, that first step is so unbelievable. It's almost as if the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. So you've got him. You've got a bigger guy like Keldrick Falk. You have Cassius Howell, who has the same issue of having small arms, but such a frenetic pass rusher, such an effective pass rusher. T.J. Parker from Clemson. And then I'd throw Akeem Mesidor from Miami as well in there. I know he's one of the oldest prospects in the class, but my goodness, did I love his tape when I was watching him. So all that to say, like, You get to number 7, and if you're at number 7 and Washington says, hey, we love the first step explosiveness from David Bailey, you're probably not going to be able to replicate that anywhere else. So you'd probably stick there at number 7 and take him. But if they're one of those teams that looks at David Bailey and says, yeah, okay, very good speed rusher, finesse rusher, but he got some holes in his game. Is he a little bit more of a designated pass rusher type? Well, then all of a sudden that probably opens things up for you to be okay with TJ Parker, with Akeem Messidor, with Cassius Howe, like guys like that. So if that's the case, now you're talking about, all right, well, we can move back from 7, I don't know, to anywhere within the top 20, somewhere around 15, middle of the first round, pick up a couple of more draft picks. And so that's probably the scenario and how I would set up the thought overall with this edge rush class.
Trevor Sikkema of PFF with us on Grant and Danny. How far back could they go and still get a couple of the good defensive players, do you think? Like, I'm wondering, I've been saying for a couple of weeks, my favorite possibility would be moving back into the teens and getting like Sonny Styles. But now it doesn't look like you could safely do that. Is 7 too early even to grab him? Maybe that wouldn't be that crazy. I don't know. But like, can you move back 5, 7, 10 spots and still feel like you can get those guys? Or if you really like them, do you just have to pounce on them?
It kind of depends on what you want because, like I said, I think that there's a couple of edge rushers that you could feel comfortable with if you're moving somewhere between, let's say, right around 15 or maybe somewhere between 15 and 20. I think you could probably still get one of those edge rushers around that same sort of range. I think for defensive tackles like Caden McDonald or Peter Woods, like those guys are available there. Corners, I know a lot of people like Brandon Cisse, Jermon McCoy, Mansour Delane, like those are guys that you could probably get within that top 20 range and trade back a little bit. But if you want a safety, you basically just have Caleb Downs to pick at that point. If you want a linebacker, like a true linebacker, who I think could be like a coverage backer for you, because Arvell Reese is a little bit different. Arvell Reese is kind of like he's like an apex predator kind of a player. Like he's almost like the modern day Sam linebacker hybrid where, yeah, you'll play him on the line of scrimmage a little bit, but you really just want this guy to roam around the second level. So I think that those guys are almost like in categories of their own. If you are interested in Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, you're not really going to be able to get a player like that basically anywhere else in this draft. And I think that if you're trading back to number 15, you're not really going to have a chance at any of those 3 players. So it kind of just depends. It depends how focused they are on what they would really want and prioritize from a defensive player in the first round. Because like I said, if they go into this draft saying we have to get an edge rusher, well, all of a sudden I think you have a lot of flexibility because of the edge rushers that are there. But if they go into this saying, yeah, I mean, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, they're the crown jewel. If we can get them, we need to. Then you're not moving back for number 7 because you won't be able to get him even a little bit later, I don't think.
Trevor Sikkema, excellent, breaking down the NFL and the draft for PFF, joining us on Grant and Danny. I looked this up. I don't remember the exact results. I don't have it in front of me, but it has been very, very rare for teams to trade up in the draft more than a pick, essentially, for a non-quarterback. And in a world where Fernando Mendoza possibly goes 1 to the Raiders or 2 or whatever, and there's not another quarterback seemingly in the top 10 convo, it does seem like while I'm going to be talking about trading back every day between now and the draft, it feels not that likely for Washington. Am I overstating that?
No, I don't think that you are, especially because you look at the other premium positions and like offensive tackle is not as strong as it normally is every year. You playmakers at wide receiver, like there's good ones. I love Jordan Tyson. I love Mekhi Lemon. I love Carnell Tate, but they're not Megatron. They're not Julio Jones. They don't have that sort of renown coming into the draft. And so you're right. Everybody talks about trading down. It does take 2 to tango, but I do think that it almost goes into the conversation that we were just having on the last question, where if Washington is very fluid in who they want to get, well, now all of a sudden, not only are you open to trading back even when one of Arvell Reese or Caleb Downs or Sonny Styles might be on the board, you're also now allowing yourself to sort of dangle those guys like as the carrot to trade up. Because those are the players that I would say, again, the similar conversation that we just had, those are the players that are sort of like you either draft them or you don't get anyone else who's close to them in this class. So you're right. It isn't often that teams trade up for these non-quarterbacks in that way, but I do think that this draft class being a little bit more of a down draft class overall does mean that you get to perhaps have these conversations with teams to jump up a little bit. Now, will it be for the price of a quarterback like we've seen before? No, I think the price will be a little bit less, but still it kind of goes into that. If they don't look at one of those three guys and say, yes, if they're on the board, we've got to come away with one of them. If they're in the trade down conversation at all, they're probably using those players as bait, for lack of a better word.
Trevor, you watch so much film and you study these guys and you know so damn much. I'm the opposite. I'm the worst kind of evaluator, if you even want to call it that. I watch a player for a game, fall in love, and then anything that happens that runs counter to my initial perception, it's like someone else's fault. Does that make sense? Like, the worst you can be at this is what I am. There's my caveat. I'm in love with Kenyon Sadiq. I that's all I can think about now in this draft. It depends on where you have him, just in the teens at this moment. I'm sure as he rips through the combine and has the greatest 3-cone ever and jumps 1,000,000 feet high, people will realize, oh my God, this guy's such a freak. But just kind of give me your thoughts on him and the difference between him and maybe the rest of the tight end class.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I watched him over the summer, and when you watch guys over the summer, I think summer scouting is a little bit different of an evaluation than a final scouting report, right? Because you're watching a player who at least has one full year of college football left, of course, if they're healthy, and you think of all the things that they could potentially be. A lot of times you're talking about underclassmen, these guys that are becoming draft eligible for the first time, and Kenyon Sadiq was one of those stories being a sophomore last year. Now, he didn't play a lot the previous year, at least as a receiver, because you look at the types of players that Oregon had to throw to. It was Tez Johnson, it was Evan Stewart for a little bit, Terrence Ferguson was in that mix as well, and so they ran their passing offense a lot through wide receivers. And so you go through summer scouting this year and you go, hold on now, this other tight end, this Kenyon Sadiq guy, he's about to pop this year. And he didn't. And they didn't feature him. Now, they featured him a lot. He played a lot, but they didn't feature him in the offense, even when their wide receivers weren't super strong last year or this past season. And they've got a guy who could be a top 3 overall quarterback. The run game wasn't super strong. And you just go, man, why wasn't he involved? And I went into the final scouting report for Kenyon Sadiq, and I thought that I was going to go into it thinking that I would kind of come out and be a little bit of a hater. I would be like, all right, well, he's not very good. I watch his tape, and where I still wonder why there wasn't more production from him. It's hard to watch a player like that and go, nah, I'm out, second round. Because I see a lot of people go, oh, I think he's a second-round type of a player, like an early second-round player. I don't know how you watch a guy who's this athletically gifted at a position where if you are a major difference maker, you mean a lot to your team. And I just think back end of the first round is like at worst where he's going to go, because you just kind of have to take chances on players like that. So I felt as though athletically it's still all there for him. Is he as natural of a catcher as I wanted him to be this past year? No, I mean, there were some instances where, okay, he's letting the ball come into his body a little bit. He's looking a little bit awkward with how he's coming away with the football or how he's catching. I wish he was a little bit more natural as a pass catcher. And I think probably they see him like that in practice all the time. So maybe that's why he wasn't as emphasized as he was. But he's a hell of a blocker. Pound for pound, he's really strong. You can use him in inline situations. You can use him as a wing back. You can use him as a lead blocker. You can use him as a big slot to the outside, blocking defensive backs in space. So there's so many different ways that you could use him that even if you come away a little bit disappointed from what he has been as a receiver in college, that's still a back end of the first round type of a player, especially in this class.
Trevor, I'm going to separate for a moment that Bills-Broncos game because it's almost a pick 'em. I think it's a 1.5-point spread right now. But for the other 3 games, rank the underdogs in terms of likeliness to pull off an upset. So San Francisco, Houston, and and Chicago against LA. Bears, Texans, Niners, rank them in likeliness to win this weekend.
I would say I would have the Bears at number 1 simply because of the weather, to be honest with you. I mean, if that game is basically played anywhere other than Soldier Field, I'd probably take the Rams. But because it's at Soldier Field, I think I'm taking the Bears here. We've talked about how Matthew Stafford has struggled in inclement weather and cold weather throughout his career, and I think that we saw that last year as well. I've told people that if that game that they played against the Philadelphia Eagles, not to take anything away from the Eagles, if they play that game basically anywhere else, it doesn't have to be at home. It doesn't have to be in L.A. You play that in Dallas Cowboys Stadium as a neutral site game, I think the Rams win last year. And I think if you would have done the same thing here, if you're playing this on a neutral site game, I'm taking the Rams. But because of the weather, I'd actually take the Bears in that one. Second, I'd put the Niners. I don't love the Niners matchup on paper, but hey, Kyle Shanahan's my coach of the year pick. And I think that anytime you're playing an in-division opponent, anything could happen. The Texans, I understand they've got the best defense in the NFL, but man, C.J. Stroud has really struggled this year. He's been way worse this year than he was last year under pressure. We know how bad their offensive line can be. I know they ran the ball really well against the Steelers, but that was an outlier compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the season. That was the second best game in basically almost every metric that we have from them, if not the best game for the Texans on the ground. And so I don't really exactly think that's repeatable with them going up against the New England Patriots. And so I would say that ranking the underdogs, I'd have Chicago number 1 as most likely, then San Francisco, and then Houston number 3.
I don't trust Buffalo's defense to stop me, you, Grant, and a couple of our producers at this point. But is Denver's offense good enough to take advantage of that?
Yeah, I think that this is an extremely intriguing game. And when we did the PFF preview show, I actually picked Buffalo. And I'll give you 2 reasons why. One of them does have to do with the defensive side. The first side, though, is on their offense. And quite frankly, they just have the best player left in the playoffs in Josh Allen. They have the alien at quarterback. He was taken off of the injury report. Now, I'm sure that he is still pretty beat up, but we know he's playing in this game and he's not going into it with any injury designation. Even though Buffalo really struggled to run the ball last week, the Denver Broncos play more man coverage than almost anybody else in the NFL with cover 1 and cover 0. Well, when you play man coverage, all those defensive backs have their back to the ball and their back to the quarterback. You don't want to do that against Josh Allen. So either the Broncos are playing a coverage shell that they're not as comfortable with, or that they don't run nearly as much to change things up to mitigate that, or they're going to give him the opportunity to run the football. On the other side of things, I agree with you. Buffalo's defense as a whole this season, and even last season, been disappointing. And I think they've really struggled in a lot of ways. However, what they did last week to Trevor Lawrence was very, very interesting. Sean McDermott was in his bag. Trevor Lawrence was one of the hottest quarterbacks in the NFL over the last month and a half. And Sean McDermott had so many pre-snap looks that totally changed post-snap that Trevor Lawrence was not ready for it. Now, that matters for this game specifically because when you look at the last month and a half, Bo Nix has been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL when he is getting rid of the ball before 3 seconds. He's got an 85.6 PFF passing grade. He's got 7 big-time throws, and he's got only 2 turnover-worthy plays. But when he holds on to the ball for more than 3 seconds, when he has to hesitate, when he double clutches those throws, when the defense doesn't look the same pre-snap that it was post-snap, he all of a sudden drops all the way from an 85.6 to a 56.5 passing grade, 7 turnover-worthy plays, and just 1 big-time throw. So if McDermott, the veteran defensive coach that he is in his bag once again and is confusing Bo Nix in his first playoff game, pre- and post-snap, I actually like the Bills in this one, and I would take them getting the points if you can still get it.
Where are you on the development of Caleb Williams, the leap he's made this year, how much more ceiling there is? It feels to me like, because of the missed throws, not a finished product, still flawed, but man, does he make some incredible moments happen.
Yeah, I mean, he is. We are seeing the ceilings of why you drafted this player number 1 overall and why he could be one of the most special quarterbacks in the NFL. Look, I've tweeted this out, and people are very, very quick to point out that I go, okay, well, look at some of the insane do-or-die passes that he has completed over the last, I would say, 2 months. And a lot of people are quick to point out, like, oh, why is he in do-or-die situations? And I understand, like, he is sometimes a reason why why Chicago is in a hole. But he's also the one with the shovel digging him out of the hole as well. And some of those throws that he has are just unbelievably special. What I love the most about him this year is you see so many times at USC and in his first year when he was in Chicago, he's still got the Superman cape on. He will flush out of the pocket. He will get to the sideline. He will keep his eyes downfield until the very last second where he's about to get hit by a defender who's running towards him, and he will try to make a throw that he should not. This year, he will continue to extend the play as long as he can as an escape artist, but if it's not there, he throws it away. And I didn't even know if that was a guarantee that we'd ever get that from Caleb Williams. And we're getting it here in his second year, I think, because of how much he respects and trusts Ben Johnson. So, yes, is it as consistent as it needs to be? No, not quite. However, this is a quarterback who has all the talent in the world, who got much, much better this year about keeping the ball out of harm's way while also learning the the ratio of needing to push the ball deep down the field and needing to continue to be special. I was really encouraged by what I saw from him this year.
The arsonist with the best fire hose, it seems like, right? Get you into trouble and then get you out of it. Give me your Super Bowl matchup.
Man, what did I have? I actually had Jags Rams at the beginning of the playoffs. Now, obviously, I can't go with that anymore here. Man, I think that it's Seattle, New England. I'm gonna go Seahawks, Patriots for a Super Bowl rematch. God, what year was that? Not that long ago. Not too long ago here.
That was the
Malcolm Butler play. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, I will go with the Seahawks versus the Patriots for the teams that are left to face off in the Super Bowl.
Trevor, always enjoy having you on. Really, really thank you for the time today, and we'll catch up soon, buddy. Enjoy your trip out to the Super Bowl and the rest of the postseason.
I appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
See you, dude.
Check out Trevor Sikkema's work via PFF. Does a really good job covering the league. I mentioned that Sean McVay is getting ready to take on Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Sean McVay's best friend is Matt LaFleur. He's beefing with Ben Johnson. That came up today. McVay had an interesting answer. Next on G&D.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be a
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock. Let's give away a pair of tickets to see the Capitals. You got to be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz today right here to G&D. So, Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur are very close. You guys know this. They were here in Washington. Beyond that, though, LaFleur left and followed Kyle to Atlanta. McVay already had the job in L.A. Then LaFleur went to L.A. to be with Sean McVay. He was a coordinator for McVay, but he didn't get to call plays. He left to go to Tennessee to call plays, and then he got a head coaching job. But he has worked under McVay when McVay was a head coach with the Rams. They worked side by side on the staff. And just my own little insight into this, when I was covering the Redskins from 10 to 13 when these guys were both here, everywhere one of them went, the other one went. So like if I was at a bar on the road and Matt LaFleur or Sean McVay walked in, the other one was with him.
Right.
They went
At the
everywhere
hip,
together.
yeah.
One of them's the tight ends coach. One of them's the quarterbacks coach. Kind of the same age, same level of experience, coming up together. Sean obviously was on a faster track as like a hotter candidate at the time with like his high EQ and all of those people skills that he had. He was further advanced publicly, I would say, but they were both seen as like really sharp guys that were doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. But anyway, they are brothers basically. They're best friends. Literally, by the way, Matt LaFleur's brother Mike, a former coordinator for the Jets. Mike LaFleur is on the Rams staff as well. Why am I bringing this up? Well, you've got Ben Johnson, who trolls Matt LaFleur and curses him out and curses out the staff and the Packers in the locker room after the game, getting ready to play the Rams. And you've got the Rams coached by LaFleur's best friend in football, and one of the other coaches on the staff is his actual brother. So it adds a little bit of intrigue, I would say, to this weekend. Now, Ben Johnson has no issue with Sean McVay. I'm sure he's going to treat him like he does almost everybody not named Matt LaFleur, with your normal decorum and decency. But I wonder if that's returned by McVay. Does he give him the quick handshake if he gets the upper hand and they win the game? Does he kind of, whisper into his ear, no reason to be a jerk or anything? Is there a last laugh moment, or do you just let your production do the talking? And same with Mike LaFleur after the game, by the way. Could the actual brother of Matt LaFleur find Ben Johnson if the Rams win and say, hey, that one was for my brother or something? I don't know. Or do they just take the high road?
Yeah,
it's interesting
to
me.
It totally is. It's something people will watch. I mean, Peter Schrager, for what it's worth, said the handshake and all that mother bleeping stuff from Ben Johnson, remember the post game about the Packers, did not go over very well with the McVay tree and around the league, right? So people are now, you put a target on your back. This has always been my view. If you have a catchphrase or you chirp, that's fine, but just know that you've now made yourself the target. And if you can back it up and you win, God bless you. But when you yell you like that to everybody for a while, once you get beat, I guarantee you hear you like that. That's just one example that we can relate to here in town. So that's kind of always my view is if you want to talk, that's great. But just understand that you've now raised your hand and said, when it comes to the shootout, shoot at me.
My guess is, just knowing McVay like I do, he is the ultimate people pleaser and like high EQ. Like, I'm going to come off very well here. There's a decorum generally in like the presidency where you just have to operate in a certain way and act, with some decorum and some decency. And like, it's just the office. You kind of have to do it. That was a thing at one point in time. And, as a head coach, I think it's kind of the same. Whereas I'm going to wear a shirt and tie when I go to my press conference to get hired. I'm going to wear team issued gear when I'm standing at the podium. Normally I'm going to, shower and stand there and take questions and try to look like the CEO of a Fortune 500 company or whatever. This was what Danny was just referencing, the Schrager comment on the Ringer about the Ben Johnson beef with Matt LaFleur.
That handshake and all that mother F stuff from Ben Johnson did not go over well with the McVay tree, if you will, and around the league. Mike LaFleur is Matt LaFleur's little brother. He's the offensive coordinator for the Rams. And Sean's best friend in coaching is Matt LaFleur. So when you do the utter disrespect and the brazen locker room video where you're saying F the Packers, F that coaching staff, and the social media team clicks go, send it, put it out in the world. And then the next day, when you've got 24 hours to really think about it, to say, no, I'm fine with what I said, and my owner's got my back on that too. This is the the WWE part of this, where there's actual personalities involved. And like, I think McVay wants to kick the snot out of Ben Johnson. And I think Ben Johnson, who's beaten McVay the last 2 times when Detroit played the Rams, has no problem with that. I'll beat the snot out of you. Like, I love these 2 guys, 2 young alpha offensive minds, like going at it in this game. I can't.
So there were people that called in when we were talking about Ben Johnson and if his antics basically annoy you or are bad for football or whatever, and they're like, this is actually great for the sport. And while I don't agree with them that like I'd like you to just have a little class when you operate. Here's what they're talking about. I am excited to watch the post-game handshake.
Totally.
Like, it does
That's
add
the
drama.
end effect. That's the net. Like,
Yes.
for years, I'm tuning in the hopes that LeBron loses in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? Like, the sport needs a villain. Wrestling has mastered this. The most important guy, in movies are the same way. The most important guy isn't the hero. Heroes are usually pretty boring, static, or whatever. It's the villain. The villain is what makes it. See, Heath Ledger is the Joker, right? That's the point here, is whether Ben Johnson's a real villain or not, but you see the point. Everyone's got an opinion. That leads to viewership. That leads to the dramatics. That leads to the intrigue that you don't normally get with the regular game.
So you can't tell me it doesn't add some juice or
It does, yeah.
beneficial in that way in terms of some eyeballs and some intrigue. But this was McVay today, so he was actually asked. Some of this is visual. He's got kind of a big smirk while the question's being asked. But about whether or not he has talked to LaFleur about playing against Ben Johnson. Has LaFleur helped you in your preparation at all? This was McVay today.
What'd you guess? No, you know what? We watch the tape, we do our work, and Matt is a very close friend of mine.
Yep.
Pretty obvious.
Yeah.
That he has had discussions with LaFleur about the Ben Johnson Bears. And it's kind of like adding a coach to the staff this week, in a sense. The head coach who's prepped, who said, okay, here are their tendencies, here's what they do. Hey, man, what did they do when you ran this or that? It's, I think, pretty clear. Matt LaFleur, who has the beef with Ben Johnson, this is like the next layer of it. It's kind of fun. McVay kind of jabbing back a little bit, pretty clearly with his nonverbal there. The transcript, you wouldn't have known this. But if you watch the press conference, you hear the laughing based on some of his mannerisms and how he was operating. He's basically acknowledging, yeah, me and Matt LaFleur talked about the Bears and Ben Johnson. Now, if Ben beats him, it's like you knock out the one guy, and then his buddy comes over to take you on, and then Ben Johnson knocks him out as well.
And now what?
Now we got a real... Now it looks even worse for you.
Exactly right.
What is it called? World Star Hip Hop. Whatever the website is with all
on the
fights.
Contender. Yeah.
Because I've seen that before. Like, you look worse when it's 2-on-1. He got LaFleur, and LaFleur's like, all right, let me help you a little bit here. McVay comes in to save the day. I'm going to take care of you. I'm bigger, I'm badder, I'm stronger. I'm a 3-point favorite. I'm not some underdog. I'll handle our light work here. And then if the Bears advance and beat McVay, I guess it's now Kyle Shanahan's job.
Yeah, seriously. Or maybe Mike McDonald's the big bad bully.
Well, he's not in the tree.
I know.
But Sean McVay is the original branch. Kyle Shanahan. Maybe that would be, okay, guys, cute that you tried to.
Somebody's got
now
to.
Now I'll handle it. And by the way, the Bears would probably be favored in
They
that
should
game.
be favored, yeah.
But you just keep going up to the big boss. I guess at the end, like
Mike has to come out of retirement.
Mike Shanahan trips him when he's celebrating with the Lombardi Trophy or something like that. Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro. Hey, Josh, how are you?
Grant, I love you, but I got to call BS. Ulysses S. Grant H. Paulson. I've been listening to this show forever. And one thing I know to be true is that if any other human being on planet Earth pulled what Ben Johnson pulled in that video, you would rip them a new one. You hate stuff like that. You hate cursing. You hate grandstanding. You hate that stuff. And now you're talking about, it's going to be must-see TV. Like, I don't like it.
No.
I'm going to tune in.
You
Grant,
weren't here for our discussion,
man.
apparently.
What'd you say?
You must have missed our Ben Johnson discussion the day after. I thought the handshake was classless and ridiculous. I thought he looked like a jackass.
You got to tune in. This stuff is putrid. I don't want to tell you about yourself, but I've been listening a long time. This stuff is putrid to you, and now it's like, we got to tune in a little bit. We got to see what happens.
No.
Ben
Two things
Johnson
can be
is
true.
getting a Grant pass right now.
Two things
Danny,
can be true.
Right?
No. You're mishearing me, Josh. Thank you for the call.
Thanks, buddy.
Two things can be true. I'm not being hypocritical here at all. This is very, very... What he did to Matt LaFleur was classless. The handshake thing was ridiculous. And if he were to do that to someone else, I would say the exact same thing. He comes off like a jackass. He might be a complete tool. I hate the handshake thing. Now, I'll disagree with you on the locker room thing. What I say about cursing, and I feel this way, is time and place. I have always had the opinion that you don't get to get behind-the-scenes access to coaches and to teams and then be upset with what you hear with that behind-the-scenes access. You don't get to get mad when Rex Ryan is cursing, getting his team ready for a game on Hard Knocks. So when you're in the locker room, mic'd up in audio as he's addressing his team. That's not for fans. That's not for the media. He's quite literally addressing his players. You don't get to get upset when he says bleep the Packers. Would I do it? No. Do I think it's okay to say that's a pretty classless way to act? Yes. Did I have a problem with him cursing about the Packers in the Bears locker room to Bears players? I did not. But do I think when he no-sells Jared Goff on a handshake or he no-sells Matt LaFleur that he comes off like a complete sour grapes, sour grapes winner or whatever? Absolutely. I think he looks like a loser when he does that. So I'm very consistent on this. Classless, ridiculous, nonsensical. But whether it's Ben Johnson or my least favorite coach in the league, I don't know, who would that be? Some goofball that I root against. Cursing in the locker room is where you would curse, quite literally.
Yeah, it's the difference between that in the locker room versus the podium, where you're telling me that's BS or this, that, and the other, where it's like, okay, man.
And then when I say it's also true, it can be more interesting. Like the handshake is compelling. I wanted to see when Dan Quinn and Nick Sirianni, after they had their little brouhaha, what happens when they meet in the middle of the field. Doesn't mean that I think Nick Sirianni's on the twerp. Doesn't mean that I don't think Dan Quinn shouldn't take the high road. But I still think it's interesting to see what happens.
Right. I tune in. I've been very open about this. I'm not a women's basketball fan. I did not watch much women's college basketball. But that time where there was a rematch between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, because I'd heard about fireworks previously, and there weren't any the second time, so credit to both of them for not getting into it. But that's why I watched some of that game. It was my first viewership of the season. This was a couple years ago now. But for that very reason, kind of to your point, it was like it's a little bit of a, car crash TV. Like I'm hoping for some sort of, I don't know what I was hoping for, but I tuned in case there was something ridiculous that everyone was going to be talking about.
We'll win off the field next on Grant and Danny. We're taking you up to 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz time and giving away Caps tickets. The show's live today until 6:30. At 5, we've got Danny Cannell on the national championship game. At 5:25 today, Ross Tucker on the 4-pack of games in the NFL playoffs this weekend. All coming up on The Fan.
in the building. Everybody hands go up.
It's Friday, which means
And they stay there.
time to win off the field. If you want to participate, you can call us 800-636-1067. Tell us what teeny tiny mini moral victory has made you smile today. Something that nobody else would care about, though. It's got to be very minor. This is not an on-field win. You didn't win the game. It's an off-field win. It's something that doesn't matter. We do it in honor of Bruce Allen.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
We sure do, Bruce. Miss you, buddy. In the spirit of winning off the field, GP, I got something that no one would care about, least of all you. So as you know, I'm old, and I have a couple different diagnoses, including old bitch knees. That's something. That's not medical. That's my own terminology. That's recent, and that's annoying. All sorts of problems. I'm sore no matter what I do all the time. Getting out of bed sucks. Going to bed sucks. Just doing anything at any time. So recently, I took matters into my own hands. I saw one of these things, and I went, I'm going to try this. I'm the first one of my friend group of guys way up in their upper 40s now. Play pickup basketball, pickleball, just try to stay active to be Operation Less Fat. I saw these. I don't even know what to call them. I'm going to do my best. They are called compression recovery boots. So you think they just go around your feet. It's an entire leg sleeve. It goes over your foot, and you step into it, okay? You zip it up, and it goes all the way up to like where your quad meets your pelvis, all right? And I got two legs, okay? And I step them in there, and there's a machine.
You bought these.
Oh, you're damn right I did.
Oh, my God.
And there's a machine, and it hooks up to a machine. So I'm sitting there like I'm a goalie in goalie pads, right? But it's like totally compressed. I don't know if this thing is BS or not. I don't know if it works or not. I tell you this, it feels great.
Yeah.
Look at me. It feels great. So it's a little bit of heat. It's a little bit of rolling pressure. It compresses, then releases, and then kind of builds up again. You could have 5 different settings on this one, the one that I got. So like it'll start up.
What brand did you get?
I can't remember. It's like
Fit King?
Fit King or something like that. But it may not be the Fit King. It may be a rival to a Fit King. I don't have a rival here. Maybe in a Hyper Race. I can't remember. I can tell you when I get home. But you could do different settings. I'm experimenting with which one I like best. I like the one right now that starts up upper quad, really constricts it. So now you're sort of working out some of the tension, then rolls down to your calf, then rolls right back up, kind of the way they do the compression. A million different ways to do it. It's also heated. I'm in love with this thing. I love it. I'm so relaxed and happy.
Is your wife supportive?
No.
Of what?
No.
I was going to finish that sentence.
Nope. Go ahead. But no is the answer.
So you're doing a lot of this for your health,
Yep.
I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to say you're the guy that gets all in on things.
Yep, I am.
But
Go
you're
ahead.
kind of that guy.
Yeah.
Like you biked for a little while and you were a biker, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But now you actually found things you love, which is awesome. You're pickleball, Mark, and you're a basketball player.
Yep.
So my question would be, like, this is something that you would do if you're a quarterback in the NFL.
Yep.
You've decided you're going to do this at your house too.
Yep.
Which is adorable.
Yep.
But like when you tell your wife, hey, I'm going to spend a few $100 on this thing that's going to wrap around my legs and make me look like I just...
And be immobilized and useless. I can't help you for 30 minutes.
I just ran a marathon.
Yeah.
Does she have any reaction where it's just like, what are you doing?
Yes.
Or is it like, I'm so proud of you?
No, it's the first one. So the way I would describe it is this. I'm a fan of Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Are you?
Me or her?
You.
No.
You are not a fan. That's how she would be. Does that make any sense? Not a fan. This entire genre of thing that takes away from the house, that get all these activities, the things that I'm doing, the things that I do to recover.
But
the
she did
clutter.
not like when you were fat. You used to say on the show, she wants you to eat better. She wants you to,
Yeah, she's trying to help.
She's trying to help you.
Mhm.
So now you're not fat. Now you're in shape.
Ish.
You are. I mean, you could say
that's
not,
nice,
and then
yeah.
people can come up and say, you're not in shape. You're not out of shape. And you've done a good job. And I commend you for that. But if she wanted you to be in shape, you've done it. And you play sports all day long, like you're some 11-year-old at recess.
Yep.
But you also wear weird things on your legs.
Yeah.
That's just part of it.
You see what I'm saying? It's part and parcel.
Like
so
you walked in here one time, and CK and I had to stop our conversation to giggle.
it's a trade-off, yeah.
Because you were wearing what teenage boy, like what was the thing you were wearing that
Was
day?
it leg compression
Yeah,
stuff?
you were wearing like your long like Allen Iverson leg things. I'm like, were you coming from somewhere? You're like, no. And you were just like wearing them with shorts one day. I understand if your wife's like, dude, what? On that. But like,
Yep.
I'm just wondering in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
It seems like this is a good thing for your life and a net win. And we're all supporting it. Is she supporting it?
No.
Is it because of the money?
No.
What is it because of?
It's
the time.
Stuff. Time. Another thing. Like, what she would like ideally, I think, and she hasn't specifically said this to me, but this is the impression that I get. Don't be a fat, gross loser person, but also don't do any of this. See what I'm saying? Don't leave the house when I need your help with bedtime for the kids and go play basketball. Selfish jerk. Don't prioritize playing pickleball or your own leg recovery over like doing what's needed at home.
You could do all of it. You could take care of the home and do the other stuff.
In theory, but I somehow don't. It ends up like, here's my new thing. Here's this thing. So anyway, I'm winning off the field.
Winning off the field?
Thanks, Bruce.
I want to wear these at some point.
You're welcome to use them.
I've actually worn them before. Does that surprise you?
Go on.
I was at a event.
A quarterback camp?
No, I think you were there too. If I'm trying to remember why we were there. It was radio related. It was like years and years and years ago at some facility, like workout facility.
Okay.
And we were emceeing or doing something as a station, but they had all this stuff for kids. And I remember putting those on and like squeezing my legs. And I was like, this is a wacky.
It's so good.
It feels weird. I'm sure it feels great. If you get used to it.
When you're sore, oh my God, it's heavenly.
So then you need it. Then it's a good purchase.
But again, I don't know if it works or not. I just know that it feels good.
If it feels good, then it was worthwhile.
There you go.
Let's go to Joe in Leesburg. What's up, Joe?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, man.
So my 9-year-old, it's time to sign up for spring baseball's right around the corner. Playing AAA this year. Wants me to coach with him. I want to be supportive. Don't want the stress and pressure of head coach life. That's when my good buddy baseball dad steps in. He's going to be head coach. Sedek, an assistant coach. Still there for the kid. No stress or pressure. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Everybody wins.
That's so relatable, by the way.
I'd be okay. I think you asked me the other day, like, are you going to coach your kid or something? And I'm like, I have no plans on doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be okay being an assistant. If someone was like, hey, I need a little bit of help, because literally
it's the best.
You need to help.
Yeah.
I can confidently say, hopefully, I'll never be a head coach of any of my kids in anything.
It really is. It takes all the joy out of it. Not all the joy, a lot of the joy.
Right.
Where, because every parents going, hey, Timmy's going to be 5 minutes late. All right, crap. I had a lineup set, but now I don't. Now I got to send the email. Now I'm the one that's got to be on the phone with the other coach, figuring out if the game was rained out or not. The stress of being the head coach stinks. But assistant coach, you're along for the ride. You play catch.
Luke in D.C., what's up?
Hey, boys.
Hey, dude.
So was that a Mighty Mighty Bosstones reference? The impression I get, just real quick.
No, I hadn't even thought about it.
That's what I thought.
Nailed
anyway, I'll make it real quick. So in Warrenton, Virginia, I am doing some physical therapy. I was hungry, wanted to eat a sandwich. Googled local sandwich shop, sat down. They had a skill game. While I was waiting for my sandwich to be made, I put $5 in, won $26. My sandwich was $9. Paid with the ticket, walked out with $14. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
My guy comes out with a sandwich
incredible.
and some cash.
Yeah, sandwich and $14.
Sean in Arlington, how are you?
Good, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Always love the show. Hey, so my experience was I am driving with the missus to get lunch at the Potbelly place, which is always a good sandwich place. And as I drive up through our neighborhood, I see a Weber charcoal grill sitting out on the curb waiting for the
trash person.
Someone to save it. So a rescuer.
Right. So, but, I have a sandwich to pick up, so I don't want the sandwich to get cold.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I drive past it and I say, if when I come back with my sandwich, it's still there, it's meant to be. So we pick up our sandwiches, we come back, and it's still there. And of course, I send the wife on to the house. It's around the corner. And I look at this grill, and it is a perfect Weber charcoal grill. There's no rust. There's nothing. It's perfect. So now I have 3 grills, a Weber gas grill, a Traeger wood pellet grill, and now I'm fully complete with a
Attaboy.
With your Chris Webber.
He completed
Winning
the
off the
collection.
field.
Therefore, he is. I, for the first time in many days today, went over to the kitchen to refill my drink and saw that Uncrustables had been replaced. We had been out of Uncrustables for many days here. And today we had grape jelly Uncrustables.
Is that your favorite or strawberries?
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the
Grape
field.
is the preference.
Grape's the one you.
I mean, both are fine, honestly, but I think grape would be the one seed. The Beltway Blitz is next. Be listening because we're giving away Caps tickets as soon as we come back on the Fan. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Capitals. They're taking on the Florida Panthers tomorrow night. Panthers have won the last couple of cups. They were just at the White House celebrating yesterday. Game is January 17th, Capital One Arena tomorrow. For tickets and more information, go to thefandc.com/contest. This is courtesy of the Washington Capitals. We will have an opportunity for you to win Caps tickets again coming up in 1 hour at 5. So if you're not caller 10 right now, fear not, you get another chance at 5 o'clock today right here on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Beltway Blitz coming up in just a moment. We'll cover the NFL, the Commanders, the Nationals, all jammed into one segment. I will say, things have been pretty quiet on the Nationals front in terms of player movement. They're allowed to sign free agents, I think, legally.
I had to check that to make sure they weren't bound by some agreement.
They're not really in the business of doing that at this juncture as they rebuild, but we're closing in on, now under a month from now, the reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach for what is going to be a pretty exciting rebuild year with this new front office and new coaching staff and a lot of the young guys that'll be taking part on this team. But the haves and the have-nots in Major League Baseball, man. The Dodgers, $60 million a year for Kyle Tucker. Their outfielder hits home runs coming over to L.A. I just saw today that the Mets agreed to a deal with Bo Bichette,
yeah,
for 3 years and $126 million. And that's kind of how this is now going as this offseason's getting deeper in Major League Baseball, Danny. Bigger AAVs, shorter deals with opt-outs to get back into the market in a year or two because everyone's so uncertain about a work stoppage that's imminent now for next year.
Yeah, we are screaming towards that. I mean, and I got a tweet from a good buddy that I haven't seen in a while, lives down in Florida. He's like, when do we get to the point that there has to be a salary cap? And I go, now, according to the owners. I mean, the disparity is there. The players are going to fight it tooth and nail, which I understand. That's trying to put toothpaste back in the tube from their perspective. Their answer is, why do the Pittsburgh Pirates get to not spend? Why do the Rays get to not spend, or the A's or whoever? The other teams are playing within the rules. You should be like them, versus the rest of us are kind of going, that all sounds great, but there's no way that a tiny market can spend like the Mets or like the Dodgers. They just can't.
Yeah, I am more mad at the owners who spend nothing than I am the owners that spend everything.
Yeah, I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at what allows them to do that to that degree.
The system is not correct and broken and flawed, which we could get into. But just generally, there are owners that make money and then turn around and dump all of that money back into their team or as much as they can. And then there are teams and owners that don't. There was a percentage, and I don't know how this research was done, that came out where the Dodgers were number 2 in Major League Baseball. Like 80% of the money that they generate in revenue, they end up putting back into their team. And then there are clubs down at the bottom, and the Nats are much closer down to the bottom as an example, who are spending like a quarter of the money that comes in that they actually put back into the payroll and the spending on their team. So on a binary, I have way bigger issue with the Pirates ownership group, the Marlins ownership group, the Nats, whoever, when you're not spending money than I do the Dodgers or the Mets, these owners that spend a lot of the money. But you have to also acknowledge, and I want to acknowledge this before we move on, you have to also acknowledge that if the Nats did want to spend money, they couldn't spend what the Dodgers can. They can't spend what the Mets can. And forget the Nats. I mean, we're a top 10 media market in America, but I'm thinking the Pirates in Pittsburgh, the Marlins, the Brewers, some of these organizations, the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's say they max out and spend $1 for every dollar they make. You're still not in the same neighborhood as the Dodgers, who have a different, better TV deal. So it is incredibly lopsided in that way. And so, yes, I have a problem with the system. Yes, the haves and the have-nots have a widening gap that is problematic and unhealthy and needs to be fixed. All of this is true. But my biggest issue is with the teams that go, we're not going to spend. We're not that worried about winning.
For the Nationals, if you took their top 5 salary cap, I know there's no salary cap, but bear with me, the whatever you call it, competitive balance, tax figures, just call it salary cap. You took their top 5 hits this year. It doesn't add up to what they're paying Steven Strasburg still this year, again, against the cap. They're not spending. So there's no way around that. Like, that's the story.
All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz right now on Grant and Danny.
The NFL.
We'll start you off on the NFL, where you've got a doubleheader on Sunday and a double dip before that on Saturday. 4 games, 2 days, in your afternoon and evening windows for the NFL playoffs. Danny, Bills, Broncos, 49ers, Seahawks on Saturday. Which game's going to be better?
Bills, Broncos, I think. It's, it is a, listen, it's not as if, somebody pointed this out with us yesterday. I forget who it was, and I apologize, I don't remember. But I think of the Bills as kind of this island of misfit toys with nobody but Josh Allen, which isn't correct. Defensively, they're really struggling, but offensively, they have a little bit. Is that enough, though, for them to hang with a really, really good Denver team in one of the toughest places to play in the world?
Typically, this is the weekend everybody circles as the best in the playoffs because you generally root out a lot of the teams that shouldn't be there a round ago, although I will say we had 4 games last round that came down to the wire, determined by a field goal. Let's go to Mark Schofield of SB Nation, who joins us on our Beltway Blitz to talk NFL football. What is your favorite of the 4 games this weekend, Mark?
It's hard to pick, guys, because like you said, this is typically the best weekend of football, and I think we got 4 fantastic matchups. So what I might be looking forward to, and yes, the accent I know is going to give it away, but Patriots-Texans, because you've got 2 young quarterbacks in Drake May and C.J. Stroud who are up and coming. May's an MVP candidate this year. But I'm really fascinated by what these defenses might do in this game on Sunday afternoon, because we saw all year long what Houston's defense can do, what Hunter and Anderson can do up front, the talent they have at all 3 levels. But you look at what New England did against the Chargers last week, how they got after Justin Herbert. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those old school 13-10 type slugfests. So I'm fascinated to see this one on Sunday afternoon.
So if Houston does get by New England, I guess the question would even apply to this matchup too here, Mark. Is Houston's offense Super Bowl worthy? We know the defense is. I mean, that's sponge worthy for sure, but is the offense Super Bowl worthy?
I don't think it is. I mean, you watched that offense against Pittsburgh just the other night, and they're turning the ball over. C.J. Stroud looked like he was lost at times. That's not a Super Bowl worthy offense, but we've seen some teams that have had a less than stellar offense win Super Bowls, and that defense is just so good. The way they could give, if you give C.J. Stroud in that offense, 40 yards to get into the end zone, they might be able to do that. And that defense can do that a couple of times a game with how they get after the quarterback, with how they get after players on every level of the field. So the offense, no, it's not Super Bowl worthy, but that defense, I think, more than makes up for it.
Coach and quarterback, you have the most and least confidence in of the 8 this weekend.
I mean, quarterback, it might be Stroud, just because of the way he's looked down the stretch. Like we just talked about, that offense doesn't look great. Quarterback I have the most confidence in, and honestly, as you just talked about him before I hopped on, is Josh Allen. What he's done down the stretch, what he did in that game against Jacksonville, I think he's found a way to almost just will that team. He's playing banged up. He's got the foot injury, but I think he's just done such a good job this year, keeping that offense on track, keeping that offense on schedule. So he's the quarterback I have the most confidence in. As far as the coaches goes, that's a really tough one. I think the coach I probably have the most confidence in right now, and he's up against it this week, is Kyle Shanahan. You look at the job he's done to get the 49ers to this point. You look at the job he's done with that offense that's been so banged up. Having Robert Saleh's help on the defensive side of the ball, that certainly helped. As far as the coach I might have the least confidence in, I mean, do you say Ben Johnson just because, this is his first time now in the divisional round and he's going to sort of figure things out from there, and he's in a situation where, okay, you just kind of had that little rough handshake moment with Matt LaFleur. Now you're going up against one of Coach LaFleur's buddies and Sean McVay, who might want to go into Chicago and hang some points on you. And so the coach I might have the least confidence in right now going into this week against that Rams team is Ben Johnson.
What about the Rams? This to me is they're baffling, Mark, because they're so talented. They got everything. They check every single box. Stafford's a star, maybe the MVP this year. The number accumulation certainly would lead to that. They got weapons at all the different levels of the offense. Defensively, they get after the passer. They seem to be perfect, and yet teams just get to hang around and do that against the Bears at your own peril. I just can't quite figure them out. They're so good, and yet they're so exasperating sometimes, letting teams hang around.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that it could be 35-10 late in the fourth quarter in Los Angeles, or it could be 35-10 at halftime, and before you know it, it's 35-30 late in the game, and the Bears have a chance to win, because that's what Chicago's done. They've sort of hung around, and it does speak to that sort of enigma that the Rams have been. And yes, an underrated factor here is the weather. Rams have struggled when they've been in conditions, when they've been in the elements. Right now, it looks like it's just going to be cold on, game time for this one. But if the wind starts to be a factor, and Stafford, he hit his hand on a helmet, and he's got the hand issue dealing with, and suddenly he's not feeling the ball as well, that gives Chicago a chance to hang around. And that's a team that if you give them a chance to hang around, they've seemed to be able to find a way to win.
Mark Schofield on the NFL playoffs with us here on Grant and Danny. What's your Super Bowl matchup?
Sitting here right now, it's really tough. Remember, you're talking to somebody that had Lions-Ravens before the year began. And
Stick with that one. That could happen.
It might happen.
I crushed that one, right? I'm going to go Buffalo from the AFC. I just think they're going to find a way to get out of it. And I do think Seattle is going to find a way to emerge. I think we're getting Seahawks-Bills.
Dude, really appreciate you, man. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Enjoy the games, my friends. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mark. Hit that local 53 sounder, please.
The Washington Commanders.
By God, that's Flakesy's music. Johnny Cake Sawville from the Sports Junkies. Flakesy.
Hello.
Hey, man. First of all.
Hey, no.
Yeah, no, you first of all. Okay, you first of all, me.
This is the first of all. The walking around the Cap One concourse. First of all, it's a great bit.
Thank you.
And why does it take Toby Altizer twice the time of a normal human to walk the concourse? Now I know, Danny, you speed walk.
Yes.
I'm on Team Danny. You walk to get from point A to point B with a purpose. You got to get to where you need to go. So I understand that even though you posted a disappointing time, I believe the excuse was sore legs or sore calf.
Soreness, yeah.
Still a solid time. But what's going on with Toby?
We couldn't figure it out, Cakesy.
I got to tell you, I'm not a fast walker.
North of 5 minutes?
I beat him by 30-some seconds, and a lady stopped me to talk.
This is a shocking development.
I don't know how he could have possibly.
I think if he was in The Walking Dead and like cut his leg on barbed wire escaping a zombie, he'd still get a better time than 5:07.
One would think. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to steer the conversation this way, but it had to be addressed.
No, I appreciate it. An avid listener of the Grant and Danny Radio program.
Of course.
Flakesy, the dichotomy, if you will, between how quickly they hired the offensive coordinator from inside the building and only interviewed a couple other candidates, didn't want to wait around, versus taking their time with the DC. Have you noticed that, and what do you think?
You know what? I don't have a problem with them doing their due diligence because, we all watched the abomination that was the 2025 Commanders defense. Dan Quinn, he's got to get this hire right, much like he has faith in a first-time guy doing it in David Blau. This hire has to work out. If this hire doesn't work out, it's much like him with the OC, then this is going to be the last defensive coordinator that Dan Quinn hires in D.C. as head coach of the Commanders. So I'm okay with him taking his time and getting it done and interviewing all the candidates. Of course, I would love it if it was Brian Flores that showed up. That would be a home run, in my opinion, but he has so many options. I don't know if he's going to wind up here, but I'm okay with them taking their time and getting as many people into the building because you got to get this one right. You got to ace this pick.
Cakes, I'm putting together a tweet right now. I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
So I'm ranking the quarterbacks that I have the most to the least confidence in this weekend.
Okay.
So this is different than just ranking these guys as to, how I would want them as my quarterback, right? It's matchup, it's where they're playing, all this stuff. I've got rapid fire here. You can just take it after that wherever you want to go.
Okay.
I've got Josh Allen.
Yep, love it.
With all his playoff success. Then I've got Matt Stafford, hardware, plus a matchup against the terrible defense.
Perfect.
Then I've got Drake May. He is playing the toughest defense, but he's at home. Then I've got Brock Purdy on the road against the second toughest defense, but I think playing in Seattle is just harder than May having to play at home against Houston. So that's the 4. Then I've got Bo Nix. Bill's defense is terrible, so he's higher than I would have thought. Then I've got Sam Darnold, who's had some implosions. I've got him 6th. I've got Caleb Williams 7th because it's going to be 10 degrees and the Rams get pressure. Then I've got Stroud 8th because it's just been a struggle for him of late.
Yeah, I'm the only thing I might flip-flop Darnold and Nix. Hopefully that oblique injury isn't something that really hampers him, but it does concern you if he's popping up as a questionable on the practice report heading into a playoff matchup. Nix, I still need to be sold on Bo Nix. I know that everybody wants to overrank him and they love him because they win so many games and people do tend to overrank wins as a quarterback stat. I'm not one of those guys. So I might flip-flop Nix and Darnold, but I like that list. It's a solid list.
Cakesy, how is Marvel going to thread the needle with the entirety of this multiverse saga and Doctor Doom sort of having Tony Stark fall off of a certain path. How are they going to bring that back? Does it include Kang? What do you think they're ultimately going to do to thread this needle to reintroduce a big bad from one part of the multiverse? How do they do it?
Is this a serious question?
Yeah, I actually know the answer. You're the entertainment expert.
Okay, well, let me just say, I was deep into the MCU as my kids were younger, but my kids are now 28,
grown-ups,
23, 21. Your guy hasn't seen a Marvel movie in the theater. I'm trying to think the last one.
I was a little surprised by the question, Cakes. I got to be honest.
This is the expert. This is my go-to source.
You know your audience a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Cakes,
Okay,
I'll get us back on the tracks. You ready for this?
Okay, yes, I'm ready.
I know Cakes' wheelhouse.
Okay.
Give me a metal trivia question or some type of music trivia question.
Okay, I love this. Is perfect. This is and it's topical as well. Recently, at Tiger Woods' 50th birthday party, which I think just happened this past weekend or a couple days ago, the in-house band for Tiger's 50th birthday bash was blank blank. It's a 2-word band name. Can I give you? I'll give you a hint.
I don't know it either.
Here's a hint.
Okay.
Their biggest radio hit of all time. I mean, this is kind of a giveaway even for Grant, who I know knows nothing about music.
You would think.
Biggest hit, Living on a Prayer.
Bon Jovi.
He got it.
Bon Jovi.
He got it.
Let's go.
He got
Yes,
it. He got it.
See, I'm silly.
Look
I'm
at
so
you.
silly.
You are silly.
All right, give me one more. I'm feeling a heater here. I need to step
one
across
more.
the timeline and hoist the
One
shot.
more.
LaMelo
Okay.
Paulson over there.
Let me see.
Are you surprised I got that? I crushed that.
I'm kind of surprised you got it. You wouldn't have gotten it if I had not given you the Living on a Prayer softball.
Well, of course not.
But that's all good. Let's see. All right, here's one. Motley Crue, they are embarking on their Carnival of Sins tour this upcoming summer. I believe they're coming to Jiffy Lube Live at some point. I don't know the exact date. Can you name one member of Motley Crue?
I mean, of course not. I mean, are you kidding me?
Come on, guy. You don't know Tommy Lee?
James
Tommy
Dio.
Lee? I'm sorry, what was that?
James Dio.
Ronnie, okay. Now you're leaving off a very important part. It's Ronnie James Dio.
R.J. Dio.
Nobody calls him R.J. Dio. Just like nobody calls Virginia Tech V-Tech. So like the metal community would show up at your house with pitchforks and torches if you called him R.J. Dio. But
I
that's
couldn't
beside the
name a
point.
Motley Crue song if you had a gun to my head.
How about, let's see, Kickstart My Heart, Girls, 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 Shout at the Devil.
I thought Guys is Ron,
That's Ron
that's
Rivera.
Ron Rivera.
That's how we got confused. Yeah.
That's a good follow-up to the Girls, Girls, Girls is Guys, Guys, Guys. That's a good bit that you guys do.
Thank you. Motley Crue, I got nothing for you. Didn't they do the Generation X theme song?
That I don't know. You're throwing me a curveball, Metalhead Paulson, but I appreciate that. I appreciate the hustle.
Who wrote the DX theme song? I thought it was Motley Crue.
I don't know about that. I thought there was like no brand names.
Break it down.
All right, one last music question. We'll go out on this. Can you name the lead singer of maybe the most influential hard rock band of all time, Led Zeppelin? I'll give you his first name. You just have to give me his last name. Robert Blank.
Plant?
Oh, my God. I cannot believe it.
I didn't get it?
You did get it.
He did get it.
Darius just
Why'd you
buzzed
X
me.
him?
Why'd you buzz me?
Why'd you X? You just assumed.
Let's go.
Cakes, I'm stunned by that.
I'm silly.
I'm
I
very
cannot
stunned.
believe that.
I'm very shocked.
I would have lost all the money.
Yeah, I would have too.
Now,
I would
just so you know, I wouldn't know Robert Plant if he sat on my lap, okay?
Right.
I mean, if you gave me 100 people like a police lineup and said, where's Robert Plant? I don't know who he is.
So, Cakes, we came back from break once with Immigrant Song, and he goes, oh, it's the song from Thor. And I almost hit my head on the desk.
Yeah, but at least there was a Thor reference, Danny, so that's good. So you'll take that.
Robert Plant.
Robert Plant and?
And what?
Robert Plant and?
And I don't know what you're asking.
There's one other pretty big dude who was a huge deal in Led
band?
Zeppelin. And Led Zeppelin, I'm sure. Led Zeppelin.
I don't know what a
Zeppelin
Give me the
is.
first name.
Jimmy.
Hendricks?
Nope.
Buffett?
Nope.
That would have been quite
Butler.
the powerhouse lineup. Jimi Hendrix was in Led Zeppelin. I would have liked to have seen it.
Jimmy. I got nothing, Cakesy. I should have just
All
gone
good.
off. I should have walked off the court on my make.
Jeeps, 2 out of 3 on music trivia. That's batting 1,000 for you, my friend.
That's pretty big.
Let's do it. All right, Cakesy, be good, man.
All right, boys. Have a good weekend.
Guys, with
Playing 'em up
Ron
with guys.
Rivera to play you out here on
To play
Grant
us
and
out.
Danny.
What does that mean?
Some pretty good news for Commanders fans on the new stadium that they got in their inboxes today. We'll explain next.
Guys.
Danny Kanell on the national championship game in college football that's coming up on Monday night. We won't be here on Monday, so this is our last crack today at looking ahead to Indiana and Miami. So we'll talk to Danny Kanell coming up in a half hour. By the way, right at 5 in 30 minutes, you got another chance to win Caps tickets, so you better be listening. Ross Tucker at 5:25 today on the NFL playoffs. We'll go deep diving with him, put on our scuba gear on all 4 of the divisional round playoff games. Danny, we've had a couple of listeners reach out to us about an email they got in their inboxes today in reference to the upcoming new stadium at RFK 2.0.
So this seems to be authentic. I mean, I've seen a couple people tweet about this, and again, as you mentioned, others have reached out as well. So I'm not sure exactly whom this went to. So I apologize. I don't have those details. I know that some fans, whether it's season ticket holders or maybe you filled out a self-selective survey saying you'd be interested in new tickets to the new stadium, et cetera. But here it is with all that preamble. You indicated interest in purchasing a seat in a section that may offer, quote, bounce seats, end quote. Bounce seats utilize a spring suspension system under the flooring to mimic the energetic feel of the old RFK Stadium, creating a lively, high-energy environment. Would you prefer a bounce seat? Question mark. Options. I would strongly prefer a bounce seat. I would prefer a bounce seat. I am neutral toward a bounce seat. I would not prefer a bounce seat. And I would strongly not prefer a bounce seat. That is a survey question from the Washington 53 to you.
I would think my mom and dad would strongly prefer non-bounce seats. Like, they don't want to really be in the middle of the party. And I don't think they want to be going up and down during the game. Now, I also don't think this is going to be whatever you've got envisioned. Like, in your mind, it's not like you're in a bounce house the whole time. And it's like you're going to throw up like you're on a boat or something. You're like, man, I can't go to the Commanders game again. It took 2 days last time, and I was still seat sick, because the chairs are going up and down.
They're not doing the hurler on you.
Right. Yeah. I don't think it's quite that, okay? I don't think you're going to get seat sick here. But this is a cool idea.
This is an amazing idea.
And this is the type of idea that happens when your owners are one of you. When your owners know about the history and care about the history and want to get this thing right, because the way Grandpa did it was take my little hand and take me to the stadium, and then the seats moved, and that's the way Dad did it, and that's the way I'm going to do it. And Josh Harris and Mitch Rails know that because they were in that stadium, and they experienced that. The stupid name that was left for all of us to deal with was created and brought about by people who were passerbys, just a ship in the middle of the night that nobody saw. Ron Rivera's here for 9 minutes. Jason Wright's here for 6 minutes. A couple of people who are working at MLS teams now, whose names I don't even remember, came in here, told you, here's your thing to deal with for the rest of your life, Grant. Hope your kids like the name. This is all they'll ever know. And then they're gone. But the owners are one of us. So they're going to make sure that RFK 2.0 looks like RFK 1.0.
So
I said, get rave reviews when they drop those images. And guess what? There's going to be seats that bounce.
So I said initially when we were talking about RFK as a potential site and everything and they're in, people are acting like you can just redo the magic. Like a seat that actually bounces the way the old one did isn't up to code anymore. Like you can't do that. It's not safe. Well, it turns out they got technology. I wasn't aware of it, obviously, that this is even available. This is even an option. This is even something that exists, meaning it's safe enough that you can do it, but you can also get that feeling back. Yep. Yep. Like, give me that moment from Step Brothers, right? Where we're talking, where Dewey decides we're best buddies. Like, yep, that's what I'm into right here. This is perfect.
Would you want to sit in the bouncy seats?
Yes.
Do you think? I would too.
Yes.
I would for sure. I wonder how many sections you even make bouncy seaty. I mean, how much of a demand is there? I would think it's significant. I'll bet you that's why they're asking this question for the record, because they're going to find out. Okay, surprisingly, only 38% of respondents told us that they would want to sit in the bouncy seats. And there's a Com 250 class that'll tell you that equates to X percent of the overall fans of the stadium, of the team that'll be in the stadium. And so we actually don't need that much of a demand. I would think you could probably do like 2 sections or something. This could be like your bird bath section at Camden Yards.
Yeah, like your special area. This is the nostalgia bouncy seat, etc.
Is it a season ticket holder section? It seems like it. If you're asking people, would you prefer it? Would you not? Is it something where there are seats available for? I would think if you do one section, you'd want to keep some of those for sale. Like, we'll put some season ticket holders there, but we also need a couple hundred of those seats available so that we could sell those for a little more money.
Almost keep it premium, yeah.
Because that becomes something that is unique and different. Not everyone's going to want them, by the way. Like, I just got a text here. That's actually, it's
from Corporate Clary.
Oh, is it Clary?
Yeah, Corporate Clary doesn't want it.
Clary's out on bouncy seats.
That's right. It figures. Used to be a man of the people.
I thought it was Toby. I besmirched Toby. Toby responded and said trash take.
Yeah.
So he was putting Clary in his place. But Clary's out on bounce seats. There's going to be plenty of people who are. By the way, most of them are going to have no respect or reverence for the old RFK. Like, this is totally a hit you're spinning for the old heads at the old RFK.
That's right.
Now, interestingly, and maybe this is a question as to whether or not they should even do it, most of those people, not to age shame, I'm sure there's some word for what I'm doing, being like ageist or something, but most of those people probably don't want to sit there bouncing anymore at this stadium. If you were bouncing at the old
I know
stadium.
how excited my pops would be in his 70s with doing the bounce on the top.
How dare you? Every time we would sit down and watch games, she'd sit there and be like, at the old RFK, the seats would bounce. I promise you right now, when I get my mom and dad's seats to go sit at the first ever game of this, and I said, do you want to sit in the bouncy area or not the bouncy area? They're going to go, not the bouncy area. But
is there a quiet zone?
But you could. It's still cool.
Yes.
Like, people your generation.
Oh, yeah.
My generation. You heard about it, and I think you'd go, yeah, the seats are going to move, and it's going to be the loudest stadium in the league. Sign me up.
Yeah, for my fellow Gen Xers and I, there is a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar, whatever you want to call it, industry to make us feel like we're 10 again. I mean, that's seriously, all the retro, all the nostalgia, all those different things. There's TV shows that do it. There's, adult toys for it. Whatever you can do to make me feel like I'm a kid again, that's what that does. I want that.
Here's your poll of the day, Darius. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. Would you pay a good chunk more money to sit in the bouncy seats at the new stadium than to sit in non-bouncy seats? Because it's not a situation where you just, I spent the same amount, now I'm in the bouncy seats. No, they're going to charge a pretty penny. Would you spend more to be in the bouncy seats at the new stadium? Is that something that would interest you? Would you have any intrigue to being a part of the bouncy section? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Sunday, the road to the Super Bowl is on the Fan, and the Texans defense.
preview the national championship game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Commanders fans have been getting notes in the inbox to take part in a survey. One of the questions being asked is to gauge interest in seats that bounce up and down like RFK Stadium's seats did. Would you pay more to sit in the bouncy seats, and what's your level of interest in taking part in that element of a new stadium? Kevin's in Sterling. What's up, Kev?
Boys. I love the idea. I'm not down with paying more. I don't like the premium idea, but I will say that they should make all the seats bouncy and just have a little locking mechanism that you can lock them down if need be.
Oh, so an individual basis. I don't think you could. I mean, what do I know technology-wise? It's so I'm amazed that this exists.
Well, you're a
the
seat
spring.
Tech. You're a big seat tech guy.
Yeah, I mean, I know so much.
PVI office furniture, Rouye.
Yeah, I'm sitting in my comfortable chair. I can't imagine you could shut off an individual seat from bouncing, but maybe a section you could. I don't know.
It's a great question. Could you, like, I'm thinking about a 4D movie theater or something where all the seats move around or what have you. Can you just hit a button and then your seat doesn't? Maybe. But I think the technology would have to be, it's more like benched. I don't mean seats that are benched as much as underneath, like that whole section and certainly that row are going up and down. And Clary's concerned. He's like, people's popcorn is going to spill. What happens if your drink spills? Bet you they don't. Now, I was not at RFK for the heyday when this would happen for the Redskins games, but I remember sitting at RFK for the Nats and for DC United specifically, and seeing the bouncing during DC United games of the Screaming Eagles and the group and being over there at one point. And I remember it goes up and down. And like it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but like when you're in an airplane, and even though the airplane's moving really fast, you don't really notice it. Like everything on everything's moving up and down. So the seat and the popcorn and the drink, it's going to work out. Like, trust me, you're not going to be spilling your soda and your popcorn. They're going to think about some of these things. He's like, I just don't understand how popcorn kernels wouldn't fall out of my popcorn bag.
I don't think the rate of spillage is higher there than anywhere else. When fans are jubilant, they bump into each other, drinks will spill.
Yes.
It's not X number of times worse in the bouncy section.
Also, the way I picture it and the way I remember it from DC United and from like the RFK 1.0 is the equivalent of, Danny, when you're doing like calf raises.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what it's called when you go up onto the front of your feet?
Yeah.
You just lift up your back?
Yeah.
Like if you do that pretty fast, you go like this, like you're bouncing up and down.
Mm-hmm.
But you stay on the front of your foot.
Right.
That's the equivalent of the bouncing. It's not like, a Mario movie or something where you're like 6 feet in the air and you come back down and you land in someone else's seat. And then you get 5 feet up in the air and you come back down. And you're like, what section am I in now? That's not quite what we're talking about. Let's go to Bill in Alexandria. What's up, Bill?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. First of all, I wouldn't pay for an extra, bouncy seat, but I wouldn't do it anyway because I'm 1,000 years old. But what I would say on the sections, I'm going to go to that first game or that second game and look and go, oh, I want to be part of that, and that's going to be a big draw at the end of the day. Thanks for taking my call.
The bouncy seats, you mean? Another thing that's in these polls that they're doing with fans that sounds really cool, and I don't know the specifics or the details, how far along they are in the plans or anything, but I think this has a chance to be neat. They're asking about a wall of fans that I would imagine is akin in some way to what the Clippers have behind the basket, where they've got this wall that's very vertical and you're very close to the court, and it's like one of the loudest, most raucous areas, and they have ways where they have made it so that theoretically only Clippers fans are allowed to sit there. And they're talking about, is that, I'm guessing when they ask about a wall of fans, it'd be in the end zone, right behind the goalposts, and would that be something you're interested in? And like the more things like that they can do, the better. Because that's home field advantage.
Yes.
That is the loudest that a stadium can be for a team. Players will tell you this, is when you're huddling in your own end zone along the goal line, Tressway or Tressway's kid at that point in 2030,
seriously,
like pins you down.
Tressway the second.
At the 2-yard line. And now you're 1st and 10 from your own 1.5. And you're huddling up on the letters of Commanders in the end zone, or hopefully Washington maybe. And you're huddling up, and it's so loud you can't hear anything. And if you're at the wall side of the field, where that's where all the Commanders fans are, think about the DC Defenders.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of young, drunk people doing the beer snake in that one end zone. Anytime a visiting team is down in that area trying to operate, penalties, ineffectiveness. I mean, it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, and any built-in, I affectionately refer to it as cheating, but any built-in stadium cheating that you want to do for home field advantage, please be thinking about that. It sounds like they are. I love it. I love the idea.
That gets me so fired up.
I get so steamed up for it. I just want thoughtful things instead of let's make it look like a shopping mall, which, the designs are going to be kind of cool, but build these sorts of things in that bother the opponent.
My team is going to have a good stadium.
Here we go.
My team's going to have a stadium everybody talks about for good reasons. My team's going to have a place you'll want to go watch football. Not your team, my team. Let's go to Quinn in Rockville. Quinn, what's up?
Hi, Dave and Granny. How are you on Bouncy Seat Day?
Day.
The day that we learned about the seats that bounce day.
Hey, guys. So I grew up at RFK. My family had 10 season tickets, and we sat in section 230, which was, those are the seats that moved.
The dental appointment seats,
Was it? I thought you had a dentist appointment, you said.
Every Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had an appointment to get my teeth drilled and for a win. It was wonderful. But I will tell you, more than anything, you felt shaking because there was like a thick sheet metal that those seats were on. Those famous pictures of the stands kind of moving like a wave pool, that was all of us jumping up and down, and I don't even think you were really that cognizant of the fact it was bouncing like that. But it was really the shaking, like third and long to the opponent, we'd all be stamping our feet. That was real shaking.
Yeah, that gets the juices flowing. Everybody in the stadium kind of marching to the beat of the same drum. Ashley in Winchester, you're on the Fan. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Just a quick question. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but is it the seats that are going to be moving, or is it the stands?
The stands, essentially.
The stands, yeah.
It's like the whole section's going to bounce up and down.
Yeah, so in other words, if you're worried about sitting down and now you're like on a
right.
some sort of gyroscope thing, like this is uncomfortable.
Right.
That's assuming everybody's happy. You're jumping up and down because it's moving with you.
Exactly. The floor underneath of you is bouncing up and down. So it's the section theoretically, and all the seats therein are part of it. But I don't think if you're sitting down, like you're noticing it essentially. You're standing up and you're bouncing. You can kind of feel yourself going up and down. It was the whole section. Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott?
Hey, previous gentleman that called. Hey, what's up, fellas?
Come in.
Previous guy that called. He basically said what I was going to say. I was in the section, and it was the banging, it was the noise, the constant when it was so disruptive, but it was such a good time. It was a party, man, and the fact that it was back then it was all Redskin fans. We weren't invaded by other teams in that stadium. It was a good time, man, and if that's what they're talking about, fine. My question also was what the lady asked about the seats versus the stands, because it was the stands back then when they converted the field from baseball to football. Those metal stands they pulled out, auxiliary seats, so to speak. Yeah, that's what it was. It was awesome, man.
Because it was the movable bleachers on tracks to make it the bowl, right? Yeah.
Which is something along the lines of tech, I'm sure, is better now. What they would do now, but it's a good phone call for sure. I'm all for, I want it to be the loudest stadium in the league. They're going to make it that way with the technology, but why not cowbells at every seat? Why not? We don't need what is it, a vuvuzela or whatever coming up in the World Cup? I think it's called. Yeah, exactly. But you can't do whistles. Probably nobody wants that. But
thunder sticks.
Let's have a drum at every seat. I don't care. Remember the guy in left field from the Cleveland Guardians games at Progressive Field? Let's have a little drum and a drumstick at every single seat. I don't care. I want it to be the loudest stadium in the league. And if you're doing it at the right time, God bless you.
Give me stadium cheating. That's what I want.
Danny Cannell getting ready for the national championship game Monday night, Indiana, Miami. Let's get a preview from him. We'll also talk to him about some of the top players in this draft class. We'll do that next right here on The Fan. on the Fan. We're sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's give away some Caps tickets right now. We got a pair for somebody who's caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 to see the Caps tomorrow night against the Panthers. Danny, it's their last home game before they hit the road for 6 in a row over 12 days.
They got that long road trip coming up, right? Is that longest of the year?
Longest of the year by far. January 17th, Cap One Arena. That's tomorrow. Tickets and more event information. Anytime you want to know about the Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest. This is via the Washington Capitals. We'll be giving away one more pair today and this week at 6 o'clock in 1 hour right here on The Fan. So make sure you're listening at that time. We'll talk to Danny Kanell in just a moment as we preview the national championship game, Indiana taking on Miami. I just saw this, though, so while we have a minute, while we wait for him, I want to get into this. This is one of those where I wish I had the video to see more of like how this conversation came about or how we got here. But, man, does this seem like a ridiculous thing to say. So Ryan Clark of ESPN, in discussing Sam Darnold's oblique injury that popped up yesterday, said, quote, "This sounds like the setup for an excuse." This is a former player saying this. Darnold was seen using the Theragun and, getting some treatment and some work yesterday. He also came out and said he's going to play in this game 100%, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But Clark said, quote, "It sounds like the things that you say before a game when you don't play well, when the throws aren't there, or they're not where they're supposed to be, everyone can point back to, but you have to remember he didn't get those first-team reps, and his oblique was tight on Thursday. This is the biggest game in Sam Darnold's career. It's another opportunity for him to exercise some demons, finish the season along with him." He says that the Seahawks and Mike McDonald have to be concerned about where he's at, not physically, but mentally, entering into the game with the 49ers.
That's pretty irresponsible, just reading that on its face.
I mean, if a hot-taking radio person, like I pride myself on not trying to be that guy, but if I said something like that, someone who'd never played before, someone who's just a radio jock in a market who just pops off and doesn't leave the studio, that would be more fitting than a guy who's an NFL player over a long time, who you would think sees it and feels it like a player, in Ryan Clark, suggesting that Darnold yesterday having an oblique injury is him preparing for the possibility of playing badly and just building in an excuse for if and when he doesn't play well. That's a crazy take.
Man, that's nuts.
That's wild. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our buddy Danny Kanell. He joins us via Bet Online. Danny, what's up? Long time, no chat.
Fellas, how we doing, man? It is great to be on with you. I was just fascinated by some of that Sam Darnold breakdown. I hadn't heard that take from Ryan Clark, so now you got me all fired up, ready to talk about that. But
yeah, it is spicy.
I know that we got some college football.
Again, Darnold is in an era now, too, where when a guy gets a cold before a game on Sunday, they have to be on the injury report for all the betting purposes and everything. So he shows up with an oblique. He's getting treatment yesterday. And he also says right after practice, "I'm going to play." But Clark's saying it sounds like this is the setup for an excuse. It just seems crazy to me.
That's a crazy take to me from Ryan Clark. That might be something you say to your buddies, or you say something – if you're having a couple beers, but to say on national television as official, put your name to it, that is pretty out there, about as out there as it gets for Ryan Clark. And he's been known to, get out there sometimes before. I think it borderlines on unprofessional to be that speculation. There's also sort of a unwritten rule that when you talk about injuries, you don't really get into the philosophy behind them. Like, are you faking? How bad is it? You just kind of have to take it for what it is and go with it. To be able to insinuate somebody's using a built-in excuse, I mean, it sounds Bush League to me from Ryan Clark. And I've been as critical as anybody from Sam Darnold. I got him, losing out to the Rams and missing out in the Super Bowl as a 1 seed. I think a big part of it, I'm not bought into Sam Darnold, but to go that far and say he's building an excuse, that's a bridge too far for me from any analyst.
Danny, how is the team that struggled and lost to Louisville, that lost to a very okay SMU team, how is this Miami team in the Natty?
They're really good. So the Louisville game, Carson Beck threw 4 interceptions, right? I mean, that was a turnover fest. And the thing that's kind of crazy about it was they only lost by a field goal. They had one of those interceptions, by the way, was when they were driving almost in field goal range to tie it up. Otherwise, they might lose that or, might actually win the game. The SMU game was an overtime loss, which Carson Beck threw an interception in overtime, which granted, they're the better team. I don't think either one of those losses was like that alarming, which is one of the reasons why I've been pretty bullish on Miami, including, when this playoff started, predicting them to get all the way to the championship game, feeling like if you remember the narrative around the University of Miami through 6 games when they were 6-0, almost everybody, was saying, oh, this team looks like a national champion. Look at these guys they have on the offensive and defensive line. But then kind of you get forgotten about. People feel like, oh, you're, all of a sudden you're the worst team in the country because you lose a couple tough games. And then, of course, the debate of even do they get into the playoff or not. But I was very bullish. If they did indeed get in, they're still that team that everybody thought we saw when they were 6-0. And so now the thing that's been perfect for them is that they've cleaned up their mistakes because they've always, and I would say this goes back the last 20 years, been one of the reasons why they haven't been very good. They've struggled with discipline. They've struggled with playing down to the competition, and they've struggled with turnovers. And so now that they've cleaned up a lot of those issues, that's one of the reasons they're like playing pretty close to flawless. That being said, against Ole Miss, there was a time in the second half when it was like, are they going to blow this game because of stupid penalties? And thankfully they were able to pull it out if you're a Miami Hurricane fan. But they still have the talent on the roster, which has allowed them to make this run. Danny Kanell, courtesy of BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff championship game lines and props. Danny, Fernando Mendoza, what a story. What a kid, it seems like. I don't pretend to know him. I watch him from afar, but he's pretty easy to root for. When did you start to buy in, if you have, on him being like a number 1 overall pick, a potential really good pro quarterback? Because he's just so different than what we normally see from the elite college prospects that I've kind of been dismissive of him as like, oh, that's a fun story, but it's like a little bit of a beaver cleaver dude and whatever. And now I watch him, I'm like, this guy's a stone cold killer. Like, when did you make that transition? I would say there were 2 moments. And I liked him at Cal. I would have said, hey, he's a draftable quarterback, top 3 rounds, but I saw some potential, and clearly Kirk Cignetti did too. I felt very confident he was an upgrade from the quarterback that had him in the playoffs last year in Curtis Rourke. But I would say there were 2 moments. One was the Illinois game, which they beat Illinois 63-10, and he had, I think, 5 touchdown passes, and they were beautiful passes. And it was like, oh, he's got this in him. It was close to a perfect game. And then the other one was the Penn State game when he leads them on a game-winning drive. And Penn State wasn't very good, but it was on the road, and there was a lot of adverse conditions. He had been harassed all season, all game long. He was getting sacked, kind of pressured. Even on the game-winning drive where he had to go 80 yards and score a touchdown, the first play of that drive, he got sacked. So it was really 2nd and 22 when he started it, and all he did was rip a ball right over the middle. I think it was to Omar Cooper even early in that drive, and then he found Charlie Becker a couple more times. But he marches them all the way down the field and didn't flinch, and you're like, oh, that was pretty special, which I also think was his Heisman moment too. But that when you see quarterbacks that have that sort of presence and that sort of awareness and the calmness and the clutch ability to make those type of plays and to just march a team down the field, those are the types of traits that you're looking for an NFL quarterback. And then you see how mobile he is, his size, he's 6'5", he's got a cannon for an arm. Then it all starts to come together, and that's when everybody that's making any mock draft is like, yep, that's the guy going 1 of 1.
How is this Indiana offensive system? Listen, you've forgotten more this morning than I know my entire life, Danny, but to me, it doesn't seem to be that overly complicated, but it's like the first open dude gets the ball, and then that guy gets to run after the catch, and you can't stop him.
It's funny because Mike Shanahan, their offensive coordinator, who's no relation to Mike Shanahan, the coach that I played for the Denver Broncos, or related to Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the 49ers, he does a phenomenal job. And he's been with Kirk Cignetti all the way back to his days at Elon College in North Carolina, one of the places that Kirk Cignetti, cut his teeth and kind of went along this path. But the thing that's probably the most impressive is they really are one of the most balanced teams. I mean, you mentioned it's not that complicated. So they do like to run the football. It really does start with that. And that's one of the reasons why Fernando Mendoza's passing numbers at 2,900 yards in the regular season was like, man, is he doing that much? Well, first of all, he's taken out of a lot of games because they're blowing out. It's also because they run the ball really well between Hemby and Black. They're just a balanced attack. But I think a lot of it does stem from Fernando Mendoza, just his ability to recognize where to get rid of the football quickly if he's in trouble. He gets to his progressions really nice. He knows how to, take advantage of what they're giving you. A lot of that is cliche, but it really is because formationally, they're not very exotic. It's not like they're running a ton of motions. They'll do a lot of typical things that everybody else does. They just execute it better than most.
National championship game is coming up on Monday night. A lot's been made about what Curt Cignetti's accomplished and whether or not there's ever been anything like this before or how sustainable what he's done is. I made the case earlier. It feels like it's so good for college football because it makes you feel like anybody can do this. Like, if you're a Maryland fan and you watch that in your conference, you go, why can't we find our Cignetti and mess around and do this? Now, I'm not saying it's replicable, but I do feel like you're going to have teams thinking that way. What would Indiana winning this thing do for the sport?
I mean, it's been awesome. It's been a great story. I think it gives a lot of programs hope. Like you were talking there locally, Maryland gives them hope. And I do not want to diminish what Kirk Cignetti. I said, but when he beat Oregon, I was like, this is the best coach in college football right now. So I don't want to say this and make it diminish what Kirk Cignetti has done. And you mentioned if you're Maryland, how do you find your Kirk Cignetti? Not only do you have to find your Kirk Cignetti, you got to find about $30 million a year to fund a roster. Like, they have bought a lot of players. Like, they're not just doing this, with finding a bunch of 2-stars and just, executing. Fernando Mendoza was not cheap. He was a quarterback that was highly sought after. Pat Coogan, their center, was at Notre Dame. He was not cheap. Stephen Daly, their defensive end, who was actually out for this game, but he was one of their best defensive players, did not come cheap in the portal. And they're paying and investing a lot of money in the roster. But the point still remains the same. Let's say you're Maryland. If we get our coach and we get a nice check or we can raise money, then yes, we can do this. And this has gone at a lot of different programs. It's not just Indiana. They're the ultimate example because they could win a national championship. What about the turnaround Vanderbilt has had? SMU made the jump from the American Conference to the ACC and the Power Four, and they made the playoffs last year, their first year in the conference, and that's a large part because of the investment they got. And they have a really good football coach too, but I do think this parity has been awesome. I think it's been great for the sport. It gives a lot of fan bases hope, and like you said, unfortunately, it does put a lot of pressure on coaches. That's why I've seen so many coaches fired, because everybody thinks it's easy. But it does make it possible for programs that were doing things the right way for a long time, not playing players under the table and, trying to have high academic standards like, Vanderbilt. And all of a sudden they're able to compete on a more level playing field. It's not level. There's not a salary cap, so it's not level, but a more level playing field where if you do get that investment, I think it's awesome. And I think it gives a lot of programs hope and fan bases, hope that they could possibly do this if they find the right coach and you get the right backers.
Danny Kanell with us, courtesy of Bet Online. So, handicap this game for us. Miami, 8.5-point dogs. How do they stay in it? Write the script for them to win this thing.
Oh, they're going to have to stay their identity. I mean, and I think they do. I actually really like Miami in this game. I'm even Oregon, who's a really good football team. But I think you have to take some things into context. Like, one, Alabama, I'm going to have my home. Sorry about that. You might have the Alabama being one of those overrated Bama teams we've seen. Like, they are not that. I didn't think they should have been in the playoffs. Oregon was playing linebackers and secondary players at running back. That's how banged up they were. And they also handed them 14 points on the first quarter of the game. So I think Indiana's a little bit overrated, and I give Miami a great opportunity to do it. And if also take me back to the Big Ten championship game where you had Ohio State, which is probably the closest thing Indiana has seen to Miami. And that was a 3-point game where Ohio State's kicker missed a chip shot field goal, or else that potentially goes to overtime. And if they lose that game, we're not having any of these types of conversations. Indiana might still be here, but we're not talking about them as unbeatable as we are now. So I really like Miami in the points, and I even think they could. If they play a clean game and Carson Beck doesn't turn it over and they can get the run game going, I think their edge rushers can make Fernando Mendoza look human. Like, he's looked otherworldly, but I don't care how good you are as a quarterback. If you get after the passer, you can make them look pedestrian. I think that's what they could do.
Can't wait for Monday night. Going to be great for college football. Danny Cannell, betonline.ag, where you can go check out all the odds and the props. Danny, thank you, buddy. We love having you on. We appreciate you.
So just so you know, a little background context, I was going through my security gate. I had to show and I live in South Florida, so there are a lot of Canes fans. So he was like, and I had to show him because I have a loaner card. So I showed him my ID, and he heard me doing the interview, and he's like, oh, yeah, you tell him Canes are going to win. Canes are going to win.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's funny.
That's what was going through. So he was hearing that little breakdown. He was fired up.
Oh, that's awesome. I can imagine down there,
Sorry
by the way.
for the distraction,
No,
though.
all good, my friend.
All good. No worries at all.
The
I can
ticket
imagine
sales are off the charts. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy how many people are looking for tickets.
Well, the prices, though, and we actually have this on the rundown to hit today. I hope we don't run out of time, but I was seeing, I just talked to a guy I happened to bump into yesterday at the hockey game who went to the U. Like, the parking he and his buddies are looking at is like $1,000, and then the get-in prices are thousands of dollars. It's crazy.
Yeah, if you want to sit in the upper deck in the 300 section in the last row, it's about $3,200 for one seat. And and it's crazy. 50-yard line seats. I just talked to a guy today, bought two, $20,000 a piece. I mean, it's.
Oh my
and I was
God.
like, man, you like football way more than I do.
Yeah, well, so clearly, and I'm not getting into his pocket. That guy's got money, right? But my point is, that's not for a fan. That's not for a normal dude who likes Miami. Like, there's a bigger conversation to be had here about, just the guy who wants to take his kid because Miami's in the national championship. I guess those days are over, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they are. But, I mean, I guess some things never change. It's really the laws of supply and demand, right? You've got this incredible atmosphere. Indiana fans are traveling in droves to come down here. But I do hate it for the average season ticket holder who maybe went to Miami and is kind of a guy who has a decent job and makes pretty good money. That's way too much money for anybody to be able to expect to play. I mean, that's a significant amount where I do think it stinks for the average fan who isn't loaded, who isn't a multimillionaire, that can fly in his private jet and hop on the game. So I do hate that. It is something I think they do need to address, and it's been a big issue. There are a lot of Hurricane fans that are very upset.
Danny, awesome with you, buddy. Always a lot of fun. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the game Monday.
Appreciate you guys. You too.
Thank you, pal.
There's Danny Cannell, betonline.ag here on Grant and Danny. Let's talk pro ball and get into the playoff scenarios this weekend with Ross Tucker. Who's he got winning the 4 divisional round games? That's next on The Fan. Your last chance to win Caps tickets today on The Fan coming up in a half hour, right at 6 o'clock. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. We'll take you up to 6:30 live on The Fan. Keeping it local into the evening tonight right here on your flagship home of the Caps, the Nats, the Wizards. But let's get to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, the host of the Ross Tucker podcast. You should be following on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Ross, it is playoff time. We're ready for it. How you feeling, buddy?
Good. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm calling Bears Rams on Sunday, and what's truly unique is I don't really think the radio and TV booths in Chicago are heated, or like if they are, there's like this one old little heater in the back of the booth. I haven't done a game there in a couple years, but I remember being freezing, and now there's some talk that with the wind chill, this will be like the coldest game ever. So I'm not going to lie. I'm packing already. I got a lot of stuff loaded up, but I don't know what the deal is. I never really believed my dad when I was growing up, but I get way colder now in my mid-40s than I did when I was in my 20s.
So true.
That's such an accurate statement. Well said, sir. I am going to remind you, though, Ross. So it sounds like you're in the booth doing the color commentary. I'm old enough to remember Ross being on the sideline for some of these games. So at least you've got some heat now. I mean, it used to be
enclosure,
and you still do and have obligations on the sideline occasionally for Westwood One. But you're down there roaming around in 12 degrees.
Well, Monday night I was on the sideline in Pittsburgh, and that was cold. I think I spent more time in front of the hot dog heater on the sideline than any of the players. Every single commercial, every TV timeout, 3 different times I had to move because the Texans long snapper wanted to use the heater for his hands. I was like, all right, yeah, go ahead, bro, go ahead.
You're like, that's fine.
At some point, he's like, come on, man.
Like you thought it was your heater.
Right. How about the game?
I was like, all right, dude, you can do it now. So, no, I'm telling you, though, this is crazy because I'm with Kevin Harlan Sunday.
Nice.
And we called a couple years ago, I think, like what very possibly is the coldest game ever. It was in Kansas City. It was the Dolphins and the Chiefs. And what's weird is the Chiefs have the only, that I can recall, enclosed booth. So there's windows in front of you that you cannot remove. When I tell you guys, it was so cold, okay, that we would talk and the glass in front of us would get frozen over. So literally, it's kind of gross actually, but the condensation that comes out of your mouth when you're talking, it would hit the glass and immediately freeze to the point where we couldn't really see the field that much, and we were trying to scrape it off. We finally got like rubbing alcohol. That's how cold it was.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I didn't care because I was warm. I was inside. I was happy as can be. This will be different because this is like a wide open booth. There's no windows. Like you're open. You're out, which is it's better. You kind of feel the atmosphere more, if I can say that word. You feel the crowd a little bit more. But I'm going to be freezing my what's off.
Ross Tucker with us on Grant and Danny. We were talking earlier about the coaching element of this game. Ben Johnson's got this kind of self-created rivalry with Matt LaFleur. LaFleur is the best friend of Sean McVay. Mike LaFleur's on the staff. McVay kind of acknowledged today, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that he's talked to LaFleur this week. What do you make of Ben Johnson, the handshake, the post-game locker room, bleep the Packers, former player? Do you have any issue with it? Do you think it adds something? Do you think it's a classless? Like, where are you at on it?
Well, so number one, I'm in the media now, so I love it. I absolutely love it, and I think it's fantastic. And I think if you're a Bears player, you probably love it. Back in the day, you guys know, I grew up an Eagles fan outside of Philly. They legitimately, those dudes like Reggie White and Jerome Brown and like Andre Waters, they hated the Redskins. They hated the Cowboys. Like, that was very, very real. Those things have kind of changed over time. these guys all like train together and whatever. But I kind of like that it's a real rivalry. I appreciate that aspect of it. We could talk about the language or whatever. You know, it's they choose to post that stuff on social media, but I like it. I like it. Now, I don't know if I was a Packers player, that would probably give me a little bit of an edge and fuel me as well. But I'm kind of a fan of it. And I got to tell you, I'm extremely impressed by Ben Johnson from the aspect of it feels like every other really good play caller, game planner, play designer, it feels like they're all from ultimately the Shanahan tree. So whether it's Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, basically most of the people that used to coach for the Redskins, you know, back in the day, as guys, I'm sure talk about all the time. So Ben Johnson's like self-made, you know, like Ben Johnson, to my knowledge, did not coach with any of the McVay, Shanahan tree.
He did.
And yet his offense is awesome. I love his offense. I love his play designs, play calling. So I guess I kind of have an appreciation that Ben Johnson did it on his own and kind of came up with it. I'm sure he had, you know, mentors and I'm sure whatever, but it's nice to think and know that you can be a good play caller and you didn't have to come through the McVay-Shanahan lineage.
Our guy Ross Tucker with us here on G&D. Let's go to that AFC game on Sunday. Texans-Patriots. That Texans defense is unbelievable, but, you know, the Patriots are at home. Drake May's been so good, maybe the MVP this year. How do you see that one?
So the Nico Collins part of it really stinks because I'm of the mindset that, you know, they're really, a lot of times guys are really like, 5 or 6 guys that are true difference-making players that really make the difference in the outcome of the game. And I know, you know, the left guard's important and blah, blah, blah. Look, I was a left guard. But I think there's only a handful of guys that really make that much of a difference. Nico Collins is kind of a difference maker for the Texans. So that's a bummer. That said, I still like them to win. And, in fact, I said this week on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I think the Bills and Texans are both going to win as underdogs on the road because in the Bills-Broncos game, you look at the betting line, they're projecting it to be a close game. I'm not taking Bo Nix over Josh Allen late in a close game. Sorry, I'm not doing it. Josh Allen's incredible. And then Texans-Patriots, I don't think people realize what this Texans defense is. I think they have a chance to do like a 2000 Ravens, a 2002 Bucks. They have the best pair of edge rushers in the league. They have the best corners in the league. They probably have the best tackling secondary I think I've ever seen. And I just can't imagine that C.J. Stroud is going to lose his mind and fumble 5 times and have 3 turnovers again. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's going to happen. And so I'm taking the Texans to win like 16-13, maybe even 13-10.
Wow.
The only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is Drake May's legs because that's a tough thing for any defense to overcome.
Yeah, and we saw that 60-plus rushing yards in a round 1 win over the Chargers on a night where their defense had their way with the Patriots O-line. Ross Tucker is with us on Grant and Danny. So we do this thing on the show called Confidence Points Picks where we kind of pick games against the spread. I'm curious, though, if you had 4 confidence points picks, see if like a 4-point game, a 3-point game, a 2-point game, a 1-point game, in the order of your confidence level, and we'll just go money line, so just straight up wins, how would you rank the 4 games? Like I know you have the Texans winning, but I guess rapid fire, what would you use your confidence points on?
Well, Sam Darnold oblique thing might have changed it a little bit, but I would still say Seattle 4. I mean, I just watched them play 2 weeks ago, and they beat the crap out of them. It shouldn't have been 13-3. It shouldn't even been that close. And now they don't have Kittle. I mean, so I would say Seattle would get 4 points. 3 points, you know, that's tough too. I guess I would say the Rams. However, this Rams defense, guys, is not what it was earlier in the year. Mm-hmm. I mean, through the first 11 weeks, they were the number one scoring defense. Since then, they're giving up like 27 a game. So it feels to me like that's going to be 34-31, could go either way. I think I might go Buffalo 3, Rams 2, Texans 1 if I did the confidence points. I like that, by the way. It's a cool way to do it.
Ross, I got a couple of boys at home that are starting to get into football, and I'm trying to find the best way to go about it. I think you probably have something for that, don't you?
How old are they?
12 and 7.
Dude, it's crazy. I don't know what happened, and you've experienced this, but kids are not like we were.
Right.
Like, I used to get home from church, and I would watch every second of every Eagles game with my dad since I was 6 years old. He would yell at the TV at like Buddy Ryan or Izell Jenkins, Randall Cunningham. He took all of his life's frustration. They want to be on their iPads. They want to be in the other room, and then like, or maybe they're even in the room, but they're in their iPad, and then they'll just look up when I yell or there's like a touchdown. So thankfully I met these guys from futurefans.com. Grant's aware of them. Interestingly, too, by the way, last year, the market where they sold the most was DMV, was you guys. Futurefans.com, because people were so excited about Jaden Daniels, the playoff run. They wanted to have that quality time with their kids. They wanted them to be able to be fans of Washington and like they were growing up. I'll be really curious, actually, after this interview to see how many Washington fans still go to futurefans.com, still want their kids, grandkids or whatever to watch the games with them. It's funny. My guess is it won't be quite as hot as it was a year ago, but it still should be. Buy low. It's like a stock. Buy low on the Commanders
stick aside,
again now. It's going to go up again.
I think I texted you about this last year, not on air or anything, but so I got it for my kids last year, and I'm serious. Throughout the NFL season, we were still using some of the activities and things, and 100% dead serious. Like, my daughter still will bring me the book during games, and we'll still go through some of the activities. My son, some of the drills that they have in there, the little fun activities you can do in the basement, like, he'll still do them. They absolutely loved it. We used it during the Super Bowl and kept score. And I mean, it is something that they were locked in with.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I'll tell you one more thing. And for people that are just tuned in, it's futurefans.com. I met these guys. They kind of cracked the code on how to get young kids to understand and love football, which is why I invested. But the bigger reason, which you guys can appreciate, is these sports leagues, all of them, they're scared to death right now. Because if you're not getting young people to actually watch the product, what happens with every passing year? You know, if they just want to watch the highlights on TikTok or whatever. So part of the reason why I invested in futurefans.com is because it works. The other reason is because I think these sports leagues, they're going to have to try everything. I mean, they got to try something to get young people to watch the whole game, to watch their sport. And I think futurefans.com has a pretty good chance to be that thing.
Ross Tucker here on Grant and Danny. Check him out, the Ross Tucker podcast. As always, buddy, thank you so much. Love to having you on, and we will chat again down the road.
Sounds great. My pleasure. Great talking with you guys.
Thank
you, buddy. Have a great call.
Game. It'll be very cold at Soldier Field in Chicago for the Rams and the Bears this weekend. David Blau's getting some love today around the NFL.
Oh, I like
it. In fact,
it.
one of the remaining coaches in the playoffs was heaping praise on David Blau. We'll let you hear that next. Playoff football, round 2, divisional activity is almost here. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. Welcome back. Grant and Danny, you are locked into the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Next segment, we will hit the